Hey everyone. Welcome back to another video. This story is called, What If Naruto Was a Genius of Hard Work? Summary, what if Naruto combined unstoppable determination with a genius mind? From outcast to Jonin, Naruto deconstructs every challenge with relentless logic and effort. A new kind of shinobi emerges, one forged by hard work, strategy, and sacrifice. Watch the rise of a legend who earns every step of greatness. Quickly before the video, if you are a fan of My Hero Academia, my buddy has a channel dedicated to My Hero fanfiction. I am currently working with him on a story about Naruto going to the My Hero universe. If you're interested, the link to his channel will be in the description. And as always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys, along with about 50 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 1, The Seed of Effort. The air in Konohagakure's training ground 7 was thick with the scent of crushed leaves and damp earth, a perfume Naruto Uzumaki knew better than the smell of his own empty apartment. The sun had long since bled out of the sky, leaving the world bathed in the silver, unforgiving light of a full moon. It was under this light that Naruto, all of 8 years old and radiating a stubborn energy that defied the late hour, slammed a foot into the packed dirt, pivoting with a grunt of exertion. His movements were a clumsy imitation of the Academy's basic kata, a dance of punches and kicks that lacked grace but was filled with a desperate, burning determination. He was failing. Again. He finished the sequence, his small chest heaving, and stood for a moment, his brow furrowed in intense concentration. He wasn't just mindlessly repeating the motions. In his mind, he was replaying the instructor's demonstration, comparing it to the phantom feeling of his own limbs cutting through the air. The hip rotation on the third kick is too slow, he thought, his internal critique sharp and unforgiving. And my guard drops after the cross jab. Every single time. This was Naruto's secret. Not a bloodline, not a hidden power, but a mind that refused to let a problem rest. While other children were playing ninja, Naruto was deconstructing it, breaking it down into 1,000 tiny, manageable pieces. The glares from the villagers, the cold whispers that followed him like a shadow, the crushing weight of loneliness, he had learned early to channel it all into a single, focused point of effort. It was the only thing he could control. His focus shifted from the kata to the true beast he was trying to tame, his chakra. He picked a fallen leaf from the ground, placed it on his forehead, and closed his eyes. He took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to find the calm, placid lake of energy the instructors described. For him, there was no lake. There was only a raging, boundless ocean, a tempest of power that roared in his gut. He tried to draw just a single drop. He focused, picturing a tiny, blue thread rising from the storm within. For a glorious, heart-stopping second, the leaf tingled against his skin, held fast by his will. A grin threatened to split his face. Then, as always, the dam broke. A tidal wave of raw, untamed chakra surged forth, not a thread but a battering ram. The leaf wasn't just pushed off, it was instantly atomized, vanishing into a puff of green dust. Naruto groaned, a sound of pure, unadulterated frustration, and flopped onto his back, the impact knocking the wind from his lungs. He stared up at the moon, a silent, silver witness to his nightly struggles. It wasn't a lack of effort. He knew, with a certainty that was both a comfort and a curse, that no one in the entire academy, not even the lauded prodigy Sasuke Uchiha, put in the hours he did. But effort without results was just wasted energy. From the deep shadows of a gnarled oak tree, the third Hokage watched, the smoke from his pipe curling into the cool night air. Hiruzen Sarutobi had made these clandestine visits a habit, a small penance for the boy's isolated life. He saw the fire in Naruto, the same indomitable will he'd seen in his parents. But tonight, he saw something more. He saw the sharp, analytical mind behind the effort. He saw the boy muttering to himself, analyzing his stance, his breathing, his failures. This wasn't the blind flailing of a desperate child. It was the methodical, frustrating work of a scientist in a lab, testing and retesting a flawed hypothesis. A wave of guilt, familiar and sharp, washed over the old Hokage. He had given the boy an apartment, a stipend, the bare minimum. He had not given him a teacher. He had not given him the context for his struggle. He had left him to fight an ocean with a teaspoon. On the ground, Naruto sat up, a new glint in his blue eyes. A different idea was taking root, born from pure logic. If I can't control the energy inside my body, he reasoned, his lips moving silently, then I will achieve perfect control of the body itself. It was a simple, elegant solution. If his ninjutsu was a lost cause for now, he would pour every ounce of his being into taijutsu. He would build a vessel so strong, so precise, that when he finally did tame the ocean inside, it would be contained in a fortress of perfectly honed muscle and bone. That night marked a turning point. Naruto's training regimen became the stuff of quiet, unseen legend. He would wake before the sun, his first task 100 push-ups, his small arms trembling until they were numb. Then sit-ups until his stomach burned. Then, he would run. He ran laps around the entire village, his path a predictable, solitary circuit. He kept a small, worn notebook, and in it, he logged everything with meticulous care, his times, the number of repetitions, notes on his own exhaustion. He borrowed anatomy charts from the library, studying them under the dim light of his apartment, learning the names of muscles he was pushing to their absolute limit. He was no longer just training, he was sculpting. 4 years later, the results were undeniable. While still short for his age, Naruto's frame was a compact bundle of lean, wiry muscle. His movements had a fluid economy that his peers lacked. In academy spars, he was a terror. He couldn't perform a proper clone, but his hand-to-hand skills were on a level that startled the instructors. He would lose to Sasuke's superior technique and reflexes or be outsmarted by Shikamaru's strategies, but no one could match him for sheer stamina and physical power. He was the academy's blunt instrument. The day of the graduation exam arrived, and with it, a familiar sense of dread. The final test was the clone jutsu. Naruto stood before Iruka and Mizuki, channeled his chakra, and produced a single, pale, anemic-looking clone that promptly fell to the floor in a pathetic puff of smoke. Failure. The word echoed in the silent classroom. Later that day, as he sat on the swing outside the academy, watching other children celebrate with their proud families, Mizuki approached. The silver-haired Chunin wore a mask of gentle sympathy, but Naruto's senses, honed by years of observing a hostile world, picked up the discordant notes. The way Mizuki's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. The subtle, predatory stillness in his posture. Naruto, Mizuki said, his voice like honey. I know how much this meant to you. It's not fair. Iruka-sensei doesn't see your potential. Naruto looked up, his face a carefully constructed mask of hopeful desperation. He doesn't? No. But I do. Mizuki leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. There's another way. A secret test. If you can pass it, they'll have to make you a Jonin. Naruto's mind was racing. A secret test? For a failed student? It made no sense. A Chunin instructor was risking his career, committing a crime, for what? To help the village pariah? The pieces didn't fit. But he needed the final piece of the puzzle. He would play the fool to catch the snake. What do I have to do? He asked, his voice filled with a believable, breathless hope. The objective was the forbidden scroll of seals, stored in the Hokage's office. Naruto's heart hammered in his chest, not with excitement, but with the thrill of a calculated risk. This was bigger than a graduation exam. This was about understanding why. Getting the scroll was laughably easy. A simple transformation jutsu into the third Hokage, a bit of faked grumbling about paperwork, and the Chunin guards at the archives practically bowed him into the vault. He sealed the massive scroll into a smaller, more manageable one he'd brought with him and slipped out into the night. In the moonlit clearing Mizuki had designated, Naruto unsealed the forbidden scroll. Its ancient parchment crackled with power. His eyes, however, weren't scanning for a jutsu that would let him pass an exam. He was looking for answers. His gaze flew over seals for summoning the dead and turning the landscape to a sea of fire. Then, he found it. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. He read the description, and the world tilted on its axis. It was an A-rank kinjutsu, not because of its complexity, but because of the massive chakra it required. But that wasn't what made Naruto's breath catch in his throat. It was the final, crucial line of the explanation. All that the clone experiences and learns is transferred back to the user upon its dispersal. It wasn't just a jutsu. It was the key. The ultimate training tool. The solution to his single greatest limitation, time. The genius of hard work had just found a way to multiply his effort 1,000-fold. A grin, genuine and wide, finally spread across his face. The implications were staggering. He could have a clone read every book in the library while another practiced katas and another worked on chakra control. The loneliness, the years of solitary effort. They were over. A rustle in the bushes broke his reverie. Naruto. What are you doing? Iruka burst into the clearing, his face a mask of panic and betrayal. Before Naruto could explain, a volley of kunai shot from the trees, forcing Iruka to tackle him to the ground. Mizuki landed gracefully on a branch above them, a cruel smirk on his face. Well, well. It seems you found our little thief, Iruka. Mizuki. You told him to do this, Iruka yelled, shielding Naruto with his body. Of course I did, Mizuki chuckled. He was the perfect pawn. The demon brat everyone hates. Naruto was silent, his mind a whirlwind of cold calculation. He'd already created 3 shadow clones the moment he'd mastered the hand seals, hiding them in the dense foliage surrounding the clearing. He was no longer a pawn in this game. Why? Iruka demanded. Why are you doing this? Power. The scroll is my ticket to power. And to finally get rid of the monster that destroyed my family. It's time you knew the truth, Naruto. Mizuki's voice dripped with venom. The reason everyone hates you. The reason you have no one. 12 years ago, a decree was made that no one could ever speak of. The 4th Hokage didn't kill the 9-tailed fox. He sealed it. Inside a newborn baby. You are that demon, Naruto. Iruka's eyes widened in horror. Mizuki, no. It's forbidden. But Naruto's reaction was not the one Mizuki expected. There was no shock. No tears. No horrified denial. There was only a quiet, chilling click of understanding. The glares. The whispers. The price hikes at the market. The loneliness. It all snapped into place, forming a single, coherent picture. It didn't break him. It didn't even crack him. It forged his resolve in fire, hardening it to steel. I see, Naruto said, his voice unnervingly calm. Mizuki laughed, unnerved by the boy's placid reaction. That's it? I see? I thought you'd cry. Well, no matter. You die here. He hurled a massive Fuma shuriken at the boy. Iruka moved without thinking, twisting his body to intercept the lethal projectile. It slammed into his back with a sickening thud. But the Naruto that Mizuki had targeted vanished in a puff of smoke. What? Mizuki stammered. From the trees, 3 figures dropped silently into the clearing. They were identical to Naruto, but their eyes held a cold, hard light. You made 2 mistakes, the real Naruto said, stepping out from behind a tree, Iruka's discarded flak jacket now in his hands. The first was thinking I was a fool. The 3 clones blurred into motion. It wasn't the chaotic, overwhelming swarm from the stories. It was a coordinated, tactical assault. One clone slid low, aiming for Mizuki's legs. Another went high, a kunai flashing in its hand. The third feinted left before striking right, a textbook example of misdirection. Mizuki, a Chunin, was suddenly on the defensive against 3 Jonin-level taijutsu specialists. He blocked, parried, and dodged, but the assault was relentless. These weren't sloppy brawlers, they were fighters. Their movements were precise, powerful, and brutal. A clone landed a solid kick to his ribs, forcing a grunt of pain. Another disarmed him with a swift strike to the wrist. The second mistake, Naruto continued, his voice calm and steady as he walked towards the struggling Chunin, was hurting my teacher. He moved, not with a clone's speed, but with a grounded, powerful certainty. As Mizuki kicked away the last clone, he found himself face to face with the original. Naruto's leg snapped up in a perfect roundhouse kick. There was no wasted motion, no flourish. Just pure, kinetic force, delivered with the kind of devastating precision that came from 4 years of relentless, obsessive training. The kick connected with Mizuki's jaw with a sound like a branch snapping, lifting him off his feet and sending him crashing into a tree, where he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Silence descended on the clearing, broken only by Iruka's pained gasps. Naruto knelt by his side, his face etched with concern. Iruka looked from the unconscious Mizuki to the boy, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain, shock, and overwhelming pride. He slowly reached up and removed his own hitai-8. Come here, Naruto, he said, his voice thick with emotion. Close your eyes. Naruto did as he was told. He felt the cool metal of the protector being tied around his forehead. When he opened his eyes, Iruka was smiling, a true, genuine smile. Congratulations, Iruka said, wincing as he tried to sit up. You graduate. Later, after Iruka had been taken to the hospital and the Anbu had secured Mizuki and the scroll, Naruto stood alone in the clearing. The moon was high in the sky, its light filtering through the leaves. He looked down at his hands, then at the cool metal on his forehead. With a single, practiced hand seal, he created one shadow clone. The clone stood before him, an identical copy down to the last detail. They looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. The loneliness was over. The real work was just beginning. He was Naruto Uzumaki, Jonin of the Hidden Leaf. And he had a lot of catching up to do. Sleep did not come easily to Naruto that night. It wasn't the adrenaline from the fight or the lingering pain of Iruka's injuries. It was the hum of potential, a current of energy that had nothing to do with the Nine Tails. He lay on his bed, the new Hittite 8 resting on his nightstand, gleaming in the moonlight. It was more than a piece of metal and cloth, it was a key, and the shadow clone jutsu was the engine it was meant to start. Before the first hint of dawn painted the sky, Naruto was already up. His apartment, usually a testament to bachelor-level messiness, became a command center. He unrolled a large sheet of paper on his floor and, with the focus of a general planning a campaign, began to write. Operation, catch up. Objective, condense years of training into weeks. Primary asset, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Method, mass delegation of tasks. He divided the page into sections. At the top, he drew a small, grinning version of himself. This was Naruto Prime. His task, physical conditioning, command and control, and data integration. Beneath that, he drew 5 more figures. Clone Group Alpha, 2 clones, Library Division. Task, infiltrate the Konoha Library. Begin with foundational texts, chakra theory for the modern shinobi, the 5 elements, an overview, a history of the great shinobi wars. Goal, absorb all theoretical knowledge. Clone Group Bravo, 10 clones, Chakra Control Division. Task, proceed to Training Ground 7. Dedicate entirely to the leaf-sticking exercise. Each clone will attempt the exercise until it disperses. Failure is data. Success is progress. With 10 clones, he could get thousands of attempts in a single morning. Clone Group Charlie, 4 clones, Taijutsu Division. Task, occupy a separate, secluded training ground. 2 clones will spar continuously, refining the academy kata. The other 2 will focus on strength and flexibility exercises, pushing the limits of their replicated muscles. Clone Group Delta, 1 clone, Stealth and Evasion Division. Task, traverse the village without being seen. Map out Onbu patrol routes. Practice silent movement. A simple, yet essential skill he had neglected. He looked at his plan, a spark of excitement in his eyes. It was ambitious. It was borderline insane. It was perfect. With a series of hand seals, 21 Narutos filled the small apartment. There was a moment of chaotic disorientation, a chorus of woe. As each clone came to grips with its existence. Naruto Prime clapped his hands, a sharp, commanding sound. "All right, listen up, Mies," he said, pointing to the chart. "You've all got your assignments. Let's get to work." The clones gave a collective, enthusiastic nod, and then, in a flurry of orange jumpsuits, they were gone. Naruto Prime took a deep breath. The quiet in his apartment was suddenly profound. He strapped the Hittite 8 to his forehead, the cool metal a comforting weight. Then, he began his morning run. The first feedback hit him an hour later. He was halfway through his circuit of the village when one of the Bravo clones at the training ground pushed too much chakra into a leaf and popped. The sensation was jarring. A phantom headache bloomed behind his eyes, a jumble of sensory data flooding his mind, the feel of the bark on the clone's forehead, the smell of the damp earth, the sharp sting of frustration, and a flash of insight on why the energy flow had spiked. He stumbled, catching himself on a fence post, his head swimming. "Whoa," he breathed. "Okay. That's a lot." He took a moment, breathing deeply, actively sorting through the new information. His mind, already trained to deconstruct problems, began to compartmentalize the incoming data. It was like opening a zipped file in his brain. Within seconds, the headache subsided, leaving only the knowledge. He now understood, with perfect clarity, what that specific clone had done wrong. A slow grin spread across his face. This was going to work. By the time he arrived at the academy for team placements, he had integrated the memories of 5 dispersed clones. 2 from the Chakra Control Group, 1 from Taijutsu who had overextended a kick, and 2 from the library who had finished their first assigned scrolls. His brain was buzzing, a library of information cross-referencing itself with physical experience. He didn't just know that precise chakra control was key, he had the phantom muscle memory of 1,000 failures telling him why. He didn't just know the theoretical founding date of Konoha, he had the memory of reading the page. He walked into the classroom with a new kind of energy. The loud, boisterous Naruto who craved attention was gone, replaced by a quiet, observant Jonin who felt no need to announce his presence. He took a seat in the back, his eyes scanning the room, analyzing his classmates with a fresh perspective. Sasuke Uchiha sat by the window, radiating an aura of broody coolness. Naruto didn't feel the usual spike of rivalry. Instead, he saw a challenge. A benchmark. He noted the tension in Sasuke's shoulders, the way his eyes were never still. He's always alert, Naruto thought. Never lets his guard down. Good. Sakura Haruno was, as usual, trying to get Sasuke's attention. Naruto's analysis was brief and clinical. Excellent chakra control demonstrated in the academy, but no practical application. Wasted potential. For now. When Iruka-sensei, his arm in a sling but a proud smile on his face, announced the teams, Naruto was ready. Team 7 will be, Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura slumped. Sakura Haruno. She perked up, a hopeful glance at Sasuke. And Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura erupted in silent, fist-pumping victory. Sasuke just let out a quiet HN, the sound of pure annoyance. Naruto's reaction was a simple, internal nod. Balanced. The prodigy with high combat potential. The kunoichi with theoretical intelligence and fine chakra control. And the powerhouse with massive reserves and stamina. This can work. Their Jonin instructor, of course, was late. 3 hours late. Sakura paced and fumed. Sasuke sat and stewed. Naruto, however, saw an opportunity. He closed his eyes, appearing to meditate. In reality, he was sorting through a massive data dump. 10 more clones had dispersed in the last 3 hours. He now possessed the complete text of 3 history books, the phantom experience of 5,000 failed leaf-sticking attempts, and 12 successful ones, and the muscle memory of 2 hours of non-stop taijutsu sparring. His mind was a whirlwind of activity, but on the outside, he was an island of calm. Finally, a man with gravity-defying silver hair and a mask covering half his face appeared at the door. "My first impression of you all," Kakashi Hatake said, his visible eye curving into a lazy smile, "is that you're a bunch of idiots." On the roof, after the dispiriting introductions, Kakashi asked them about their goals. Sakura, flustered, gave a giggling answer that revolved entirely around Sasuke. Sasuke's was dark and clipped. "I have an ambition. To restore my clan and to kill a certain man." The words hung in the air, cold and sharp. Then, Kakashi's eye turned to Naruto. "And you?" Naruto looked out over the village, at the Hokage monument carved into the mountain. His answer wasn't loud or boastful. It was quiet, measured, and filled with a conviction that made Kakashi lean forward ever so slightly. "My goal," Naruto began, "is to get strong enough that I never have to lose anyone I care about again." His eyes flickered, an unconscious nod to Iruka's sacrifice. "I want to understand what it means to be a shinobi of the leaf, and to be someone people can rely on." He paused, a small, genuine smile touching his lips. "And I guess becoming Hokage would be a pretty cool side effect of all that." Kakashi's visible eye widened slightly. This was not the answer he had expected from the file of the loudmouthed, attention-seeking deadlast. This was the answer of a man. "Right," Kakashi said, his tone shifting from lazy to serious. "Well, you'll have a chance to prove yourselves tomorrow. Training Ground 3, 5 a.m. We're going to have a survival exercise." He smiled again, a hint of steel beneath it. "Oh, and don't eat breakfast. You'll puke." As soon as Kakashi vanished in a swirl of leaves, Naruto turned to his new teammates. "He's lying," Naruto stated simply. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "HN? The real test isn't tomorrow," Naruto explained, his mind already connecting the dots from the history books he'd read. "It starts now. This is a test of our ability to gather information and see through deception." "And the survival exercise?" "It's a teamwork test. Every Jonin team goes through one. The goal is always to get the bells from the Jonin instructor. And the failure rate is over 66%. The teams that fail are the ones who try to work alone." Sakura stared at him, dumbfounded. "How do you know all that?" "I've been doing some reading," Naruto said with a shrug. He looked directly at Sasuke, his blue eyes sharp and clear. "We can't beat him alone. He's a former Anbu captain, one of the most famous shinobi in the world. But the 3 of us, working together? We might have a chance. We meet at the training ground at 5 a.m., and we come up with a plan. Together." Without waiting for an answer, Naruto hopped off the roof, landing silently on the street below. Sasuke watched him go, a flicker of something other than annoyance in his dark eyes. It was intrigue. The dead last wasn't a fool. He was a puzzle. And Sasuke Uchiha had always enjoyed a good puzzle. The air at Training Ground 3 had a pre-dawn chill that bit at exposed skin. At precisely 4:55 a.m., Sasuke Uchiha emerged from the trees, his hands shoved in his pockets. He had debated not coming, writing off Naruto's declaration as a fluke. But the logic had been sound, and curiosity was a powerful motivator. A moment later, Sakura arrived, looking nervous but determined. At exactly 5 a.m., Naruto stepped into the clearing. He carried a large, rolled-up map under his arm. "Glad you both made it," he said with a nod, his tone all business. He hadn't eaten, but he felt energized, his mind humming with the integrated knowledge from a full night of clone-based training. He now had a working knowledge of basic elemental theory, several volumes of Konoha's military history, and, most importantly, the phantom sensation of successfully holding a leaf to his forehead for 10 continuous minutes. The ocean inside him was still an ocean, but he was finally learning to build a proper dam. He unrolled the map on the ground. It was a detailed rendering of Training Ground 3. "One of my friends did a little recon last night," Naruto said, skirting the truth of his clone. "Kakashi-sensei will likely use the memorial stone over there to guilt-trip us and reinforce the importance of teamwork. He'll give us until noon to get 2 bells. He'll use misdirection, taijutsu, and probably low-level genjutsu to test our individual skills, but what he's really testing is our ability to cooperate under pressure." Sasuke knelt, his eyes tracing the lines on the map. Sakura leaned in, her skepticism warring with her surprise at Naruto's preparedness. "So what's the plan, dead last?" Sasuke asked, though the insult lacked its usual bite. "The plan is simple," Naruto said, pointing to 3 locations on the map. "It's a 3-stage strategy I'm calling hammer, net, and spear." He looked at Sakura. "Sakura, you're the net. Your chakra control is the best on the team. I borrowed a scroll on basic shinobi traps last night." He slid a small scroll across the map to her. "Your job is to use the terrain and these instructions to turn this entire area into a series of annoyances for Kakashi. Pitfalls, wire traps, diversionary explosive tags. Nothing meant to actually hurt him, just to slow him down, break his focus, and force him where we want him." Sakura looked at the scroll, then at Naruto, her eyes wide. He was entrusting her with a critical role, one that relied on intelligence, not brute force. A small flicker of respect ignited within her. He then turned to Sasuke. "Sasuke, you're the spear. You're the fastest and have the most potent offensive jutsu. Your job is to stay hidden and conserve your energy. You are our decisive strike. When the moment is right, you will be the one to go for the bells." Finally, he tapped his own chest. "I'm the hammer. My job is to hit him hard. I'll use shadow clones to launch a full frontal assault. It's a distraction, but a dangerous one. I'll force him to pay attention to me, probe his defenses, and wear him down. My clones will be your eyes and ears, feeding you information on his position and movements. When the net has him tangled and the hammer has him distracted, the spear will strike." He looked at them both, his expression deadly serious. "But it only works if we trust each other to do our parts. No lone wolf stuff. No trying to be the hero. We pass together, or we fail together. Agreed?" Sasuke stared at the map for a long moment, then gave a curt, single nod. "Agreed." Sakura, her confidence bolstered, nodded as well. "Agreed." They spent the next hour refining the plan, memorizing signals, and syncing their movements. By the time Kakashi appeared in a swirl of leaves at 8 a.m., they weren't 3 Jonin. They were a single, cohesive unit. "Yo," Kakashi said, holding up 2 small bells. "Ready for your test?" He went through the expected speech, the timer, the threat of being tied to a post. He was surprised when none of them seemed intimidated. They just watched him with a focused intensity that was slightly unnerving. "Begin." In an instant, all 3 vanished. Kakashi's eyebrow rose. "Excellent. They know to hide." He didn't have to wait long. A rustle from the trees to his left was followed by a shout. "Here I am." Naruto stood there, grinning like an idiot. Kakashi sighed. "So much for that." He reached for his Icha book. "You know, the first rule of being a ninja is to." He was cut off as 50 Narutos erupted from the surrounding forest, charging him from every conceivable angle. Kakashi's eye widened. 50? This wasn't the simple clone from the files. This was a small army. He put his book away. This required his full attention. The assault was relentless. The clones weren't flailing wildly. They moved with tactical precision, some attacking high, some low, others throwing kunai to cover their approach. Kakashi moved like a phantom, dodging, weaving, and dispelling clones with precise, economical strikes. But for every one he popped, 2 more seemed to take its place. It was like fighting a tide. Hidden in the canopy, Sasuke watched, his eyes narrowed. He could see the patterns in the chaos. The clones were forcing Kakashi into a specific area, limiting his movements, cutting off his escape routes. This is Naruto's hammer, he thought, a grudging respect growing in his chest. Meanwhile, Sakura, guided by the real Naruto's hand signals from his hiding spot, was putting the finishing touches on a pitfall trap, expertly camouflaged with leaves and dirt. Kakashi, growing tired of the game, decided to end it. With a blur of movement, he appeared behind the Naruto who seemed to be directing the attack. Got you. The clone dispersed into smoke, and Kakashi's hand passed through nothing. A substitution. At the same moment, the ground beneath his feet gave way. He dropped into a deep pit, landing softly on his feet. A net, triggered by his fall, sprang from the sides, wrapping around him. Now! Naruto's voice yelled. Sasuke exploded from his hiding place. His hands flew through seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive orb of flame roared towards the trapped Jonin. Kakashi, still tangled in the net, had no choice but to use a substitution of his own, a log taking the brunt of the fire. He reappeared on a branch across the clearing, his expression unreadable behind his mask. He looked at his three students, now standing together in the center of the clearing, panting but ready. Naruto was bruised, Sasuke was breathing heavily from his jutsu, and Sakura had dirt smudged on her cheek. They hadn't gotten the bells. They hadn't even come close. But they were standing together. The alarm clock on the stump rang, signaling noon. Well, Kakashi said, his voice holding a new tone. You didn't get the bells. So, you all fail. Sakura's face fell. Sasuke scowled. But Naruto just shook his head. No, we don't, Naruto said, looking his sensei in the eye. The test wasn't about the bells. It was about whether we could put the team before ourselves. And we did. Kakashi was silent for a long moment. He looked at the scorched earth, the deep pit, the scattered remnants of dozens of traps. He looked at the three kids who had formulated and executed a plan that had actually forced him to use a substitution jutsu twice. He let out a long sigh, and his visible eye curved into a genuine smile. All the other teams I've tested have fallen apart, he said, his voice soft. They were fools who listened only to me and tried to work alone. Shinobi who break the rules are scum, that's true. He looked at them, a powerful emotion in his gaze. But shinobi who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. He gestured to the memorial stone. You understood that before we even began. You passed. A wave of relief washed over them. Sakura beamed. Sasuke allowed himself a small, almost imperceptible smirk. Naruto grinned, a real, bright, sunny grin. So, he said, his stomach rumbling loudly. Does this mean we can get some ramen? Kakashi chuckled. Yes, Naruto. It does. My treat. As Team 7 walked away from the training ground, they weren't just a team assigned by the Hokage. They were a team forged in strategy, trust, and the shared victory of their first real test. And Kakashi Hatake, for the first time in a long time, felt a spark of hope for the new generation. This team, he thought, might just be something special. The steam rising from the bowls of ramen at Ichiraku's was a fragrant cloud of victory. For the first time, Naruto wasn't eating alone. He sat between Sasuke and Sakura, with Kakashi perched on a stool beside them, his masked face still impossible to read. The atmosphere was surprisingly comfortable. The shared trial had burned away some of the awkwardness, leaving behind a nascent camaraderie. I can't believe that worked, Sakura said, poking at a fish cake in her miso broth. I was so sure he was going to fail us. It was a logical plan, Sasuke stated, though he pointedly didn't look at Naruto. His objective was to test our teamwork. We demonstrated it. Passing was the only logical outcome. Naruto, halfway through his third bowl, just grinned. See? I told you. Teamwork, believe it. The old catchphrase slipped out, but it felt different now. Less like a desperate plea for attention and more like a statement of fact. Kakashi watched them over the rim of his teacup. His lazy eye took in the scene, analyzing it with the practiced ease of a veteran shinobi. Sasuke wasn't just tolerating Naruto, he was engaging with his logic. Sakura wasn't just fawning over Sasuke, she was participating as a member of the team. And Naruto? Naruto was the catalyst. The file had painted him as a talentless loudmouth. The reality was a hyper-driven, frighteningly intelligent strategist with the chakra reserves of a tailed beast. Kakashi felt a thrill that was equal parts excitement and terror. Teaching this team was going to be anything but boring. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm, a cycle of mind-numbing missions and intense training. The D ranks were as dreadful as advertised, pulling weeds, painting fences, and their eternal nemesis, Tora the demon cat. But Naruto approached even these tasks with a relentless efficiency that baffled his teammates. Okay, here's the deal, he'd announce, holding a struggling Tora by the scruff of its neck. I'll make 10 clones. 5 will form a perimeter around the daimyo's wife's last known position. 3 will conduct a spiraling search pattern inwards. 2 will stay with me to run interference. We'll have this cat boxed in and captured in under 10 minutes. Go. And it worked. Every time. The missions that should have taken hours were completed with clinical speed. Sasuke found it infuriating. This is a waste of time. He seethed one afternoon after they'd efficiently weeded a civilian's entire garden in 12 minutes. We should be doing real missions, not playing handyman. This is training, Sasuke, Naruto countered, wiping dirt from his hands. He wasn't defensive, he was explaining a principle. It's training in logistics, resource management, and small unit coordination under low-stress conditions. If we can't work together to catch a cat, how are we supposed to work together when a Chunin is trying to kill us? Sasuke had no answer for that. The logic was infuriatingly sound. It turned his frustration inward, into a burning desire to prove he was ready for that Chunin. When they weren't on missions, Kakashi drilled them relentlessly. The focus was on fundamentals. Taijutsu, shurikenjutsu, and the one exercise that would define their Jonin careers, tree walking. For Sakura, whose control was already excellent, it took only a few hours. For Sasuke, it was a matter of a day, his natural talent allowing him to quickly find the precise balance. For Naruto, it was a war. His first attempt sent him 20 feet up the trunk before the ocean of his chakra erupted, blasting him off the tree and cracking the bark. Kakashi sighed. Naruto, the point is to use a small, steady stream. Not to detonate your feet. Naruto just grinned, picking himself up. Got it. More control. He then made 20 shadow clones. Alright guys, you heard him. Let's get this done. The clones swarmed the trees. The training ground became a cacophony of explosions as clone after clone was blasted off the trunks. Sasuke and Sakura watched in stunned silence. Each time a clone popped, the real Naruto, meditating at the base of his own tree, would flinch as the memory and experience flooded his mind. By the end of the day, he was walking to the top of the tree as easily as Sakura. Kakashi stared, his single visible eye wide. He had just witnessed Naruto condense weeks of agonizing practice into a single afternoon. The boy wasn't just a hard worker, he was a cheat code for improvement. The effect on Sasuke was profound. He saw Naruto's explosive growth not as an insult, but as a challenge thrown directly at him. The dead last was catching up at an impossible rate. The Uchiha prodigy would not, be surpassed. His own training intensified. He would stay late after Kakashi dismissed them, running through his katas until his muscles screamed, practicing his fireball jutsu until his throat was raw. One evening, he found Naruto at their usual training ground, not with clones, but alone, practicing a complex series of strikes against a log. The movements were fluid, powerful, and precise. Your form is sloppy, Sasuke said, his voice cutting through the quiet. Naruto stopped, turning to face him. He wasn't offended. Yeah? Show me. What followed was not a fight, but a lesson. Sasuke, with the ingrained grace of his clan's style, walked Naruto through the kata, correcting his footwork, the angle of his elbow, the rotation of his hips. Naruto, in turn, absorbed the information with an unnerving focus, his body mimicking Sasuke's instructions perfectly after only a few tries. A silent respect began to grow between them, forged in the sweat and strain of mutual improvement. Sakura, meanwhile, felt the gap between her and her teammates widening into a chasm. She was intelligent, she had passed the Bell test, but in terms of raw power, she was being left in the dust. One afternoon, after watching Naruto and Sasuke spar with an intensity that made the air crackle, she made a decision. She found Naruto in the library, or rather, 2 of his clones, their heads buried in scrolls. She hesitated for a moment, then took a breath. Naruto-kun? The clones looked up in unison, giving her identical smiles. Hey, Sakura-chan. What's up? I need some advice, she said, her voice barely a whisper. I don't want to be left behind. I want to be useful to the team. One clone tapped a scroll titled The Chakra Scalpel, Medical Ninjutsu Theory. The other pointed to a section in a book on illusory techniques and mental interference. Your chakra control is your greatest weapon, the first clone said, echoing the thoughts of Naruto Prime. You could be a healer. It's one of the most respected and difficult fields in the shinobi world. Or, the second clone added, you could turn your mind into a weapon. Genjutsu is all about precise control and intelligence. You have both. Most opponents train their bodies, but they leave their minds wide open. The real Naruto, miles away running laps, received the memory of the conversation. He smiled. Sakura wasn't asking for power, she was asking for a path. And he, with his army of researchers, could give her the map. Kakashi saw all of this, and for the first time, he felt he could truly begin to teach them. He gathered them one morning, a serious look in his eye. Your teamwork is solid. Your fundamentals are improving at a terrifying rate, he said. It's time to talk about affinities. Your chakra has a natural elemental alignment. Mastering it is the next step to becoming a true Chunin level shinobi. He handed them each a small piece of chakra paper. Sakura's dampened, revealing a water affinity. Sasuke's wrinkled, a sign of lightning. Naruto channeled his chakra into the paper. It split cleanly in two. Wind, Kakashi breathed, a look of shock on his face. The rarest and most versatile of the elements for close to mid-range combat. He looked at his team. The Uchiha prodigy with fire and lightning. The budding medic nin or genjutsu specialist with water. And the Jinchuriki powerhouse with a wind affinity. The potential of this team was staggering. All right, Kakashi said, a new fire in his own eye. The D ranks are over. You're ready. He pulled a mission scroll from his vest. We have a C rank. An escort mission to the land of waves. Pack your gear. We leave at dawn. Team 7 looked at each other. The grind was over. The real test was about to begin. The dawn departure from Konoha was crisp and businesslike. Team 7 met their client, Tazuna, at the main gate. The bridge builder was a grizzled man with a towel wrapped around his head and a bottle of sake dangling from his hand, even at this early hour. He smelled faintly of sawdust and cheap liquor. These are my bodyguards? Tazuna slurred, looking the three Jonin up and down with disdain. They're just kids. Especially the short, loud one. Naruto, who was in the middle of a mental check-in with the 50 clones he'd left behind in Konoha to continue his training, simply gave the man a placid smile. Sir, our job is to get you to the land of waves safely. We'll do that. The rest is irrelevant. Tazuna grunted, taken aback by the boy's calm demeanor. He had been expecting an outburst. The journey started uneventfully. The road out of the land of fire was well traveled and safe. Kakashi led the way, his nose in his book, seemingly oblivious. Sakura flanked Tazuna on the right, Sasuke on the left, their eyes constantly scanning the trees. Naruto took the rear guard, his senses expanded beyond his own body. He had left one clone with the specific task of studying sensory techniques. While he was far from a master, the constant influx of information from his other selves had sharpened his perception to a razor's edge. He felt it before he saw it. A subtle disharmony in the environment. A patch of road, glistening with water from a recent rain shower despite the clear blue sky and dry ground for miles in every direction. He didn't shout. He didn't break formation. He simply made a small, pre-arranged hand signal, a closed fist tapped twice against his thigh. Anomaly detected. Potential threat. Up ahead, Kakashi's visible eye flickered from his book for a fraction of a second. He'd seen the puddle too, of course, but he was impressed the boy had noticed. Sasuke and Sakura, seeing Naruto's signal, tensed imperceptibly, their hands moving closer to their kunai pouches. As they drew level with the puddle, two figures erupted from the water, chains with wicked-looking gauntlets flying through the air. First prize. One of them snarled. The chains wrapped around Kakashi, and with a brutal jerk, the Jonin was torn to shreds. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura screamed, her training momentarily forgotten in a wave of pure terror. Tazuna froze, his face pale. Sasuke, however, reacted instantly. He drew a kunai and shuriken, planting himself firmly in front of Tazuna. Sakura, guard the client. Naruto. But Naruto was already moving. On it. The two enemy ninja, the demon brothers of the hidden mist, ignored the Jonin, their focus on each other. You got the jump on him, Maizu. No, you did, Gozu, the other replied. Their argument was cut short as 10 Narutos materialized from the trees, kunai in hand. Sorry to interrupt, the lead clone said with a cheerful wave, but you're under arrest for the murder of a Konoha Jonin. The demon brothers sneered. Pathetic brats. We'll deal with you in a second. They charged, not at the clones, but at Tazuna. This was the real test. Sasuke met the charge head-on. He ducked under a swipe from Gozu's clawed gauntlet, his kunai deflecting the chain. His movements were precise, efficient, a dance of flashing steel. He was holding his own against a Chunin-level opponent, his Uchiha training shining through. Maizu, the other brother, broke off, making a beeline for the bridge builder. Sakura stood her ground, her body trembling but her eyes filled with resolve. She threw a handful of caltrops, forcing the ninja to alter his path. It was a small thing, but it bought them a precious second. That's when Naruto's plan kicked in. The clones weren't just a distraction. As Gozu and Sasuke engaged, two clones broke off from the main group, each with a length of ninja wire. They moved in a pincer, looping the wire around the distracted Mist Nin's ankles. Now, they yelled. They pulled, and Gozu, his balance compromised, stumbled. It was the opening Sasuke needed. He didn't hesitate. He drove a powerful kick into the ninja's unprotected side, sending him staggering. At the same time, the remaining 8 clones swarmed Maizu. It wasn't a taijutsu assault. It was a dogpile. They grabbed his arms, his legs, his head, their combined weight and strength overwhelming him through sheer numbers. He was pinned, immobilized under a mountain of orange jumpsuits. The fight was over in less than a minute. Sasuke stood panting over the tangled Gozu, while the clone pile held Maizu fast. Sakura kept her kunai trained on the captured ninja, her breathing ragged. A slow clap came from the trees. Kakashi emerged, leaning against a trunk, his Icha book back in his hand. There wasn't a scratch on him. "Well done," he said, his eye crinkling in a smile. "Excellent teamwork. Sasuke, good instincts. Sakura, you protected the client perfectly. And Naruto. A bit unorthodox, but effective." Sakura's relief was quickly replaced by anger. "You were alive the whole time. You let us think you were dead." Ma, Kakashi said, waving a dismissive hand. "I had to see how you'd handle a real threat without me. If you had frozen, I would have stepped in. But you didn't." He turned his gaze to the demon brothers, and the lazy demeanor vanished, replaced by a chilling cold. "Now then." He looked at Tazuna, who was sweating profusely. "It seems this is more than a simple escort mission. Chunin-level assassins don't hunt bridge builders for fun. They're after you, specifically. This is a B-rank mission, possibly A rank, depending on who they work for. You lied to us." Tazuna sagged, the truth pouring out of him. He spoke of his land, impoverished and broken under the iron grip of a shipping magnate named Gato. The bridge was their only hope for freedom, a way to break Gato's stranglehold on their economy. He couldn't afford a B-rank mission, so he had gambled on a C rank, hoping to slip through unnoticed. "We should return to the village," Kakashi said, his tone final. "This is beyond the scope of our mission and your abilities." "No," a voice said. It was Naruto. He stepped forward, the clones holding Maizu dispersing in puffs of smoke. He looked at Tazuna, not with anger, but with a deep, unwavering empathy. "We're finishing the mission," he stated. "Naruto, be reasonable," Kakashi began. "The next assassin won't be a Chunin. It will be a Jonin. Someone like me." "It doesn't matter," Sasuke cut in, his voice sharp. He looked at the bound demon brothers with contempt. "This is the kind of challenge I've been waiting for. I'm not running away." Kakashi looked at Sakura. She looked at her teammates, at Naruto's resolve and Sasuke's fire. She thought of the path she wanted to walk, the desire to be useful. Running away wasn't useful. "I agree," she said, her voice firm. "I'm with them." Kakashi sighed, a long, drawn-out sound. He looked at his 3 students, standing united, not by his orders, but by their own conviction. They were reckless. They were in over their heads. And he had never been more proud. "Fine," he said, a smile hidden behind his mask. "It seems Team 7 is continuing the mission." He turned his gaze down the road, towards the mist-shrouded coast of the Land of Waves. "Let's go. And this time, try to keep up." The air grew heavy as they walked. The playful tension of their D-rank days was gone, replaced by the grim focus of soldiers marching into enemy territory. Kakashi had tied the demon brothers to a tree for a Konoha patrol to pick up, but the knowledge that a far greater threat was now hunting them was a palpable weight. Suddenly, a massive sword, spinning end over end, flew out of the trees and embedded itself in a thick oak, mere feet from the group. A figure landed lightly on the hilt of the great blade, his back to them. He was tall and muscular, his face wrapped in bandages, and the Hitai 8 of the hidden mist was worn sideways on his head. The Kubi Kiribocho. The executioner's blade. Well, Zabuza Momochi's voice rasped, a sound like gravel grinding together. "It seems the demon brothers failed. Gato doesn't pay for failure." He turned, his gaze sweeping over them before locking onto Kakashi. "So you're Kakashi of the Sharingan. I've been looking forward to this." "Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist," Kakashi said, his voice level, but his hand already moving to lift his own Hitai 8. "Shinon, new formation. Manji. Protect the client. This is an entirely different level. Do not interfere unless your lives depend on it. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura moved instantly, forming a protective triangle around Tazuna, their kunai out. The killing intent rolling off Zabuza was a physical force, a suffocating pressure that made the air thick and hard to breathe. Sasuke felt his knees tremble, a primal fear he had not felt since that night threatening to overwhelm him. "Don't worry," Kakashi said, his Sharingan now revealed and spinning, its three tomoe locking onto Zabuza. "I won't let my comrades die." The words, so simple, struck Sasuke like a physical blow. They were the words of a true shinobi, the words of a leader. The trembling in his hands stopped. Zabuza chuckled. "We'll see about that." He vanished in a flicker, reappearing on the nearby lake. Ninjutsu, hidden mist jutsu. A thick, unnatural fog rolled in, blanketing the area and cutting visibility to near zero. "He'll come for me first," Kakashi stated calmly. "But he's a master of the silent killing technique. He'll try to take you out from the mist. Stay alert. Focus on your senses." "He's here," Naruto whispered, his eyes closed. His clone network, still active back in Konoha, was a distant hum, but the hyperfocus he'd developed from processing their memories allowed him to pick up the faintest disturbance in the chakra-laden mist. Zabuza appeared in the center of their formation, his greatsword swinging. Kakashi intercepted him, the screech of kunai against the executioner's blade deafening. The two Jonin were a blur of motion, a deadly dance in the fog. "Water style, water prison jutsu," Zabuza roared after forcing Kakashi back. A sphere of water erupted around the Konoha Jonin, trapping him. "This is my playground, Kakashi. You can copy my jutsu all you want, but you can't escape this while maintaining it." A water clone rose from the lake, a perfect copy of Zabuza. "Now, to deal with the brats and the bridge builder." "Listen to me," Kakashi yelled from inside the prison. "Take the client and run. You can't beat him. This was my mistake." Running was the logical choice. But Team 7 didn't move. They looked at each other, a silent conversation passing between them. They remembered the bell test. They remembered Naruto's words. "We pass together, or we fail together." "Sasuke, Sakura," Naruto said, his voice low and steady. "Remember the plan from the bell test? Hammer, net, and spear. It's time for a remix." Sasuke smirked, a feral, excited glint in his eyes. "What's the plan, Dobi?" "The water clone is a problem, but his real body has to stay there to maintain the prison. That's our target," Naruto explained rapidly. "Sakura, you're still the net. Guard Tazuna. Use your intelligence. Look for any opening, any weakness. Sasuke, you and I are both the hammer and the spear. We hit the clone with everything we've got to create an opening, then one of us goes for the real Zabuza." "Let's go," Sasuke yelled, charging the water clone. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive orb of flame shot through the mist. The water clone easily dodged it, the fireball hissing into the lake behind it. "Is that all the great Uchiha can do?" The clone sneered. "Not even close," Naruto's voice came from behind. The clone spun around to see a dozen Narutos charging from the fog. They swarmed him, a chaotic, multi-pronged taijutsu assault. The clone was powerful, but the sheer numbers and coordinated attacks kept it off balance. While the clone was occupied, the real Naruto and Sasuke shared a look. Naruto pulled a Fuma Shuriken from a scroll. "Sasuke, trust me?" Sasuke didn't hesitate. "HN." Naruto transformed into the Fuma Shuriken, and Sasuke grabbed the now identical weapon. With a powerful roar, he leapt into the air and hurled it towards the real Zabuza. "A pathetic shuriken won't work on me." Zabuza scoffed. The shuriken flew past the water clone, heading straight for Zabuza's real body. He caught it easily, but his eyes widened as a second Fuma Shuriken, which had been hidden in the shadow of the first, emerged and continued on its path. Zabuza was forced to leap, breaking his stance and, for a fraction of a second, disrupting his control over the water prison. The shuriken sailed past him, then transformed back into Naruto in mid-air. "Now," he yelled, throwing a kunai at the weakened prison. The kunai struck the water, and with Zabuza's concentration broken, the prison collapsed. Kakashi was free. "Clever, brats," Zabuza snarled, landing on a branch. Before he could attack again, two senbone needles flew out of the mist with incredible speed, embedding themselves in his neck. The demon of the mist stiffened, his eyes wide, before slumping forward and falling to the ground, seemingly dead. A new figure appeared on the branch. A person in the uniform of a mist hunter nin, their face hidden by a white mask with red markings. "Thank you," the hunter nin said, their voice young and feminine. "I have been tracking Zabuza for some time. It is my duty to destroy the body to ensure the village's secrets do not fall into enemy hands. The hunter nin vanished in a flicker, taking Zabuza's body with them. The mist began to clear. Team 7 stood panting, the adrenaline slowly fading. Kakashi walked over, a grim look on his face. He's not dead, Kakashi stated. What? Sakura asked, confused. But that hunter nin. Hunter nin are supposed to destroy the body on the spot, Kakashi explained. And senbone needles are rarely fatal unless they hit a precise vital point. That was a feint. Zabuza was placed in a death-like state. He looked at his students, his Sharingan eye conveying the seriousness of the situation. Zabuza is alive. And his partner is just as dangerous as he is. We need to get Tazuna to his home, and then your real training begins. The walk to Tazuna's home was a silent, grim affair. The revelation that Zabuza and his mysterious, masked partner were still alive, and that they would be back, had extinguished any lingering sense of victory. While Kakashi wasn't physically exhausted, the encounter had served as a brutal wake-up call. His Jonin had performed admirably, but the gap between them and a true A-rank threat like Zabuza was a chasm. The severity of their situation was crystal clear. Tazuna's home was a simple, sturdy wooden house that smelled of cedar and the sea. His daughter, Tsunami, greeted them with weary but kind eyes. Her son, a small boy named Inari, watched the shinobi with eyes full of a bitter, resentful anger. They're just going to die, he muttered, loud enough for everyone to hear. Gado's men will kill them, just like they killed my dad. He turned and fled the room before anyone could respond. Tsunami sighed, a deep, sorrowful sound. Please, forgive him. His stepfather, Keiza, was a hero to this town. He stood up to Gado. And they executed him in front of everyone. Inari hasn't believed in heroes since. The words settled heavily on the Jonin. This wasn't just a mission anymore, it was a battle for the soul of a town, embodied by one small, broken-hearted boy. After settling in, Naruto slipped outside. He created 100 shadow clones, his face a mask of intense concentration. New directives, he announced to the sea of identical faces. Group Alpha, 50 clones. Your task is to master water walking. The lake is our training ground. Go. Group Bravo, 30 clones. You're on taijutsu. Spar with each other. I want our reaction time cut in half by tomorrow. Go. Group Charlie, 20 clones. You're on elemental manipulation. Take these leaves. He produced a stack of leaves from a pouch. The goal is to slice them in half with wind chakra. No exceptions. Go. The clones dispersed, and the forest around Tazuna's house came alive with the sounds of furious, multiplied effort. The next morning, Kakashi gathered his students with a sharp, no-nonsense clap. There was no trace of his usual lazy demeanor. Zabuza will need at least a week to recover, he said, his voice crisp and authoritative. That's how long we have to close the gap. Your teamwork is good, but your individual skills are still raw. You've all mastered tree walking, but Zabuza is a master of water style. The next stage of your chakra control training begins now. He led them to the edge of the vast lake behind the house. You will learn to walk on water. It requires an even finer control than tree walking. You have to constantly adjust your chakra output to match the shifting surface. Master this, and your mobility in a fight against him will increase tenfold. Sakura, whose control was her greatest asset, took to it with studious concentration. She managed several steady steps on her first try before sinking. Kakashi gave her a stack of scrolls. Sakura, while they practice, you will study. These are scrolls on genjutsu theory and advanced trap making. Your mind is your sharpest weapon. Hone it. For Naruto and Sasuke, the lake became a new battlefield. Their first attempts ended with immediate, splashing failure. It's about a constant, subtle release, Kakashi instructed from the dock. Not a single burst. Feel the water beneath you. Sasuke, driven by a burning fury at his own helplessness during the first fight, threw himself at the task with a singular focus. He watched Naruto, who had 100 clones falling into and climbing out of the water all at once, and the rivalry pushed him harder. Naruto, meanwhile, was making exponential progress. Every time a clone popped from chakra exhaustion, the real Naruto, meditating on the dock, would absorb the experience. He wasn't just learning from his own mistakes, he was learning from the mistakes of 100 of himself simultaneously. The feeling of the water's surface tension, the precise amount of chakra needed to stay afloat, it was all being hardwired into his brain. The competition was fierce but unspoken. They spent hours running, sinking, and trying again. It wasn't about animosity anymore, it was about respect. Each saw the other as a benchmark, a mountain to be climbed. By the end of the second day, both boys could sprint across the entire lake, their feet barely disturbing the surface. That night, Naruto found Inari sitting alone on the dock, staring out at the mist-covered water. "You shouldn't be here," Inari said without looking at him. "You'll die. There's no such thing as a hero." Naruto sat down beside him, not crowding him. "Maybe," he said quietly. "But you know, being a hero isn't about not being scared. It's about seeing something you care about, something that's being hurt, and deciding to do something about it, even if you are scared." He looked at his own hands. "I'm not here because I'm not afraid of Gato. I'm here because your stepfather saw something worth protecting. And I think he was right." He didn't say anything else. He just sat there, a quiet, steady presence beside the boy. He didn't know if the words had any effect, but when he got up to leave, he felt a small bit of the crushing weight in the air lift. The week passed in a blur of relentless training. Naruto's clones had reduced the forest to a splintered wasteland and had managed to create a small but noticeable breeze with their wind training. Sasuke could now maintain his fireball jutsu for twice as long. Sakura could identify and dispel low-level genjutsu and had memorized the schematics for 24 complex explosive traps. They were still Jonin, but they were harder, sharper, and faster than they had been a week ago. On the morning of the 7th day, a thick, unnatural mist rolled in, blanketing the half-finished bridge in a familiar, ominous shroud. Kakashi, now fully recovered, gathered his team. "He's here," he said, his voice grim. "Remember your training. Remember the plan. Protect Tazuna, but more importantly, protect each other." Team 7 stood together, their faces set with determination. They were no longer the three disparate kids who had left Konoha. They were a single unit, forged in the fires of shared struggle and mutual respect. They were ready. They walked out onto the bridge, into the mist, to face the demon. The mist on the bridge was a living entity. It coiled and writhed, muffling the world in a damp, gray silence that was heavier than any sound. The handful of Tazuna's workers who had shown up for their shift were huddled together, their tools lying forgotten, their faces pale masks of terror. Team 7 moved with a practiced fluidity, forming their protective diamond formation around the bridge builder. Kakashi stood at the fore, his Hittite 8 already raised, the Sharingan spinning lazily, a crimson beacon in the gray. "Looks like the welcoming party has arrived," Kakashi said, his voice deceptively casual. From the swirling fog ahead, two figures resolved into view. Zabuza Momochi stood with his arms crossed, the executioner's blade strapped to his back, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. Beside him, the masked hunter Nin stood with a quiet, unnerving stillness. "I've kept you waiting, Kakashi," Zabuza rasped. "I hope you've enjoyed your last week on Earth. Haku, you take care of the brats. The Uchiha is yours. I want the copy ninja for myself." "As you wish, Zabuza-sama," the hunter Nin, Haku, replied, his voice a smooth, chilling monotone. In a flicker of movement, Kakashi and Zabuza were gone, their battle erupting further down the bridge in a chaotic symphony of steel clashing and water jutsu exploding. The shockwaves alone were enough to make the bridge tremble. Haku turned his masked gaze upon the Jonin. "I don't wish to kill you," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. "Surrender the bridge builder, and you can walk away." "Not happening," Sasuke shot back, stepping forward. The fear from their first encounter was gone, replaced by a cold, burning excitement. This was the test he had been training for. "You're my opponent." "Very well," Haku said with what might have been a sigh. He blurred into motion, a volley of senbone needles flying from his fingertips. Sasuke met the attack head-on. His week of relentless training had sharpened his reflexes to a razor's edge. He moved with a fluid grace, his kunai a silver blur, deflecting the deadly needles with precise, economical movements. He wasn't just reacting, he was anticipating, his mind and body finally in perfect sync. He closed the distance, his taijutsu a flurry of powerful kicks and strikes. Haku was forced onto the defensive, matching Sasuke blow for blow. It was a high-speed dance of incredible skill, but Naruto, watching from his position beside Tazuna, could see the truth. Sasuke is pushing him back, he analyzed, but Haku isn't using his full speed. He's testing him. Probing for weaknesses. "Sakura, analysis," Naruto ordered quietly. "He's using one-handed seals," Sakura whispered back, her eyes wide with concentration. "That's incredibly advanced. And his chakra? It's cold. It feels like ice." Haku, seemingly tiring of the game, disengaged with a powerful leap backward. "You are skilled," he acknowledged. "More skilled than I anticipated. But this ends now." He flashed through a series of one-handed seals, and the air around Sasuke shimmered with a frigid energy. Secret jutsu, demonic mirroring ice crystals. A cage of crystalline ice mirrors erupted from the bridge, surrounding Sasuke on all sides. Haku stepped into one of the mirrors, and his reflection appeared in every single one. Now, Haku's voice echoed from all directions, "Let's begin." He shot out of one of the mirrors, a blur of motion, raking Sasuke with senbon before retreating back into the mirror's surface. Sasuke cried out in pain, unable to track the attack. Before he could recover, Haku struck again from another mirror, then another. It was an impossible assault, an attack from every direction at once. "Sasuke," Naruto yelled, his knuckles white. He made a hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu. 50 Narutos erupted onto the bridge. "Alright, you masked freak. Let's see how you like this." The lead clone roared, leading a charge towards the ice dome. They slammed into the mirrors with punches and kicks, but the ice was as hard as steel, refusing to crack. "It's no use," Sakura yelled. "It's a Kekkei Genkai. You can't break it with brute force." Inside the dome, Sasuke was on his knees, riddled with needles, his breathing ragged. He couldn't see Haku. He could only feel the pain. "This is it?" he thought, a wave of despair washing over him. "After all that training. I'm still not strong enough? Giving up already?" Naruto's voice yelled from outside the dome. It was obnoxious. It was loud. It was exactly what Sasuke needed to hear. That idiot. Sasuke thought, a surge of anger clearing his head. He's out there, still fighting, and I'm in here feeling sorry for myself? He staggered to his feet, his body screaming in protest. He looked at the endless reflections of his opponent, at the blur of motion that he couldn't follow. He needed to see. He needed to see more. The desire, the desperation, the burning need to protect his teammate, his rival, from his own foolishness ignited something deep within him. A searing pain erupted in his eyes, and when he opened them again, the world had changed. It was sharper, clearer. And in his vision, Haku's blurring movements were no longer an untraceable smear. They were a series of distinct, separate motions. In his dark eyes, a single, blood-red tomoe spun to life in each pupil. The Sharingan had awakened. "I can see you," Sasuke whispered, a feral grin spreading across his face. When Haku shot out of a mirror for another attack, Sasuke was ready. He moved, not just reacting, but intercepting. He ducked under the senbon, his fist lashing out, catching Haku square in the jaw and sending the masked ninja stumbling back in genuine shock. Haku stared at Sasuke's crimson eyes, a flicker of understanding in his own. That eye. So, the rumors of the Uchiha were true. His tone became colder, more serious. "In that case, I can no longer afford to hold back." He flashed between the mirrors, his speed increasing tenfold. Even with the Sharingan, Sasuke was overwhelmed. He was hit again and again, the pain becoming a dull, constant roar. Naruto, watching from the outside, felt a surge of panic. Sasuke was going to die. He had to do something. He formed a new set of clones. "Wind-style training, now," he yelled. The 20 clones he had assigned to wine manipulation back at Tazana's house had popped hours ago, but their experiences were etched into his mind. The thousands of failures, the minute adjustments, the feeling of shaping chakra into a cutting edge. He held a kunai and focused, pouring his wind-natured chakra into it, trying to replicate the process. The air around the blade shimmered, becoming visibly sharp. "Sasuke! Get down!" he roared. He hurled the chakra-infused kunai at the dome. It didn't shatter the mirror. But it didn't bounce off, either. It bit into the surface, carving a deep, screeching gouge in the ice before falling to the ground. It was a tiny bit of damage, but it was proof. The mirrors weren't invincible. Inside, Haku saw his opening. While Sasuke was distracted by Naruto's shout, he unleashed his final, desperate attack, a storm of senbon from every mirror at once, aimed at the Uchiha's heart. There was no time to dodge. Sasuke closed his eyes, bracing for the end. But the pain never came. He opened his eyes to see a flash of orange. Naruto, having somehow gotten inside the dome through the damaged mirror, stood in front of him, his arms outstretched, his body riddled with the senbon meant for Sasuke. Naruto?" Sasuke stammered, his Sharingan eyes wide with disbelief. "Hey," Naruto coughed, a trickle of blood running from his mouth. "Looks like my body's a little slow today." He gave Sasuke a weak, goofy grin before his eyes rolled back in his head and he collapsed, a pincushion of needles. Silence. Sasuke stared at Naruto's still form. At the boy who had always been a rival, an annoyance, a benchmark. The boy who had just, without hesitation, saved his life. A rage unlike anything he had ever known erupted in his chest, a volcanic fury that dwarfed even the hatred he held for his brother. The single tomoe in his eyes spun wildly, and a second one blazed into existence beside it. "You," Sasuke whispered, his voice a low, dangerous growl. He looked at Haku, his two tomoe Sharingan burning with a murderous light. "I'm going to kill you." But before he could move, a new chakra signature exploded from Naruto's fallen body. It was red, malevolent, and overwhelmingly powerful. The air grew thick and hot, and a visible, crimson aura erupted around Naruto, healing his wounds in an instant. The senbone were pushed from his skin by the sheer force of the energy. Naruto rose to his feet, but it wasn't Naruto anymore. His eyes were red, slitted like a cat's, his whisker marks were thick and feral, and his teeth had sharpened into fangs. He let out a roar that was not human, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage that shook the very foundations of the bridge. He turned his slitted gaze towards Haku, and for the first time, the masked ninja felt a tremor of genuine fear. He was no longer facing a Jonin. He was facing a demon. With a single, explosive step, the enraged Naruto charged, his fist cocked back, the raw power of the nine-tailed fox unleashed. The tenant. The world outside vanished. The roar of the nine tails, the gasp from Sasuke, the shattering of the ice mirrors under the sheer pressure of the demonic chakra, it all faded into a distant echo. Naruto's consciousness, which should have been snuffed out by the pain and the rage, was instead pulled inward, dragged down into the depths of his own mind. He found himself in a vast, cavernous space. The floor was submerged in ankle-deep water that stretched into an oppressive darkness. The only light came from some unseen source far above, illuminating the path ahead. It looked like a massive, flooded sewer, pipes as thick as ancient trees running along the walls and disappearing into the gloom. A constant, rhythmic dripping was the only sound. Naruto stood there, not in his orange jumpsuit, but in a simple white shirt and pants. He looked down at his hands, then at his surroundings. His analytical mind, though reeling, immediately began to process. This is a mindscape. My mindscape. But why is it a sewer? And what was that power? He felt a pull, a magnetic draw from deep within the darkness. He followed it, his bare feet splashing softly in the water. The corridor opened into a chamber of impossible scale. And there, dominating the space, was a cage. Its bars were titanic, reaching from the watery floor to the unseen ceiling, held together by a single piece of paper with the kanji for seal written on it. And behind those bars, two colossal, slitted red eyes opened, each one larger than Naruto himself. They burned with an ancient, cynical intelligence. A low chuckle, a sound like a landslide, rumbled through the chamber, making the water at Naruto's feet tremble. "So, the brat finally decides to visit. Took you long enough." Naruto stared, his mind connecting the dots with a speed that was both terrifying and clarifying. The whispers of demon brat. The overwhelming chakra he could never quite control. Mizuki's hateful revelation. The red energy that had just healed him. It all pointed to one, impossible conclusion. "You're the nine-tailed fox," Naruto stated. It wasn't a question. His voice was steady, betraying none of the awe or fear that was churning in his gut. The great fox, Kurama, let out another rumbling chuckle. A massive, fanged grin spread across his face. "Sharp one, aren't you? Sharper than my last two jailers, at least." "Yes, Kit. I am the great and powerful nine-tailed fox. And you are my cage." Naruto walked closer, stopping just before the bars. He looked up at the immense being, the source of all his misery, the reason for his loneliness. He felt a surge of anger, but his analytical mind held it in check. Anger was an emotion. This was a problem to be deconstructed. "So this is why," Naruto said quietly. "This is why the villagers hate me. Why I have so much trouble with my chakra. It's not my chakra, is it? It's yours, leaking into my system." Kurama's grin faltered, replaced by a look of genuine surprise. Most hosts would be screaming and crying by now. Or begging for power. "You're analyzing the situation. Screaming won't change the fact that you're in here," Naruto replied logically. "And begging for power seems like a good way to get tricked. I have a few questions." Kurama rested his massive head on his paws, his slitted eyes regarding Naruto with a newfound interest. This was different. "Ask away, jailer. It's not like I have other plans. That power I just used. That was you?" "A pittance," Kurama snorted. "A drop from my ocean. Your emotions, your rage at seeing your spiky-haired friend go down, weaken the seal just enough for some of my chakra to spill out. It's a crude, inefficient way to use my power. You're lucky it didn't just burn your body to a crisp. How do I use it more efficiently? Naruto asked, his mind already racing with the possibilities. Kurama actually laughed, a booming sound that echoed through the chamber. Straight to the point. I like that. But power isn't free, kid. A partnership requires negotiation. And frankly, you haven't been a very interesting host. Until recently. What changed? That clone trick of yours, Kurama admitted, a flicker of something like respect in his voice. For years, all I've had to watch is you getting beaten up, eating that disgusting instant ramen, and failing at everything. It's been excruciatingly boring. But these last few weeks. Fascinating. You found a loophole in the laws of reality. You're compressing decades of experience into days. I've never seen a human do that. You don't just work hard. You work smart. You multiply your effort. It's intriguing. Naruto processed this. The fox had been watching him. His entire life. It had seen every failure, every moment of loneliness, every single drop of sweat. So you're bored, Naruto surmised. Beyond words, Kurama growled. I am a being of pure chakra, a force of nature. And I've been stuck watching a child learn to walk. But you have potential. The potential to be something more than just a leaky faucet for my power. What kind of deal are you proposing? Naruto asked, his gaze unwavering. For now, nothing, Kurama said, his massive eye narrowing. This is just an introduction. A professional courtesy. But know this, Naruto Uzumaki. Your rage gives me an opening. But your will keeps me from consuming you. That's the balance. If you want to tap into my power consciously, you'll have to come back here. And you'll have to offer me something in return. Like what? Entertainment, for starters, Kurama grinned. Show me that your genius of hard work can become something truly legendary. Don't be a boring host. And maybe, just maybe, I'll consider lending you a paw. He paused, his voice dropping to a low rumble. Now, wake up. Your friend is in trouble, and that ice user is about to learn what happens when you poke a demon. The world of the sewer dissolved, and Naruto's consciousness slammed back into his body with the force of a physical blow. He was on the bridge, the red chakra receding from his body like a dying fire, leaving him feeling drained but clear-headed. The ice mirrors were shattered, littering the bridge like broken glass. Sasuke was standing over him, his two Tomoe Sharingan wide with shock and concern. Haku was on the other side of the bridge, his mask cracked, staring at Naruto with undisguised fear. Naruto pushed himself to his feet, his body aching. He looked at Haku, not with the blind rage of the Nine Tails, but with his own, clear eyes. He remembered the feel of the senbone, the sacrifice. But he also remembered Haku's words. I don't wish to kill you. The fight's over, Naruto said, his voice raspy. Naruto. He tried to kill me. He killed you. Sasuke snarled, his rage still simmering. No, he didn't, Naruto said, looking at Haku. Those needles. He avoided my vital points. He put me in a death-like state. Just like he did with Zabuza. He looked at the masked boy. Why? Haku was silent for a moment. Because you and your friend. You reminded me of myself, long ago. Before I became a tool for Zabuza-sama to wield. He looked down at his hands. When a person has something precious they want to protect. That's when they can become truly strong. The words resonated with both Naruto and Sasuke. Further down the bridge, the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza reached its climax. With a final, desperate charge, Kakashi prepared to unleash his own signature jutsu, the Chidori. But before he could strike, a new figure appeared on the bridge. A short man in a ridiculous suit, flanked by 24 thugs armed with swords and spears. It was Gato. Well, Zabuza, Gato sneered, a cigarillo dangling from his lips. You're proving to be more expensive than you're worth. I've decided to terminate your contract. He gestured to his thugs. And kill everyone else while you're at it. Including the demon. Zabuza froze, his eyes wide with betrayal. Haku looked from Gato to Zabuza, his loyalty warring with the sudden, ugly truth. The standoff on the bridge had just become a whole lot more complicated. The sudden arrival of Gato and his army of sword-for-hire thugs changed the entire dynamic of the battlefield. The oppressive mist, Zabuza's signature jutsu, began to thin as his concentration broke, revealing the full extent of the chaos. The bridge was littered with shattered ice, scorch marks, and the unconscious forms of Tazuna's construction crew. Gato chuckled, a wet, unpleasant sound. Look at you all. Battered, beaten, and broke. I was going to pay you a fortune, Zabuza, But it occurs to me that hiring this army of cutthroats to kill you all is much, much cheaper. It's just good business. Zabuza didn't move. He simply stared at the diminutive man who had been his employer, his face a mask of cold fury. The concept of being betrayed by a client, especially one so pathetic, was a profound insult to his shinobi pride. Haku appeared at his side in a flicker, his own cracked mask doing little to hide the conflict in his eyes. Zabuza-sama. Kakashi, his hands still crackling with the contained lightning of his Chidori, straightened up, his Sharingan analyzing the new, complex equation. He had Zabuza dead to rights, but now they were outnumbered 20-1 by fresh enemies. It was Haku who put the final pieces together. He looked from the exhausted Kakashi to the enraged Sasuke, and finally to Naruto. The boy was standing on his own now, looking drained, but the memory of that monstrous, red chakra was seared into Haku's mind. A power that healed mortal wounds in an instant, that shattered his unbreakable ice mirrors with sheer pressure. It was the power of legend. The power of a tailed beast. He was a Jinchuriki. Fighting a team with a copy ninja, an Uchiha prodigy who had just awakened his Sharingan, and a Jinchuriki who had just tapped into his power for the first time. It was no longer a mission. It was suicide. And their employer had just voided their contract in the most permanent way possible. Zabuza-sama, Haku said, his voice low and urgent. Our contract with Gato is null. Our mission to kill the bridge builder is over. These Konoha nin are no longer our primary opponents. Zabuza let out a bitter, humorless laugh. You're right, Haku. They're not. He turned his burning gaze from Kakashi to Gato. A shinobi is a tool. But even a tool has its pride. He looked at Kakashi, his arms hanging limp and useless at his sides from their last exchange. Kakashi. Lend me a kunai. Kakashi stared for a moment, then tossed a kunai, which Zabuza caught expertly in his mouth. The message was clear. The fight between them was over. A new, more personal battle was about to begin. You're all insane. Gato shrieked, taking a step back. He can't even use his arms. Kill him. Kill them all. The thugs let out a collective roar and charged. Zabuza exploded into motion. He was a demon unleashed, a whirlwind of focused carnage. With the kunai clenched in his teeth, he plunged into the mob. He moved with a brutal, terrifying grace, dodging swords, breaking limbs, and slitting throats, his body a weapon even without his arms or his greatsword. But there were too many. For every one he took down, two more took its place, their swords hacking at his back and legs. He was being overwhelmed. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura cried out. What do we do? Kakashi was about to order a tactical retreat when Naruto stepped forward. Zabuza is no longer our enemy, he stated, his voice ringing with a strange clarity. He looked at the thugs, at Gato, at the terrified townspeople. He's just a guy trying to get paid. But Gato is the one who's been bleeding this country dry. He brought his hands together in a familiar seal. This mission is about protecting Tazuna and this bridge. And right now, Gato is the biggest threat to both. Naruto, no. Kakashi warned. Shadow clone jutsu. Not 50, but 200 Narutos erupted onto the bridge, a veritable tidal wave of orange. All right, boys. The lead clone yelled. Let's take out the trash. The effect was instantaneous chaos. The army of thugs, who had been focused on overwhelming a single, injured Zabuza, were suddenly faced with a small army of their own. Clones swarmed them, not with lethal force, but with a dizzying array of punches, kicks, traps, and general mayhem. They tripped thugs into each other, disarmed them, and used their sheer numbers to create a clear path through the chaos. Sasuke watched, his Sharingan spinning, a look of utter disbelief on his face. The idiot, the dead last, was commanding a battlefield like a seasoned Jonin. He was controlling the flow of the fight, not through raw power, but through overwhelming, tactical chaos. Zabuza, finding his path suddenly clear, didn't waste the opportunity. He shot through the gap Naruto's clones had created, a bloody, unstoppable missile aimed directly at Gato. The short man screamed, a pathetic, high-pitched sound, as the demon of the mist descended upon him. The kunai in Zabuza's mouth flashed once, and Gato's scream was cut short. With their paymaster dead, the remaining thugs faltered. Seeing their hesitation, the townspeople, who had been watching from the end of the bridge, let out a roar of their own. Led by a tearful but determined Inari, they charged forward, armed with tools, planks, and years of pent-up rage. The battle was over. The thugs broke and fled, jumping from the sides of the bridge to escape the wrath of the people they had terrorized for so long. Zabuza stood over Gato's body, swaying on his feet, his body a canvas of cuts and bruises. He looked at Naruto, who stood alone now, his clones having dispersed, and the expression in the demon's eyes was one he had never worn before: respect. He and Haku began to walk away, towards the edge of the bridge. "You're just leaving?" Naruto called out. "Our business here is done," Zabuza rasped, not looking back. "We have our own battles to fight." Haku paused and turned, his cracked mask revealing one soft, brown eye. He looked at Naruto, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. A Jinchuriki, Haku thought, a seed of an idea planting itself in his mind. A power like that could change everything back home. He knew then that their path didn't lead to a life of a mercenary. It led back to the mist, to the rebellion, to the hope of a better Kiri. "Perhaps we'll meet again, Naruto Uzumaki," Haku said, his voice quiet. Then he and Zabuza vanished into the clearing fog. As the sun finally broke through the clouds, it illuminated a scene of victory. The bridge was finished. The tyrant was dead. And the people of the land of waves were free. Kazuna walked over to Naruto, tears streaming down his face. "You did it, kid," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "You saved us all." He looked at the magnificent structure spanning the water. "We're going to name it after you. From this day on, this will be known as the Great Naruto Bridge." Naruto just grinned, a wide, honest, and slightly goofy smile. He looked at his teammates, at Sakura, who was tending to the injured workers, at Sasuke, who was watching him with a new, complex understanding in his Sharingan eyes, and at Kakashi, who was looking at him with an expression of pure, unadulterated pride. The mission was over. They had faced down demons, awakened new powers, and saved a nation. And for Naruto, the genius of hard work, it was just the beginning. Chapter 2, The Echoes of the Bridge. The journey back to Konoha was a stark contrast to the one they had taken just weeks before. The path was the same, the trees were the same, but the three Jonin walking it were fundamentally different. The easy, if slightly tense, rhythm of their D-rank days had been replaced by a quiet, professional watchfulness. They moved with an economy of motion born from true combat, their eyes constantly scanning, their senses alert. They had walked into the mist as children playing at being shinobi. They were walking out of it as soldiers who had seen the face of death and chosen to spit in its eye. Sasuke was the most outwardly changed. The broody annoyance he once directed at Naruto had been replaced by a complex, introspective silence. He would spend hours staring at his own reflection in his polished kunai, his newly awakened Two-Tomoe Sharingan flaring to life, a crimson vortex of questions. He had been surpassed. He had been saved. Both by the one person he had considered his inferior. The foundations of his world, that he, the Uchiha prodigy, was destined to walk a solitary path to power, had been shattered. Now, he found himself glancing at Naruto, not with rivalry, but with a burning, analytical curiosity. He was re-evaluating everything. Sakura walked with a new confidence. She had faced down Chunin-level threats, acted as the team's tactical support against a Kekkei Genkai user, and had begun her own specialized training. The scrolls Naruto's clones had provided were her new obsession. She wasn't just Sasuke's fangirl anymore, she was Team 7's intelligence officer and budding medic, a vital gear in the machine, and she carried that knowledge with a quiet pride. And Naruto? Naruto was a paradox. On the surface, he was the same, quick with a grin and ready to celebrate with ramen. But beneath the surface, his mind was a whirlwind. The conversation with the Nine Tails had changed everything. He was no longer just Naruto Uzumaki, the orphan who worked hard. He was Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, a living cage for a being of immense power and cynical intelligence. The knowledge didn't frighten him. In his pragmatic, analytical mind, it was simply another variable, another problem to be deconstructed and understood. He spent the journey back in a state of deep mental communion, not with the fox, but with himself. He replayed every second of the fight, every piece of data from his clones, every word from his tenant. He was building a new framework for his own existence. Their debriefing in the Hokage's office was brief and to the point. Kakashi gave a factual, unembellished account of the mission's escalation from a C rank to an A rank, the encounters with the Demon Brothers and Zabuza, and the eventual betrayal by Gato. He downplayed his own role, focusing instead on the performance of his team. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, the smoke from his pipe curling towards the ceiling. He listened patiently, his old eyes moving from Kakashi to the three Jonin standing before him. He saw the changes immediately. He saw the steel in Sakura's posture, the burning intensity in Sasuke's Sharingan, and the unnerving, quiet depth in Naruto's gaze. This was not the loud, desperate for attention boy he had watched from afar for so many years. "And you, Naruto," the Hokage said, his voice gentle. Kakashi's report mentions you took decisive action at several key moments. What is your assessment? The mission was a success, Naruto said simply. We protected the client, and the threat to the land of waves was neutralized. We identified our weaknesses and have already begun to address them. We are stronger now than we were a week ago. There was no boasting, no embellishment. It was the calm, factual report of a field commander. Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe, 1,000 thoughts running through his mind. The boy was growing up. Faster than he could have ever imagined. The seal was holding, but the boy's will. It was becoming something truly formidable. Very well, Hiruzen said with a nod. Team 7 has exceeded all expectations. You are dismissed. Take a few days of light duty. You've earned it. Light duty for Team 7 looked suspiciously like intense training. Their success in Wave had only fueled their hunger for improvement. Kakashi, recognizing this, shifted their regimen. The simple D ranks were gone, replaced by C rank missions that required stealth, tracking, and combat. In their downtime, he pushed them harder than ever. Your individual skills have improved, but you are still reliant on your base strengths, Kakashi told them one morning at their training ground. Sasuke, your Sharingan is a powerful tool, but it consumes chakra at an alarming rate. You need to improve your reserves. Sakura, your theoretical knowledge is impressive, but you need to apply it under pressure. Naruto, your raw power and clone tactics are effective, but they lack subtlety. You're a sledgehammer in a world that often requires a scalpel. Their training became more specialized. Kakashi began teaching Sasuke the Chidori, recognizing that the Uchiha's lightning affinity and Sharingan were perfectly suited for the assassination jutsu. He worked with Sakura on practical genjutsu application, creating illusions for her to identify and dispel under duress. For Naruto, Kakashi's approach was different. He handed him a scroll. This scroll contains the foundational theory for the Rasengan. It was the signature jutsu of the fourth Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened. He took the scroll with a reverence he rarely showed. I am not going to teach it to you, Kakashi said bluntly. The Rasengan is the pinnacle of shape manipulation. With your control issues, it should be impossible for you. However, he looked at the forest, where 100 Naruto clones were already practicing their wind-slicing exercise. You have a unique method of learning. If anyone can brute force their way through a problem that requires finesse, it's you. Consider this a long-term project. Naruto's grin was blinding. A new mountain to climb. The dynamic of the team had solidified into a well-oiled machine. Sasuke and Naruto's rivalry was now the engine of their growth. They would spar for hours, Sasuke's Sharingan predicting Naruto's moves, while Naruto's unpredictable clone feints and sheer stamina would push Sasuke to his limits. They were making each other stronger, and they both knew it. Sakura, meanwhile, had become the team's anchor. Her medical knowledge meant their intense sparring sessions rarely resulted in serious injury, and her sharp mind often saw the simple, logical solution that the two powerhouses missed in their competitive fervor. News of Team 7's exploits in the Land of Waves began to circulate through the Konoha grapevine. A C rank that turned into an A rank. A confrontation with Zabuza Momochi. The awakening of the Sharingan. The dead last holding his own. The rumors painted a picture of a team of prodigies, a reputation that began to precede them. One afternoon, as they were finishing a particularly grueling training session, they were interrupted by another team. So you're the famous Team 7. A loud voice boomed. Rock Lee, in his trademark green jumpsuit, stood before them, his eyes burning with a passionate fire. Neji Hyuga stood behind him with an air of arrogant disdain, and Tenten watched with an amused curiosity. I have heard tales of your hard work, Lee declared, pointing a finger at Naruto. But your youthfulness cannot compare to mine. I challenge you, Sasuke Uchiha, to a duel. To see whose flames of rivalry burn brighter. Before Sasuke could accept, Kakashi appeared in a swirl of leaves. Now, Lee. We're busy. He gave a nod to the other team's Jonin, who had just appeared beside him. Guy. Kakashi. My eternal rival. Might Guy exclaimed, striking a pose with a blinding smile. It seems our youthful students are eager to test their mettle against one another. Later that evening, Kakashi sat at a table with Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. The Jonin commanders were discussing the upcoming Chunin exams. My team is ready, Asuma said, taking a drag from his cigarette. Ino Shikacho is a classic formation. They have the teamwork. Mine as well, Kurenai added, her voice soft but firm. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata have tracking and reconnaissance skills that are already near Chunin level. They both looked at Kakashi. What about your team, Kakashi? Asuma asked. I've heard the rumors. Zabuza? The Sharingan? Are they true? Kakashi's visible eye curved into a smile. He thought of Sasuke's burning desire to improve, Sakura's quiet intelligence, and Naruto's impossible, relentless growth. He thought of 3 kids who had faced down a demon and refused to back down. They're still rough around the edges, Kakashi admitted. They're loud, they're reckless, and one of them is a walking natural disaster. He placed 3 registration forms on the table. But they are a team. And they have the will of fire. He tapped the forms. I'm recommending them for the Chunin exams. Asuma and Kurenai stared at the forms, then at Kakashi, their eyes wide with surprise. Recommending a rookie team for the Chunin exams after such a short time was almost unheard of. It was a testament of faith that was both shocking and, given the rumors, tantalizingly exciting. The stage was being set. The players were moving into position. And for Team 7, the biggest challenge of their lives was just around the corner. The Hurricane's Forge. The week leading up to the Chunin exams was less a week and more a self-contained lifetime of hyper-compressed training for Naruto Uzumaki. The moment Kakashi handed them the registration forms, a switch flipped in Naruto's mind. The goal was no longer just to get stronger, it was to evolve. His apartment, once again, became a war room. But the plans were far more ambitious now. He had calculated the raw potential of his Kage Bunshin. If 1 clone training for 1 hour was 1 hour of experience, then 1,000 clones training for a full day was 24,000 hours of experience. More than 2.5 years of continuous, focused effort, condensed into a single day. The thought was staggering, the potential limitless. The only bottlenecks were his own chakra reserves and his ability to process the tidal wave of information without going insane. He decided to push both to their absolute limits. His days became a brutally efficient routine. Naruto Prime would focus on his own physical conditioning and chakra control, running through katas, meditating, and maintaining the core of his being. The rest of him, however, was scattered across Konoha and a meticulously organized army. 500 clones were dedicated to the Rasengan. The training ground they occupied became a sea of blue water balloons. For 2 solid days, the air was filled with the constant sound of popping as the clones struggled with the first stage. The feedback was agonizing. Naruto Prime felt the phantom sting of thousands of failed attempts, the memory of water splashing on his face, the subtle shift in chakra that preceded a successful rotation. By the end of the second day, he didn't just understand the theory, he felt it. He could create a perfect, chaotic rotation in the palm of his hand on command. The second stage, power, was a different beast. The clones switched from water balloons to rubber balls, and the training ground became a graveyard of strained chakra coils. This stage wasn't about finesse, it was about raw, focused power. Clones would pour everything they had into a single ball, only to have their chakra dissipate uselessly. The mental feedback was a constant, throbbing headache of failure and exhaustion. Sakura, checking in on him, was horrified. She saw Naruto Prime sitting under a tree, his face pale and beaded with sweat, his knuckles white as he endured the psychic backlash of 500 of himself failing simultaneously. She immediately put him on a regimen of chakra-boosting supplements and medical checkups, becoming the pit crew for his one-man arms race. Another 300 clones were assigned to taijutsu. Their brief encounter with Rock Lee had been a revelation for Naruto. He had 100 clones do nothing but analyze the memory of Lee's movements, deconstructing the strong fist style. The remaining 200 sparred relentlessly, attempting to replicate Lee's speed and power, but adapting it to their own, more unpredictable fighting style. They incorporated feints, clone switches, and acrobatic dodges, creating a hybrid form of taijutsu that was both powerful and impossible to read. The final 200 clones were dedicated to his wind nature. The leaf-cutting exercise was child's play now. Their new training ground was a secluded waterfall. Their task, to slice the waterfall in two. Day after day, they stood on the rocks, pouring their wind-natured chakra into their kunai, into their hands, trying to create a blade of wind sharp enough to part the rushing water. For days, they only managed to create ripples. But on the 6th day, one clone, in a moment of perfect clarity, succeeded. For a single, breathtaking second, a clean line appeared in the cascade of water. The clone dispersed instantly from the effort, but the memory, the perfect frequency, the precise edge of chakra, slammed into Naruto Prime's mind like a bolt of lightning. Sasuke watched all of this with a burning intensity. He couldn't see the army of clones, but he saw the results. He saw Naruto, drenched in sweat and looking half dead from exhaustion, master a new taijutsu stance in an hour. He saw him walk over to a tree and slice a perfect line through its trunk with a kunai that wasn't even touching it. The rivalry had become a raging inferno. While Naruto multiplied his effort, Sasuke refined his. He drilled the Chidori until his arm was numb, the sound of 1,000 birds becoming a familiar scream in their training ground. His two-tomoe Sharingan was active almost constantly, analyzing Naruto's every move, predicting, countering, and evolving. Their spars became legendary, high-speed ballets of fire, lightning, wind, and clones that left Kakashi watching with a mixture of pride and sheer terror. On the morning of the exam, Team 7 met at the academy. They were different. Sasuke's chakra felt denser, sharper. Sakura's presence was calm and analytical, her eyes missing nothing. And Naruto? Naruto felt like a deep, still lake, the raging ocean within him finally contained behind a dam of incredible willpower and control. They walked into the classroom for the first exam and were met with a sea of hostile glares. The room was packed with older, tougher-looking Jonin from every village. Well, if it isn't the rookie sensations, a voice sneered. It was Kiba, with Akamaru perched on his head. Think you're hot stuff after one lucky mission? Naruto just smiled. Hey, Kiba. Good to see you too. The lack of a reaction seemed to unnerve Kiba more than any retort would have. As they took their seats for the written test, Naruto felt a sense of calm. His clones hadn't just been training his body. A small, dedicated squad had been permanently stationed in the Konoha library for the past week. He had absorbed the entirety of Konoha's official history, tactical theory, political treaties, and even advanced mathematics. He wasn't Shikamaru, but he was no longer an idiot. The proctor, Ibiki Morino, a man whose face was a roadmap of scars, laid out the rules. 9 questions on the test. The 10th would be given later. Getting caught cheating 5 times meant you and your entire team failed. Naruto looked at the test. The questions were absurdly difficult, far beyond the scope of any Jonin-level curriculum. He saw Sasuke use his Sharingan to copy the pencil movements of a student in front of him. He saw Sakura, with her vast intellect, answer them with ease. He saw others using more subtle forms of cheating. He picked up his pencil. He knew the answer to the first question, a complex query about logistical force distribution based on a historical battle. He'd read about it 3 days ago. He knew the answer to the second, a question on cryptographic ciphers. The third, a physics problem about projectile trajectory, was also familiar. He answered them calmly and correctly. He didn't know all of them, but he knew enough. He had done the work. Ibiki watched him, a flicker of surprise in his scarred eyes. The Jinchuriki, the dead last, was calmly answering questions that should have been impossible for him. Finally, the time came for the 10th question. The atmosphere was thick with tension. There is one final rule, Ibiki said, a cruel smile on his face. You can choose not to answer the 10th question. If you do, you and your team will fail, but you can try again next year. However, if you choose to answer and get it wrong, you will be barred from taking the Chunin exams ever again. The room erupted in fear and outrage. Teams began to fold, hands shooting up as Jonin chose to withdraw rather than risk their entire shinobi careers. Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto. He hadn't flinched. He hadn't even looked concerned. Naruto? Sakura whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Naruto raised his hand. Another one giving up? Ibiki sneered. No, Naruto said, his voice clear and steady, cutting through the panicked murmurs. He stood up, his blue eyes sweeping across the room. I'm not running away. And I don't accept this rule. You don't accept it? Ibiki growled, his killing intent washing over the room. No, Naruto repeated, meeting the proctor's gaze without fear. Being a Chunin isn't about knowing the answers to impossible questions. It's not even about never failing. It's about having the will to face any challenge, no matter how impossible it seems, and the guts to get back up when you get knocked down. He looked at his teammates, a fierce loyalty burning in his eyes. And it's about trusting the people next to you. My answer is this, I will take the question. And even if I fail, I'll spend the rest of my life getting strong enough that it won't matter. Because I will never give up. And I will never abandon my comrades. That's my ninja way. His words, spoken not with the boisterousness of a child, but with the quiet conviction of a soldier, hung in the air. The Jonin who had been about to quit lowered their hands, their faces filled with a new resolve. Ibiki stared at Naruto, a slow, genuine smile spreading across his scarred face. For those of you who remained, he said, his voice booming with approval. I have one thing to say to you. You pass. The tension in the room shattered, replaced by cheers of relief and confusion. The first 9 questions were a test of your information gathering skills, Ibiki explained. And the 10th question was a test of your will. A Chunin must be able to make difficult decisions under extreme pressure. You have all proven you have the spirit of a Chunin. As he finished his speech, the window of the classroom shattered inwards, and a woman in a trench coat with purple hair appeared, flanked by two Anbu. All right, you maggots. Anko Mitarashi cackled, a wild look in her eyes. The first exam is over, but the fun is just beginning. I'm your proctor for the second exam. Follow me to the forest of death. Half of you won't be coming back. Team 7 looked at each other. The first hurdle was cleared. But the real test, the test of survival, was about to begin. The serpent in the forest. The air outside Training Ground 44, the forest of death, was thick with a palpable sense of dread. Anko Mitarashi stood before the remaining Jonin, a wild, predatory grin on her face as she explained the rules of the second exam. A 5-day survival test. A battle for 2 scrolls, 1 heaven and 1 earth. A fight where death was not just a possibility, but a statistical likelihood. As she handed out the waivers, Naruto's mind was already working, deconstructing the problem. 5 days was the maximum time. The objective was to get to the tower in the center with both scrolls. Therefore, the most efficient strategy was not to survive for 5 days, but to complete the objective as quickly as possible, minimizing exposure to the forest's many dangers. Alright, here's the plan, he murmured to Sasuke and Sakura as they signed their lives away. We get a heaven scroll. Our first priority is to find a team with an earth scroll. We don't engage with strong teams. We avoid the Sand siblings, we avoid Kabuto's team, and we avoid any team that feels off. We find a weak, overconfident team, take their scroll, and make a beeline for the tower. We can be in and out in 6 hours. Sasuke nodded, his Sharingan already active, scanning the other teams. Sound logic. Identify a target, execute, and extract. A standard shinobi operation. I'll handle setting up the ambush, Sakura added, her mind already running through the trap designs she'd been studying. I can create a kill zone that will separate them and make them easy to pick off. The gates opened with a deafening groan, and Team 7 plunged into the forest. They moved with a silent, practiced ease that was unnerving in a rookie team. Naruto immediately created 20 clones. Scout ahead, he commanded. Standard recon formation. Report back every 10 minutes. Avoid all contact. The clones melted into the trees, a network of eyes and ears spreading through the forest. For an hour, they moved in silence, receiving periodic mental updates from the scouts. They bypassed a fight between 2 teams, ignored a giant, carnivorous plant, and steadily made their way towards the center. Then, a report came in that made Naruto prime freeze. One of his clones, perched high in a canopy, had spotted a team of range Jonin. They were moving carelessly, arguing amongst themselves, and one of them was holding an earth scroll, plain as day. They were the perfect target. Target acquired, Naruto whispered. 3 clicks northeast. Sakura, it's your show. They moved to the ambush point, a narrow ravine. Sakura went to work with an almost terrifying efficiency, laying out explosive tags, tripwires, and pitfalls. Within 20 minutes, the ravine was a death trap. When the rain team stumbled into the ravine, the ambush was sprung perfectly. A pitfall separated the leader, a wire trap ensnared another, and Sasuke, dropping from above, dispatched the third with a single, precise kick to the head. The leader, faced with Naruto and a dozen clones, surrendered the earth scroll without a fight. The entire engagement lasted less than 2 minutes. Objective complete, Sasuke said, holding up the earth scroll. Let's move. They were halfway to the tower when a sudden, malevolent gust of wind tore through the trees. It was a wind filled with a killing intent so potent, so ancient, that it made Zabuza's feel like a child's tantrum. Naruto's internal danger sense, honed by years of abuse and sharpened by his connection to the 9 tails, screamed. Down, he roared. A massive serpent, larger than any they had ever seen, crashed through the canopy where they had been standing, its jaws snapping shut on empty air. It turned its cold, yellow, slitted eyes on them, and a figure rose from its head. A person with pale skin, long black hair, and golden eyes that held a terrifying, predatory amusement. Kukaku, the figure chuckled, their voice a dry, sibilant hiss. To find the Uchiha prodigy and the 9 tails brat all in one place. It seems my luck is in. The figure's face contorted, and their neck elongated, stretching impossibly as their head shot forward like a striking snake. Sasuke's Sharingan saw it coming, but his body couldn't react in time. He was frozen, paralyzed by the sheer pressure of the newcomer's chakra. He was saved by a hurricane. A swirling vortex of wind and leaves, courtesy of a dozen Naruto clones, slammed into the stretched neck, deflecting the attack. Simultaneously, Sakura, her mind clear despite the fear, activated a flash tag, momentarily blinding their opponent. Orochimaru of the Sannin, Naruto grit out, the name dredged up from a bingo book his clones had read. He knew, with absolute certainty, that this was a fight they could not win. But they could survive. Sasuke, snap out of it, Naruto yelled, creating another 100 clones that swarmed the giant serpent, a distraction of orange and fury. Sakura, tactical retreat. Plan B7. Sasuke's mind rebooted. Plan B7 was a contingency they had developed for facing an unbeatable opponent, a coordinated, multi-pronged retreat designed to maximize confusion. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Sasuke roared, spitting a volley of small fireballs that forced Orochimaru to dodge. As he did, Sakura triggered a series of smoke bombs, blanketing the area in a thick, acrid cloud. Orochimaru chuckled, his tongue darting out to lick his lips. Impressive teamwork. But ultimately futile. He moved, a blur even to Sasuke's Sharingan, appearing directly in front of the Uchiha. You have such potential, Sasuke-kun. Let me give you a gift. His neck began to stretch again, his mouth opening to reveal fangs. But this time, Naruto was ready. He appeared between them, not with a clone, but in person. In his hand, a swirling, chaotic ball of pure chakra was forming, the second stage of the Rasengan. It wasn't stable, it wasn't complete, but it was raw, unadulterated power. Get away from him, Naruto roared, thrusting the unstable Rasengan forward. Orochimaru's eyes widened in genuine surprise. He recognized the jutsu. He hadn't seen it since the fourth Hokage. He was forced to abandon his attack on Sasuke and dodge, but the Rasengan's chaotic energy still grazed his arm, tearing his sleeve and ripping the flesh beneath. He landed on a branch, looking at his bleeding arm, then at Naruto, a look of hungry fascination on his face. Incredible. To have come so far with that jutsu already. He was about to press the attack when he felt a new surge of chakra from Naruto. It was cold, hateful, and red. The Nine Tails was stirring, reacting to its host's desperation. Orochimaru paused. A fight with a fully awakened, two Tomoe Sharingan user and an unstable Jinchuriki who could wield the Rasengan. It was certainly winnable, but it would be messy. It would draw attention. And he had other plans. He had seen what he needed to see. The Uchiha was promising. The Jinchuriki was a delightful anomaly. Kukaku. It seems I've underestimated you, little leaves, he hissed. We will meet again. With that, he sank into the trunk of the tree, vanishing without a trace. The three Jonin stood in silence for a long moment, their chests heaving, the adrenaline slowly fading. They were alive. And Sasuke was unmarked. What was that? Sakura whispered, her voice trembling. An S-rank problem, Naruto said grimly. He looked at the tower, visible through the trees. And we are reporting it. Now. They didn't stop. They didn't rest. They ran, fueled by the lingering fear and a grim sense of duty. They reached the tower in the center of the forest less than 4 hours after they had entered, shattering the previous record held by Itachi Uchiha's team. The Chunin proctors in the tower stared in stunned disbelief as the three mud-splattered, exhausted-looking Jonin unrolled their heaven and earth scrolls. We're done, Naruto announced. And we need to speak to the Hokage. Immediately. An hour later, they stood in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen and Kakashi listened, their faces growing progressively grimmer as Naruto gave a calm, detailed account of their encounter with Orochimaru. When he finished, the office was silent. Hiruzen looked at the three children before him. They had faced one of the most dangerous men in the world and had not only survived, but had prevented him from achieving his goal, all while completing their mission in record time. You have done Konoha a great service today, the old Hokage said, his voice heavy. The Chunin exams are hereby suspended for your team. Your safety, and the security of the village, is now our top priority. No, Sasuke said, his voice sharp. Everyone turned to look at him. We're not quitting, Sasuke stated, his Sharingan blazing. That thing is out there. And I'm not strong enough. Not yet. This exam, this tournament. It's the fastest way to face strong opponents. It's the fastest way to get stronger. We're staying in. Naruto nodded in agreement. He's right. Running away isn't an option. We have to get strong enough to face him. And we'll do it together. Hiruzen looked at the fire in their eyes, at the unbreakable bond they had forged. He saw the future of Konoha standing before him. He sighed, a slow smile touching his lips. Very well, he said. The games will continue. But be warned. The serpent has entered the garden. And the shadows are growing longer. The 4 days Team 7 spent waiting in the central tower were a unique form of torture. For Sasuke and Sakura, it was a period of tense, restless recovery. The phantom sensation of Orochimaru's killing intent lingered, a cold knot in their stomachs. They spent their time sparring, reviewing tactics, and trying to push the memory of those golden, serpentine eyes from their minds. For Naruto, it was anything but restful. While Naruto Prime meditated and conserved his energy, his clone network went into overdrive. The encounter with Orochimaru had provided him with a terrifying new benchmark. He needed more power, more speed, more control. He needed to evolve, and fast. His clones, hidden in training grounds all over Konoha, redoubled their efforts. The Rasengan group moved on to the third and final stage, stability. They combined the rotation and power, attempting to contain the chaotic energy in a perfect sphere without the aid of a balloon or ball. The mental backlash was immense, a constant storm of psychic noise that Naruto Prime had to actively filter and compartmentalize. But within the storm, there were flashes of brilliance. He could now form a flickering, unstable Rasengan in one hand for a few seconds before it dissipated. It was a start. His taijutsu clones began incorporating his wind nature training, attempting to coat their limbs in a thin, sharp layer of chakra. The result was a fighting style that was both brutally effective and incredibly dangerous to the user, as miscontrol could lead to self-inflicted wounds. The memories he received were a litany of pain, a catalogue of 1,000 cuts, but with each one came a deeper understanding of control. By the time the last of the passing team stumbled into the tower, battered and bruised, Team 7 was a coiled spring, radiating an aura of quiet intensity that made the other Jonin give them a wide berth. They had faced a god-tier threat and walked away. The forest of death held no more terror for them. The Hokage gathered the survivors in a large arena at the base of the tower. There were 21 Jonin left, 7 teams. Too many for a final tournament. Due to the unexpectedly high number of candidates who have passed the second exam, Hiruzen announced, a scroll in his hand, "We will now hold a preliminary round to reduce the number of finalists. The prelims will consist of one-on-one matches. The winners will advance to the final round in 1 month's time." A large screen on the wall flickered to life, names beginning to spin randomly. The tension in the room was electric. The first match was announced, Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. Yoroi, a stocky man with a masked face and one of Kabuto's teammates, smirked. "So I get the Uchiha prodigy. This should be fun." Sasuke simply walked down to the arena floor, his face a mask of cold indifference. As the proctor, Hayate Gecko, started the match, Yoroi charged, his hands glowing with a strange blue chakra. "My jutsu allows me to absorb an opponent's chakra on contact," Yoroi boasted. "Your precious Sharingan will be useless when you're out of fuel." He lunged, his hands reaching for Sasuke's head. But the Sasuke he was aiming for flickered and vanished. He reappeared behind Yoroi, his Sharingan spinning. "You're too slow," Sasuke stated. He had seen the attack coming before Yoroi had even begun to move. He didn't use a grand jutsu. He didn't need to. He moved with a blinding speed honed by his spars with Naruto, his taijutsu precise and devastating. A kick to the back of the knee buckled Yoroi's leg. An elbow to the spine sent him sprawling. Before Yoroi could even attempt to recover, Sasuke was on him, a kunai at his throat. "Winner, Sasuke Uchiha," Hayate announced, looking vaguely surprised at the speed of the match. It had lasted less than 10 seconds. Sasuke walked back up to the balcony, his expression unreadable. He had won, but he knew it wasn't enough. That speed, that power. It would have been useless against Orochimaru. Several more matches followed. Shino Aburame defeated his opponent with his parasitic insects. Kankuro of the Sand defeated his opponent with his puppet, Karasu. The matchups were brutal and efficient. Then, the screen flickered again. Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba grinned, a wild, feral look in his eyes. Akamaru barked excitedly from his jacket. "All right. I finally get a piece of the famous rookie. This is gonna be a cakewalk." Naruto just smiled and walked down to the arena floor. "Ready?" Hayate asked. "Begin." Kiba was on him in an instant. "Man-beast clone," he yelled, and Akamaru transformed into a perfect copy of Kiba. The two charged from opposite sides. Fang over fang. They became twin drills of spinning chakra, a signature technique that had overwhelmed every opponent Kiba had ever faced in the academy. But Naruto didn't dodge. He didn't even seem to tense. He just stood there. As the two spinning attackers were about to converge on him, he took a single, precise step to the side. It was a movement of such perfect timing and economy that it looked less like a dodge and more like the world had moved around him. The two Kibas, their attack aimed at empty air, slammed into each other with a sickening crunch. They collapsed in a heap, dazed and confused. The entire arena was silent. What? How? Kiba stammered, trying to get to his feet. Your attack is linear, Naruto explained, his voice calm and analytical. It's powerful, but it has no tracking capability. Once you commit, you can't change course. All I had to do was wait for the last possible moment and take one step to my left. Kiba stared, his mind unable to process what had just happened. His ultimate technique had been defeated by a single step. It's not over, he roared, fueled by rage and humiliation. He and Orochimaru popped soldier pills, their chakra flaring. We're just getting started. No, Naruto said, his voice holding a new, hard edge. You're not. He vanished. Not with a flicker, but with a burst of speed that left an afterimage. He appeared in front of Kiba, his hand moving not in a punch, but in an open palm strike aimed at his chest. Kiba saw it coming, but he was too slow to react. The blow landed, and it felt less like a strike and more like an explosion. A barely visible ripple of wind chakra erupted from Naruto's palm, and Kiba was launched backwards, flying through the air as if hit by a cannonball. He slammed into the far wall of the arena and slumped to the ground, unconscious. Silence. Utter, profound silence. The Jonin on the balcony stared, their mouths agape. The Jonin commanders, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy, were on their feet, their eyes wide with disbelief. Did he just? Kurenai whispered. That was. Asuma started, unable to finish. The principles of the gentle fist, Kakashi breathed, his mind reeling. But combined with his own chakra. He didn't just hit him. He blasted him with a focused shockwave of wind. Naruto stood in the center of the arena, his hand still outstretched. He looked at it, a frown on his face. Too much power, he thought. I could have just disarmed him. Need to work on my output control. Winner. Naruto Uzumaki, Hayate stuttered, his own shock evident. As Naruto walked back to the balcony, no one said a word. The dead last, the loudmouthed idiot, had just defeated one of the top rookies of the year with a single, incomprehensible blow. The whispers and rumors were nothing compared to the reality. Naruto Uzumaki was a monster. And the Chunin exams had just become his playground. The silence that followed Naruto's victory was heavier than any jeer or cheer. It was a silence of pure, unadulterated shock. The Jonin on the balcony looked from the unconscious form of Kiba, embedded in the far wall, to the blonde boy who had put him there, and their perception of the world tilted on its axis. The dead last wasn't just strong, he was terrifying. Sasuke's Sharingan spun, analyzing, deconstructing. He hadn't just seen a punch. He'd seen the flicker of shape manipulation, the brief, razor-thin coating of wind chakra around Naruto's hand, the explosive release of force upon impact. It was a jutsu without a name, a technique of such high-level control that it bordered on the absurd. His rivalry with Naruto was no longer a simple race. It was a chasm he had to cross, and the thought was both infuriating and exhilarating. Up in the Jonin section, Kakashi was trying to get his breathing under control. He reverse-engineered the core principle of the gentle fist from observation and applied it with an S-rank elemental affinity. No one taught him that. He just built it. The realization was sobering. He couldn't teach Naruto anymore. He could guide him, he could spar with him, but he couldn't actively teach him anything that would match the boy's impossible growth curve. Naruto didn't need a teacher, he needed a specialist, someone who could handle a hurricane. The rest of the preliminary matches unfolded under a new, tense atmosphere. Sakura faced Ino in a match that surprised everyone. Instead of the tearful, hesitant fight from their academy days, it was a battle of wits. Ino attempted her mind transfer jutsu, but Sakura, having drilled against genjutsu with Kakashi, recognized the build-up and shattered the attempt with a perfectly timed chakra flare. She then used a series of clever feints and traps to corner a frustrated Ino, winning the match with a clean, decisive blow. She had proven herself, not just to the crowd, but to her teammates. The ideological and physical climax of the prelims came with the match between Neji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga. It was as brutal and one-sided as Kakashi had feared. Neji's cold pronouncements about fate and the unchangeable destiny of the branch house were punctuated by vicious, precise strikes that systematically shut down Hinata's chakra points. Naruto watched, his usual good nature replaced by a cold, simmering fury. It wasn't just the cruelty that angered him, it was the flawed, arrogant logic. Neji spoke of inescapable fate, a concept that was a direct insult to every drop of sweat Naruto had ever shed, every ounce of effort he had ever expended. To Naruto, fate wasn't a cage, it was just the starting line. When Neji delivered the final, crippling blow to a defiant Hinata, Naruto had to be physically restrained by Sasuke. "That bastard," Naruto growled, his voice low and dangerous. "He's wrong. And I'm going to prove it to him." The final match of the day was the one everyone was waiting for, a confrontation between two monsters, Gaara of the Sand versus Rock Lee. It was a spectacle of terrifying power. Lee, the embodiment of hard work, threw himself at Gaara's absolute defense, his incredible speed and strength proving useless against the shield of sand. Pushed to his limit, Lee began to open the 8 inner gates. The entire arena watched in awe as Lee became a green blur, his power skyrocketing with each gate he opened. He broke through Gaara's defense, landing blows that shook the entire tower. But it wasn't enough. In a final, desperate gamble, Lee opened the 5th gate, unleashing the primary lotus. The attack was devastating, but Gaara's sand cushioned him at the last moment. As Lee collapsed, his body broken and his chakra exhausted, Gaara's sand rose up, ready to crush him. Might Guy intervened, stopping the match and saving his student's life. Naruto watched the medics carry Lee's broken body from the arena, a profound respect and a deep sadness settling in his heart. He saw himself in Lee, the underdog, the one who had to work 1,000 times harder just to keep up. Lee had proven that hard work could make you a prodigy. But Gaara had proven that some walls were just too high to climb alone. After the matches concluded, the finalists were gathered on the arena floor. The matchups for the final round, to be held in 1 month, were displayed on the screen. Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara of the Sand. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. The ideological showdown was set. The genius of fate versus the genius of hard work. That evening, Team 7 gathered at their usual training ground. The mood was somber. "A month," Sasuke said, his voice tight. "We have 1 month to prepare for opponents on a completely different level." "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, turning to his teacher. "I need your help. The Rasengan. I've hit a wall. And my wind chakra. I can use it, but it's too crude, too powerful. I need control." Kakashi looked at Naruto, then at Sasuke. He saw the desperation in both their eyes. He knew he couldn't train them both to the level they needed in only a month. Sasuke needed to perfect his Chidori and learn to better manage his Sharingan to have any hope of piercing Gaara's defense. Naruto needed a teacher who could guide him through the labyrinth of S-rank jutsu and Jinchuriki power. He had to make a choice. "Sasuke," Kakashi said. "I will train you for the next month. We will focus on your speed and the Chidori. It's the only thing that can break through Gaara's sand." Sasuke nodded, a look of grim determination on his face. Naruto looked at Kakashi, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, but he understood. Sasuke's opponent was a known, immediate threat. His was a battle of ideals. "What about me, sensei?" Naruto asked. "I've taught you all I can, Naruto," Kakashi said honestly. "Your growth is unique. You need a different kind of teacher." He paused. "I can't help you with the Rasengan. There's only one other person in this village who knows it. And finding him, well, that will be your first test." "Who is it?" Naruto asked, his interest piqued. "Jiraiya. One of the 3 legendary Sannin. The 4th Hokage's teacher," Kakashi explained. "He's the greatest seal master in the world, a master of toad summoning, and the only other person who can use the Rasengan. He's also unreliable. So where do I find him?" Kakashi's visible eye crinkled into a mischievous smile. "He's in the village. He came to watch the exams. But he's notoriously elusive. However," he leaned in conspiratorially, "he does have a weakness. He spends an inordinate amount of time doing research for his books." "His books?" Naruto asked, confused. "The Icha series," Kakashi said, shamelessly pulling out his own copy. "Jiraiya is the author. If you want to find a legendary Sannin, your best bet is to start where a pervy old man would spend his time. Check the hot springs. Check the bathhouses. Look for a man with long white hair being chased by angry women." Naruto stared at his sensei, his brain slowly processing the absurd information. His path to cage-level power started with tracking down a reclusive, peeping sage. "Okay," Naruto said, a grin spreading across his face. "A new mission. This is going to be interesting." He made a hand seal, and 1,000 shadow clones flickered into existence, spreading out across the village. The hunt for the Toad Sage had begun. Naruto's hunt for Jiraiya was not the wild goose chase Kakashi had perhaps envisioned. It was a systematic, village-wide intelligence operation. The 1,000 clones he created were not a chaotic mob, They were a coordinated grid search. He designated them into sectors. 200 clones, transformed into nondescript civilians, were assigned to every tea house, dengo shop, and restaurant in Konoha, tasked with listening for any gossip about a tall man with long white hair. Another 200, transformed into maintenance workers, were given access to the rooftops overlooking the village's bathhouses and hot springs, the prime locations for Jiraiya's research. The largest group, 500 strong, began a methodical, street-by-street patrol, their senses on high alert for the specific chakra signature of a Sanin, a signature his clones had memorized from historical records in the library. The final 100 clones were sent back to the library to pull every available text on sealing jutsu, toad summoning, and the known history of the legendary Sanin. Naruto wasn't just looking for a man, he was building a complete intelligence profile. The information began to pour in within hours. The mental feedback was a constant, dizzying stream of data. Negative contact at the Amaguriyama sweet shop. Subject matching description, long white hair, spotted near the north wall. False alarm. It's just old man Hifumi out for a walk. Multiple complaints of a peeping Tom at the women's hot spring. Anbu have been alerted. Subject evaded capture. That last report was the key. Naruto Prime, meditating in his apartment to better process the data flow, cross-referenced the Anbu patrol routes his clones had mapped weeks ago with the location of the hot spring. There was a blind spot. A single, unguarded alleyway that offered a perfect escape route. Got you, Naruto whispered, a grin spreading across his face. He didn't go himself. He sent a single, unarmed clone. The clone walked calmly to the designated alleyway and waited. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, a large man with a mane of spiky white hair and distinctive red lines on his face came barreling around the corner, cackling to himself as he escaped his pursuers. He froze when he saw the small blonde boy standing there, blocking his path. Well now, what do we have here? Jiraiya said, striking a dramatic kabuki pose. A young admirer, come to seek the wisdom of the great toad sage, Jiraiya-sama? No, the clone said calmly. I'm here to offer you a business proposition, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya's eyebrow shot up. This was not the reaction he was used to. A business proposition? From a pipsqueak like you? I require a teacher to help me master an A-rank jutsu and control my elemental affinity, the clone stated. In return, I can offer you something you can't get anywhere else, unparalleled, high-quality research material. Jiraiya's interest was piqued. Research material, you say? For my novels? The clone nodded. I can create 1,000 solid clones of myself. 1,000 sets of eyes and ears. I can have them transform into any shape or gender. I can place them in any location in this village. Imagine the dialogue. They could overhear. The scenarios. They could witness. From every conceivable angle. Unfiltered. Uncensored. Delivered directly to you. Jiraiya was speechless. His mind, which was usually occupied with thoughts of beautiful women and plot points for his next book, was suddenly filled with the logistical and creative possibilities. 1,000 invisible reporters. It was a pervert's dream come true. You're a sharp kid, Jiraiya said, his tone shifting from dismissive to intrigued. But what makes you think you're worth my time? I'm a Sanin. I don't train just any brat off the street. The clone held out its hand. With a surge of chakra, a swirling, unstable Rasengan flickered to life in its palm. It was wobbly and misshapen, but it was unmistakably the technique of his greatest student. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. The Rasengan? How? The fourth Hokage left behind instructions, the clone explained. I've completed the first 2 stages on my own. I'm stuck on the third. I need to add my wind nature to it. As if to demonstrate, the clone held up a kunai. A faint, sharp aura of wind chakra enveloped it. The clone then lightly touched a nearby brick wall, and a perfect, deep line was carved into the stone. Jiraiya stared, his mind reeling. The boy had not only taught himself the first 2 stages of one of the most difficult jutsu in existence, but he was also on the verge of doing something that not even the fourth Hokage had managed, combining the Rasengan with an elemental nature. And he was doing it all through a brute force learning method that defied all logic. This wasn't just Minato's kid. This was a monster. A genius of a completely different breed. All right, kid, Jiraiya said, a wide, excited grin spreading across his face. You've got yourself a deal. You've got 1 month to prepare for the finals. Let's see what a Sanin and a hurricane can accomplish in that time. The clone smiled and dispersed, the memory and the successful negotiation slamming into Naruto Prime. He got up, his body thrumming with excitement. His training with Jiraiya began the next day. It was nothing like his training with Kakashi. Jiraiya didn't focus on katas or sparring. He took one look at Naruto's chakra system and got straight to the heart of the problem. Your chakra control is garbage, Jiraiya stated bluntly. Not because you're untalented, but because you're fighting a constant internal battle. Your own chakra is trying to contain a leaking nuclear reactor. Before you can master the Rasengan or your wind style, you need to fix the plumbing. He took Naruto to a quiet, secluded training ground and drew a complex seal on the ground. This is a diagnostic seal. It will allow me to analyze the flow of your chakra and the foxes in relation to the fourth's masterwork on your stomach. For the first week, they did nothing but chakra control exercises. But these weren't simple tree walking or water walking drills. Jiraiya had Naruto balance a spinning top on his finger while simultaneously keeping a leaf afloat with his chakra and molding a ball of water in his other hand. He had Naruto create 1,000 clones and tasked each one with a different, minute chakra control exercise, forcing Naruto Prime's mind to process 1,000 different streams of control simultaneously. It was the most mentally exhausting thing Naruto had ever done. But he could feel the change. The raging ocean within him was calming, the waves becoming less chaotic. He was learning to differentiate between his own chakra and the faint, red-tinged energy of the Nine Tails. During a break, Naruto decided to visit his tenant. He meditated, sinking down into the familiar, flooded sewer of his mindscape. He walked to the great cage and found the fox waiting for him. So, the old toad is finally earning his keep, the Nine Tails rumbled, its voice holding a note of amusement. He's right, you know. Your control is abysmal. It's like trying to perform surgery with a sledgehammer. I'm working on it, Naruto said, sitting down cross-legged in front of the cage. But there's something else. My wind chakra. When I try to infuse it into the Rasengan, the whole thing just falls apart. The fox let out a sigh that sounded like a gust of wind. Because you're an idiot. You're trying to force two opposing forces together. The Rasengan is pure, contained rotation. Your wind is a sharp, cutting force. You can't just shove them into the same box. You need a bridge. A medium. Naruto frowned. A medium? Think of it this way, kid, the fox explained, sounding for all the world like a bored but brilliant professor. Your chakra is the electricity. The Rasengan is a spinning motor. Your wind is a razor blade. You're trying to tape the razor blade directly to the motor. It's clumsy. You need a proper housing. A way to channel the blade's energy without disrupting the motor's rotation. You need to create two separate Rasengans in one hand, a core of pure rotation, and an outer shell of wind that spins with it. Naruto's eyes widened. The concept was so simple, yet so profoundly complex. It was the missing piece of the puzzle. He returned to the waking world, his mind buzzing with the new theory. He found Jiraiya, who was researching, by a pond. Pervy sage, Naruto yelled. I figured it out. He held out his hand and began to form a Rasengan. But this time, he did something different. He split his focus, creating the core of rotation while simultaneously using a shadow clone, standing right next to him, to help him mold a thin, razor-sharp layer of wind chakra around it. The result was spectacular. A perfect, stable Rasengan formed in his palm, and surrounding it was a shrieking, almost invisible ring of wind that looked like a miniature planetary ring. Wind style, Rasengan. Jiraiya stared, his jaw hanging open, his research completely forgotten. The boy had just done it. He had achieved the impossible. He had completed the fourth Hokage's jutsu. Naruto looked at the new technique in his hand, a grin of pure, unadulterated triumph on his face. He had a month until his fight with Neji. Now, the real training could begin. The art of the hurricane. With the theoretical breakthrough of the wind style, Rasengan, Naruto's training with Jiraiya shifted into a new, terrifying gear. The problem was no longer how to create the jutsu, but how to wield it without obliterating himself and everything around him. His first successful attempt, the one Jiraiya had witnessed, had left his arm numb for 6 hours and had carved a 50-foot trench in the training ground when he'd finally managed to release it. The good news is, you've created an S-rank jutsu, Jiraiya had said, looking at the devastation with a mixture of awe and horror. The bad news is, it's an S-rank jutsu. Using it in its current form is like trying to swat a fly with a tactical nuke. You'll win the fight, but you'll level the arena and probably lose an arm. Thus began the second phase of their training, refinement and application. Jiraiya, now fully invested in his new student's monstrous potential, took the training seriously. The research sessions became less frequent, replaced by intense, high-level instruction. He recognized that Naruto's greatest asset, the Kage Bunshine, was also his greatest crutch. You've been using your clones as a shortcut to experience, Jiraiya explained one morning. But you're just absorbing the memory of success. You haven't truly mastered the physical sensation of it. Your body knows the answer, but your muscles haven't learned the question. We're going to change that. He forbade Naruto Prime from using clones for the Rasengan training. The main body had to learn the jutsu from scratch, feeling every nuance of the chakra rotation, every flicker of the wind infusion. It was a slow, frustrating process. Naruto, used to his accelerated learning curve, felt like he was moving through molasses. Meanwhile, his clone army was repurposed. 500 clones were now dedicated to a single, monumental task, mastering the summoning jutsu. Jiraiya had Naruto sign the Toad contract, and the clones spent day and night attempting the summoning. Most of the time, they'd produce nothing but a puff of smoke or a tadpole the size of his thumb. The feedback was a constant drain on Naruto Prime's chakra, leaving him perpetually exhausted. But occasionally, a clone would succeed, summoning a toad the size of a dog, or even a small car, before their chakra gave out. Each successful summoning, however brief, sent a jolt of understanding back to Naruto, teaching him the feel of connecting his chakra to the toads of Mount Myaboku. Another 500 clones were put on what Jiraiya called the Hurricane Kata. It was a taijutsu form of Jiraiya's own design, created specifically for Naruto. It wasn't about the rigid stances of the strong fist or the precise strikes of the gentle fist. It was a style built around constant motion, misdirection, and the chaotic, unpredictable nature of wind itself. It incorporated Naruto's clone feints, acrobatic dodges, and, most importantly, the use of small, controlled bursts of wind chakra from his hands and feet to augment his speed and change his trajectory in mid-air. The training was brutal. Naruto Prime would spar against Jiraiya, who would effortlessly counter his every move, while simultaneously processing the muscle memory of 500 of his clones practicing the Hurricane Kata. His body was a symphony of pain and progress. His mind was a nexus of information, learning to dodge, strike, and fly, all at the same time. In his mindscape, his conversations with the Nine Tails became more frequent. The fox, intrigued by the Sanin's training methods and Naruto's sheer tenacity, had become an unwilling, cynical mentor. The Toad Sage is teaching you to dance, the fox rumbled one night as Naruto meditated. But you are not a dancer. You are a sledgehammer. You think like a scalpel, but you hit like a wrecking ball. That is your strength. Don't let him train it out of you. He's teaching me control, Naruto countered. So I don't have to level a forest every time I throw a punch. Control is temporary. Power is absolute, the fox sneered. But I will concede the old man's methods have merit. He is teaching you to aim your demolition. A valuable skill. The fox then offered a piece of advice, grudgingly, as if it pained him. Your wind-infused punch. It's crude. You're releasing the chakra in a wide cone. A waste of energy. Focus it. Turn the explosion into a needle. A blade of wind that extends from your knuckles. It will be faster, more efficient, and far more lethal. Naruto took the advice. The next day, during his taijutsu practice, he focused not on a blast of wind, but a thin, sharp blade. The result was a punch that didn't send his opponent flying, but instead left a clean, deep slice in the training log, as if it had been cut by an invisible sword. He was building an arsenal. The Rasengan, his ultimate trump card. The wind blade fist, a deadly close-quarters technique. The Hurricane Kata, a taijutsu style that made him a whirlwind of unpredictability. And the summoning jutsu, a wild card he had yet to fully grasp. He also made time to visit Rock Lee in the hospital. He found the bushy-browed ninja in bed, staring at the ceiling, a profound depression hanging over him. The medics had told him his injuries were too severe. He would likely never be a shinobi again. Naruto didn't offer empty platitudes. He didn't say it'll be okay. He pulled up a chair and sat down. Your fight with Gaara, Naruto began, was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Lee didn't respond. You proved that hard work can overcome a genius of birth, Naruto continued. You broke through his ultimate defense. You beat him. The only reason you lost is because your body couldn't keep up with your own strength. That's not a failure of spirit, Lee. That's a hardware problem. Lee finally looked at him, a flicker of interest in his dull eyes. I'm going to get stronger, Naruto said, his voice filled with a quiet, unshakable conviction. I'm going to get strong enough that I can protect my friends. I'm going to get strong enough to change the world. And when I do, I'm going to find a way to fix you. Because this village needs shinobi like you. It needs your will, your fire. He stood up to leave. So don't you dare give up. Your hard work isn't over. It's just entered a new stage, recovery. And I expect you to attack it with the same passion you showed in that arena. He left before Lee could respond, leaving the injured ninja staring after him, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. For the first time in days, he felt a spark of hope. The month passed in a flash of sweat, pain, and earth-shattering progress. On the morning of the final round, Naruto stood before Jiraiya. He was leaner, harder, and the air around him seemed to hum with a contained energy. "Well, kid," Jiraiya said, looking him up and down with a proud grin. "You're not the same snot-nosed brat I met a month ago." "Thanks to you, pervy sage," Naruto said with a genuine smile. "Nah," Jiraiya waved him off. "I just pointed you in the right direction. You're the one who ran 1,000 miles in a day." He grew serious. "Your opponent, Neji Hyuga. He's a genius in the truest sense. His gentle fist is flawless. His Byakugan sees everything. He believes in a destiny that cannot be changed. He will try to break you, not just your body, but your spirit." "He can try," Naruto said, his blue eyes as calm and deep as the ocean. "One last thing," Jiraiya said, holding out a small, rolled-up scroll. "Your control is better, but you're still a Jinchuriki. If you find yourself in a situation where you're losing control, where the fox's chakra is overwhelming you, channel your own chakra into the seal. It will help you regain your equilibrium." Naruto took the scroll, recognizing the complex seal work. It was a failsafe. A lifeline. He walked towards the arena, the roar of the crowd a distant hum. He wasn't nervous. He wasn't scared. He was a finely honed weapon, pointed at the heart of a flawed ideology. The genius of hard work was about to have a very pointed conversation with the genius of fate. And Naruto intended to win the argument. The roar of the crowd was a physical thing, a wave of sound that washed over the arena, thick with anticipation. The stadium was packed, a sea of faces from every corner of the elemental nations, all gathered to witness the finals of the Chunin exams. In the cage box, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat beside the Kazekage, Orochimaru in disguise, a placid expression on his face that betrayed none of the tension coiling in his gut. The air was ripe with the promise of spectacle and the subtle, sharp scent of conspiracy. Down on the field, Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga faced each other across the packed earth. The contrast between them was stark. Neji stood with a perfect, arrogant stillness, his pale, lavender eyes holding the cold certainty of a man who believed he already knew the outcome. He was a prodigy, a genius, the pinnacle of the Hyuga clan's main line, and he radiated an aura of untouchable superiority. Naruto, by contrast, was an island of calm. He stood relaxed, his hands in his pockets, his blue eyes holding a quiet, analytical depth. The boisterous, attention-seeking child was gone, replaced by a warrior who had faced down S-rank threats and had a private, ongoing debate with the living disaster sealed in his gut. The roar of the crowd was just background noise. The first match of the final round. The proctor, Genma Shiranui, announced, a senbone dangling from his lips. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Begin. Neji didn't move. He simply activated his Byakugan, the veins around his temples bulging as his vision expanded to encompass the entire arena. "Before we begin, let me make one thing clear," he said, his voice carrying across the silent arena. "Your victory in the preliminaries was a fluke. A failure like you cannot hope to defeat a true genius. Your destiny was sealed the moment you were born a failure. This match is already over." Naruto just smiled, a small, knowing expression. "You know, for a guy who can see almost everything, you're surprisingly blind." Neji's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. "Insolence. I will show you the inescapable truth of your fate." He blurred into motion, his speed incredible. He appeared before Naruto, his fingers aimed like daggers at the tenketsu points on Naruto's chest. It was the opening move of the gentle fist, a strike designed to cripple an opponent's chakra network before they could even react. But Naruto wasn't there. With a movement that seemed to defy physics, he swayed backward, his body bending at an impossible angle, the strikes missing by a hair's breadth. He didn't just dodge, he flowed around the attack, his movements fluid and unpredictable. He pushed off the ground with a small, controlled burst of wind chakra from his foot, propelling himself backward 10 feet, landing silently, his hands still in his pockets. Neji froze, his Byakugan eyes wide with disbelief. He had seen Naruto's chakra gathering at his foot, but the speed and precision of the movement were illogical. It wasn't a jump. It was a controlled flight. "What was that?" Neji demanded, his composure cracking slightly. "That," Naruto said, his smile widening slightly, "was me refusing to play by your rules." He took his hands out of his pockets. The fight began in earnest. Neji attacked again, a relentless barrage of precise, open-palm strikes. He was a whirlwind of deadly grace, each attack aimed at a vital point, each movement a testament to years of grueling Hyuga training. And Naruto danced. He moved with the hurricane kata Jiraiya had designed for him. It was a style that had no center, no predictable rhythm. He would spin, duck, and weave, his movements augmented by tiny, invisible jets of wind from his hands and feet that allowed him to change direction in mid-air, to accelerate and decelerate with impossible speed. Neji's Byakugan could see every Tenketsu point on Naruto's body, but it was useless when he couldn't land a single strike. It was like trying to punch the wind. The crowd was mesmerized. They were witnessing a battle between two completely different philosophies of combat. Neji was the epitome of perfect, rigid form. Naruto was the embodiment of chaotic, unpredictable freedom. Is this all a genius can do? Naruto asked, easily sidestepping another attack. You keep talking about fate, but all you're doing is running through the same kata you've practiced 1,000 times. Haven't you learned anything new? The taunt hit its mark. Enraged, Neji leapt back, his hands flashing through a series of seals that weren't part of the gentle fist. You dare mock the Hyuga? I will show you the ultimate defense. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. He began to spin, releasing a massive burst of chakra from every Tenketsu point on his body, creating a shimmering, impenetrable dome of rotating chakra. It was the Hyuga clan's most powerful defensive technique, capable of repelling any physical or ninjutsu attack. The Jonin in the stands tensed. He's using a main house technique, Asuma exclaimed. But Naruto didn't attack the dome. He didn't even try to break through it. He just stood there, watching. As Neji's rotation began to slow, Naruto raised a single hand. My turn, he said calmly. He didn't use a Rasengan. He didn't need to. He focused a small, dense amount of wind chakra into his fist, just as the fox had advised. He formed a needle, a blade of pure, cutting wind extending from his knuckles. He moved, his speed explosive. He appeared before the still spinning Neji and threw a single, simple punch. It wasn't aimed at Neji himself, but at the ground just in front of him. The wind blade fist struck the stone floor of the arena. There was no grand explosion. There was only a sharp, high-pitched shriek as the focused wind chakra hit the ground. A massive chunk of the arena floor, 10 feet wide, erupted upwards, propelled by the shockwave. The slab of stone, weighing several tons, slammed into Neji's revolving heaven with the force of a battering ram. The ultimate defense shattered against the ultimate, unexpected offense. Neji was thrown backwards, tumbling end over end, his rotation broken, his body battered, his mind reeling in absolute shock. He had been defeated not by a jutsu, but by a simple, clever application of physics. Naruto walked calmly over to where Neji lay, coughing and struggling to get up. You talk about fate, Naruto said, his voice quiet but carrying a weight that silenced the entire stadium. You say a person's destiny is a cage they can never escape. You look at me, and you see a failure. You look at Hinata, and you see a weakling. You look at Rock Lee, and you see someone who can never surpass a genius. He knelt, looking Neji directly in the eyes. You're wrong. Your Byakugan can see for miles, but you can't see the most important thing. You can't see a person's heart. You can't see their will. He pointed to his own chest. My whole life, people have called me a failure. A monster. They told me my destiny was to be alone, to be hated. If I had believed them, if I had accepted that fate, I would have become the monster they all feared. He stood up, his voice ringing with conviction. But I didn't. I chose to work. I chose to get stronger. I chose to protect my friends. Every drop of sweat, every scar, every single day of pushing myself to the limit. That was my choice. I am not a product of my fate. I am a product of my effort. He looked up at the cage box. A cage is only a cage if you don't have the strength to break the bars. And if you don't have the strength, you work until you do. That is the only destiny that matters. Neji stared at him, his perfect world, his entire philosophy, crumbling around him. This boy, this failure, was not just stronger than him. He was freer. With a final, desperate roar of defiance, Neji staggered to his feet and charged, his hand outstretched for one last gentle fist strike. Naruto sighed. He created a single shadow clone. Together, they formed a perfect, stable Rasengan in an instant. He didn't thrust it forward. He simply held it up. He met Neji's open palm strike with his own, the swirling sphere of chakra meeting Neji's hand. The Rasengan didn't explode. It simply spun, grinding against Neji's chakra, neutralizing his attack and sending a surge of energy up his arm that made him cry out in pain and collapse, his chakra network completely disrupted. The winner, Genma announced to a stunned and silent stadium, is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stood over his defeated opponent, not with triumph, but but with a quiet sense of finality. He had won the fight. He had won the argument. And in the process, he had shown the entire world that the will of a single, determined person was more powerful than any destiny. The age of the hurricane had begun. The silence in the stadium was absolute. It was a heavy, breathless thing, broken only by the sound of the wind whistling through the hole Naruto had punched in the arena floor. Then, the silence shattered. It didn't start with the civilians, who were still trying to process the impossible physics they had just witnessed. It started with the shinobi. A single, high-ranking Jonin from Kumo stood up, his hand trembling as he pointed at the field. That technique. At the end, he stammered. An older Iegend sitting nearby gasped, his one visible eye wide with a horrified recognition that spanned decades. Rasengan. The name was a spark in a powder keg. It ripped through the shinobi sections of the crowd, a wave of frantic, disbelieving whispers. The Yondaime's jutsu? In the hands of a Jonin? But that's impossible. No one else could master it. Who is that kid? The Jinchuriki? The revelation recontextualized everything they had just seen. This wasn't just a powerful Jonin. This was the living legacy of Konoha's most celebrated hero, a walking, talking S-rank secret. The political implications were staggering. In the cage box, the disguised Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, his golden pupils contracting into slits. He had known about the boy's potential with the Rasengan, but to see it form so perfectly, so casually, as a defensive measure. It was an unforeseen complication. The boy was growing too fast. His timetable would have to be accelerated. Beside him, Hiruzen allowed a small, sad smile to touch his lips. Ah, Minato. Your son is truly a force of nature. He doesn't just walk in your footsteps, he forges his own path with your tools. Down on the field, Naruto dispelled his clone and walked over to the defeated Neji. He offered a hand. The medics are coming, he said simply. Get your arm looked at. Neji stared at the offered hand, then at Naruto's face. He saw no pity, no arrogance. Only a simple, straightforward concern. He hesitantly took the hand, and Naruto pulled him to his feet. At that moment, Hyashihyuga, the head of the clan, appeared on the field. He bowed deeply, not to the proctor, but to Naruto. Uzumaki-san, Hyashi said, his voice heavy with the weight of tradition. You have taught my nephew, and indeed myself, a valuable lesson today. You have my gratitude. He then turned to Neji and, for the first time, spoke to him not as a master to a servant, but as family. The cage had been broken. As Naruto walked off the field to a now thundering wave of applause and shocked murmurs, he met Sasuke at the entrance to the competitor's box. His friend and rival looked at him, his two Tomoe Sharingan spinning, analyzing. The Rasengan, Sasuke said, his voice a low murmur. Kakashi said it was the fourth's. Yeah, Naruto said with a shrug. It's a work in progress. The unspoken challenge hung between them, a silent acknowledgement that their race to the top had just entered a new, more dangerous phase. The next match was announced, Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara of the Sand. The atmosphere in the stadium shifted instantly. The awe inspired by Naruto's match was replaced by a morbid, fearful tension. Gaara appeared on the field in a swirl of sand, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his chakra a suffocating wave of pure killing intent. This wasn't a match, it was a public execution waiting to happen. Sasuke took a deep breath and leapt down to the field. He landed, his eyes locking with Gaara's. He could feel the pressure, the overwhelming bloodlust, but the fear he'd felt in the forest was gone, burned away by his own intense training and his refusal to be left behind. Begin, Genma yelled. The fight was an explosion of speed and power. Sasuke moved with a velocity that rivaled Rock Lee's, his body flickering across the arena as he tried to find an opening in Gaara's absolute defense. The sand shield reacted instantly, rising to block his every strike. Is that all? Gaara whispered, his voice a dry hiss. Your speed is impressive, but you cannot touch me. I don't need to, Sasuke retorted. He leapt back, his hands flying through seals. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. He unleashed a series of massive, dragon-headed fireballs that slammed into the sand shield, superheating it, turning the outer layer to glass. He then channeled his chakra, his hand crackling with contained lightning. The sound of 1,000 birds filled the arena. Chidori. He charged, a bolt of pure, white lightning. He was aiming for the weakened spot in the glass-coated shield. This was it. The ultimate offense against the ultimate defense. But just as his attack was about to connect, it happened. A subtle shimmer in the air. A few white feathers began to drift down from the sky. The roar of the crowd began to slur, to slow down, as a massive, Wide-scale genjutsu washed over the stadium, putting the civilian population and most of the lower-ranked shinobi to sleep. In the cage box, Orochimaru made his move. "It begins," he hissed. He and his bodyguard sprang into action, a kunai at Hiruzen's throat. Simultaneously, a massive purple barrier erupted around the rooftop, sealing the cage in their battle from the outside world. On the field, the Sand siblings moved. Temari and Kankuro grabbed the convulsing Gaara, whose transformation was beginning to destabilize, and leapt away. "Sasuke! Go after them," Kakashi yelled from the stands, having easily broken the genjutsu. The mission is now to pursue and, if possible, neutralize the Sand Jonin. "What about the invasion?" Sakura asked, appearing at his side, her own mind clear. "The Jonin will handle it," Kakashi ordered. "You three are the only ones who can keep up with them. Go." Sasuke didn't need to be told twice. He shot off in pursuit of the fleeing Sand siblings. Naruto, however, paused. He created 1,000 clones. 500 of you, help the other Jonin. Get the civilians to safety. Repel the invaders, he commanded. The clones exploded into action, a disciplined orange army spreading through the stadium to fight fires, evacuate the wounded, and engage the invading Sound and Sand shinobi. He then turned to Sakura. "Sakura, I need you to do something for me. Find Jiraiya, the pervy sage. Tell him the invasion has started and the Hokage is under attack. No one else can get through that barrier. He's our only hope." Sakura nodded, her face grim. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to do what Sasuke can't," Naruto said, his eyes hardening. "He's a scalpel. He's going to try and pick them apart. But Gaara, he's not a shinobi. He's a force of nature. And you don't fight a typhoon with a scalpel." He took a deep breath, and a massive surge of chakra erupted from him, visible even in the daylight. "You fight it with a hurricane." With a burst of wind-enhanced speed that cracked the ground beneath him, he shot off in the direction Sasuke and the Sand siblings had gone, a blonde blur leaving a trail of dust in his wake. The final battle for the Chunin exams was no longer in the arena. It was in the forests of Konoha. And the stakes had just been raised from promotion to survival. Naruto moved through the forest like a phantom, his feet barely touching the branches. The hurricane kata was no longer just a series of movements, it was a part of him. He used controlled bursts of wind chakra to propel himself forward, covering ground at a rate that would have left even Kakashi in the dust. He could feel Sasuke's chakra signature ahead, locked in a running battle with the Sand siblings. But he could also feel another chakra signature, a monstrous, unstable presence that was growing with every passing second, Gaara. He arrived to find Sasuke pinned down. Kankuro's puppet, Crow, was launching a relentless volley of poisoned senbone, while Temari used her massive fan to create cutting gales of wind, forcing Sasuke to stay on the defensive. Sasuke was fast, his Sharingan predicting their every move, but he was one person against two, and it was a losing battle. Naruto didn't announce his arrival. He simply appeared. One moment, Temari was preparing another wind scythe, the next, a hand clamped down on her wrist, and a calm voice said, "That's enough of that." Temari stared in shock as Naruto, without any visible effort, crushed the metal frame of her fan in his grip. Simultaneously, another Naruto appeared behind Kankuro, a single finger coated in a shimmering wind chakra blade pressed against the puppet master's neck. "Drop the puppet," this Naruto said, his voice cold. "Or I drop you." Kankuro and Temari froze, their eyes wide with terror. They hadn't even sensed his approach. "Naruto," Sasuke said, a mixture of relief and frustration in his voice. "Go," Naruto said, not taking his eyes off the Sand siblings. "Gaara is the real threat. Your Chidori is the only thing that can pierce his sand armor. I'll handle them." "But..." "Go," Naruto commanded, his voice ringing with an authority that left no room for argument. "This is a team effort. You're the spear. I'm the hammer. Go do your job." Sasuke hesitated for a fraction of a second, then nodded and shot off into the trees, chasing the monstrous chakra signature. Naruto turned his full attention to the two Sand nin. "Now then," he said, "let's talk." Meanwhile, atop the stadium roof, the battle for the fate of Konoha was raging. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the god of shinobi, was locked in a desperate struggle with his former student, Orochimaru. The Sannin had summoned the reanimated first and second Hokage, and Hiruzen was being pushed to his absolute limit, forced to use the Reaper Death Seal as his only way out. Just as Sakura found Jiraiya, who was fending off a giant three-headed snake in the middle of the village, a massive explosion rocked the stadium. The purple barrier sealing the rooftop flickered violently. Jiraiya looked up, his expression grim. That barrier is powered by 4 high-level shinobi. I can't break it on my own. Suddenly, a new chakra signature, immense and familiar, appeared on the scene. Naruto, having finished his talk with Kankuro and Tamari, which had consisted of him creating 500 clones and asking them politely but firmly to sit down and wait, had sensed the Hokage's fading life force. He arrived at the base of the stadium, looked up at the shimmering purple wall, and frowned. He held out his hand, and with the help of 2 clones, created his new, perfected jutsu. A perfect sphere of blue chakra, surrounded by a razor-thin, shrieking ring of wind. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. He didn't throw it. He leapt, using his wind burst to scale the stadium wall in seconds. He reached the barrier and thrust the new jutsu forward. The Rasen Shuriken didn't explode on contact. It drilled. The outer ring of wind blades, spinning at an impossible speed, began to shred the S-rank barrier on a microscopic level, slicing through the chakra bonds that held it together. The sound was a deafening, high-pitched scream that echoed across the village. The 4 sound ninja maintaining the barrier cried out in agony as their chakra was violently torn apart. With a final, deafening shatter, the 4 violet flames formation, a barrier that should have been unbreakable from the outside, disintegrated. Naruto landed on the roof just as Orochimaru was about to deliver the final blow to the exhausted Hiruzen. Jiraiya landed a moment later, his face a mask of grim determination. Orochimaru, Jiraiya roared. The snake Sanin turned, his golden eyes wide with genuine, unadulterated shock. He stared at the shattered remnants of his barrier, then at the blonde Jonin standing beside his former teammate. How? Orochimaru hissed. You said it yourself, Naruto said, his voice cold. You underestimated us. In the forest, Sasuke had finally caught up to Gaara. The Sand Jinchuriki was in a partial transformation, one arm a monstrous, sand and chakra construct. He was a being of pure, murderous rage. Sasuke unleashed his Chidori, piercing Gaara's sand armor and wounding him, but the fight was far from over. As Gaara prepared to unleash the full power of the Shukaku, a massive shadow fell over the forest. Summoning Jutsu. With a colossal puff of smoke, Gamabunta, the chief of the Toads, appeared, Naruto standing proudly on his head. All right, Boss Toad, Naruto yelled. We've got a giant, angry Tanuki to deal with. Gamabunta grumbled, but drew his massive tanto. The Battle of the Titans began, a clash of Jinchuriki that shook the very foundations of the Land of Fire. Naruto, working in perfect sync with Gamabunta, used his clones for distraction and his Rasengan to counter Gaara's sand attacks. Finally, as Gaara assumed his full Shukaku form, Naruto knew he had to end it. He created 1,000 clones, had them all form Rasengans, and unleashed a meteor shower of pure chakra that battered the giant sand beast into submission. He finished it with a single, powerful punch to the face of Gaara himself, waking him from his bloodlust. As they lay exhausted on the forest floor, Naruto looked at Gaara, not with hatred, but with understanding. It doesn't have to be like this, he said. The loneliness. The pain. I know what it's like. But you're not alone anymore. Back on the rooftop, Orochimaru, faced with both a furious Jiraiya and a Naruto who had just defeated another Jinchuriki, was forced to retreat, but not before Jiraiya landed a devastating blow, sealing one of his arms. The invasion was over. The Sound and Sand forces, their leaders defeated or in retreat, were routed by Konoha's Jonin and Naruto's clone army. In the days that followed, the village began to heal. But the story on everyone's lips was not the invasion, but the boy who had stopped it. They had seen his clones saving their families. They had seen him summon the great Toad Chief. They had heard the whispers of him wielding the 4th Hokage's jutsu. They had seen him standing beside a Sanin, having shattered an S-rank barrier to save the 3rd Hokage's life. The fear and hatred that had followed Naruto his entire life began to melt away, replaced by something new: awe, gratitude, and respect. The villagers who had once glared at him now offered him free ramen, bowed to him in the streets, and pointed him out to their children with pride. That's Naruto Uzumaki, they would say. The Hurricane of Konoha. Our hero. Naruto, for the first time in his life, felt truly at home. The genius of hard work had not only broken the cage of his own destiny, but he had also shattered the cage of hatred that had imprisoned his village for 12 long years. His journey was far from over, but he was no longer walking it alone. Chapter 3, The Weight of a Name. Konoha was a village holding its breath. The scars of the invasion were still fresh, splintered rooftops, cracked walls, and the lingering scent of smoke in the air. But beneath the surface of reconstruction, a current of energy, of whispered conversation, flowed through the streets, and at its center was a single name: Naruto Uzumaki. The boy himself was blissfully, almost willfully, ignorant of the seismic shift he had caused. For him, the days following the invasion were a return to a new, strange kind of normal. His first trip to Ichiraku Ramen was a surreal experience. Chuchi and Ayame had refused to take his money, declaring him their hero of the hidden leaf and promising him free ramen for life, an offer that had brought a genuine tear to Naruto's eye, something no enemy shinobi had ever managed to do. But it was more than that. The glares of the past had been replaced by looks of awe. The whispers of Demon Brat had become murmurs of the Yondaime's legacy. Parents who once pulled their children away from him now pointed him out with reverence. It was everything he had ever craved, and he found that he had no idea what to do with it. It was a heavy, awkward weight, and he sought refuge in the one place he had always found solace, the familiar rhythm of hard work. While Sasuke was sequestered with Kakashi, drilling the Chidori to a razor's edge, and Sakura was spending her days in the Konoha library's medical section, devouring texts on advanced healing jutsu, Naruto was back in his element. He and his 1,000 clones were a constant, humming presence in the training grounds, their collective effort a testament to his singular focus. He was refining the Rasen Shuriken, learning to shape and throw it without needing clones, and drilling the Hurricane Kata until it was as natural as breathing. He was a shark that couldn't stop swimming, because for him, stagnation was a form of death. But while Naruto focused on the physical, a different kind of battle was being waged in the highest echelons of the village, a battle for his future. The Konoha Council convened in a secure chamber deep within the Hokage Tower. The air was thick with tension. At the head of the table sat Hiruzen Sarutobi, his face etched with a weariness that went beyond the recent battle. Around him were the pillars of the village, the Jonin commander, the Onbu commander, the clan heads, Shikaku Nara, Inoiki Yamanaka, Choza Akimichi, Hyashi Hyuga, Sume Inuzuka, Shibi Aburame, and the two village elders, Homura Mitokato and Koharu Utatane. And lurking in the shadows, a presence as cold and hard as stone, was Danzo Shimura. The damage assessments are complete, Hiruzen began, his voice raspy. Our losses were significant. But they would have been catastrophic without the intervention of our shinobi. And, in particular, the actions of one Jonin team. Let us not mince words, Hiruzen, Koharu said, her tone sharp. We are here to discuss the Jinchuriki. The boy, Naruto Uzumaki. The boy single-handedly turned the tide of the invasion. Jiraiya's voice boomed as he stepped into the chamber, taking a place beside Kakashi against the wall. He deployed a clone force that mitigated civilian casualties and routed the invaders in the stadium. He defeated a Jinchuriki. He shattered an S-rank barrier that I myself could not breach, saving your life, sensei. And he did it all while demonstrating mastery of the 4th Hokage's signature technique. We are not discussing a problem, we are discussing a hero. A hero who is also an unstable weapon, Danzo countered from the shadows, his voice a dry rustle of leaves. You speak of his power, Jiraiya, but you neglect to mention its source. He tapped into the Nine Tails chakra. The seal, Minato's masterpiece, was compromised. What happens the next time he gets angry? Will he level a stadium, or will he level Konoha? The seal held, Jiraiya shot back. The boy's will is stronger than you can possibly imagine. He bent the fox's power to his own purpose. He did not succumb to it. For now, Danzo hissed. He is too powerful, too valuable, and too dangerous to be left to the whims of a bleeding heart like Kakashi. He requires specialized training. A firm hand to guide him. He should be placed under my command, en route. There, his loyalty can be guaranteed, and his power can be properly utilized as the ultimate deterrent for the village. A cold silence fell over the room. Everyone knew what Danzo was proposing, to turn Naruto into an emotionless, living weapon, loyal only to him. Absolutely not, Kakashi said, his voice dangerously low, his hand instinctively moving towards his covered eye. I must agree with Danzo's assessment of the danger, Homura added, steepling his fingers. The boy wielding the Rasengan sends a powerful message to the other villages, but it also makes him a target of unparalleled value. He cannot be allowed to roam freely. Roaming freely is what allowed him to save this village, Shikaku Nara said, his lazy drawl cutting through the tension. What a drag. But let's look at this logically. Naruto Uzumaki is not a conventional asset. His clone technique gives him an information gathering network and a tactical force multiplication ability that is, frankly, unprecedented. His performance in the exam shows a strategic mind that belies his age. To lock him away en route would be like using a scalpel to chop wood. You're wasting his greatest strengths. And what of his character? Hyashi Hyuga spoke, his voice resonating with authority. All eyes turned to him. I witnessed his match against my nephew. He did not win with brute force alone. He won with philosophy. He spoke of breaking the cage of fate. He did not just defeat Neji, he saved him. He looked directly at Hiruzen. The boy possesses the will of fire in its purest form. To treat him as a mere weapon would be the greatest insult to the fourth Hokage's memory. The support of the Nara and Hyuga clan heads shifted the balance of power in the room. Danzo's argument, built on fear and control, was beginning to crumble against the foundation of logic and first-hand testimony. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally raised a hand, silencing the debate. Danzo, he said, his voice now filled with the iron of the Hokage. Your proposal is rejected. Unequivocally. He stood, his presence filling the room. Naruto Uzumaki is not a weapon. He is a shinobi of the hidden leaf. He is the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. And he is a hero. The revelation of Naruto's parentage, spoken aloud in this chamber for the first time, hung in the air, a final, unassailable truth. He has proven his loyalty, his strength, and his will beyond any doubt, Hiruzen continued. He will not be caged. He will be nurtured. He will be trained by Jiraiya, and he will continue to serve Konoha as a member of Team 7. He looked around the table, his gaze lingering on Danzo. And based on his performance during a mission that escalated to A rank, his tactical command during the invasion, and his defeat of multiple high-level opponents, I am granting him a field promotion. Effective immediately, Naruto Uzumaki is a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf. The declaration was a political masterstroke. It was a reward, a statement of faith, and a shield. A Jonin had rights, responsibilities, and a standing that a Jonin did not. He could not simply be reassigned to Root. Danzo said nothing, but the single eye visible in the shadows narrowed with a cold, calculating fury. He had lost this battle. But the war for the soul of the village, and for the control of its most powerful asset, was far from over. That evening, Naruto sat with Sasuke and Sakura on the head of the fourth Hokage's stone face, looking out over the healing village. Kakashi appeared behind them in a swirl of leaves. I have some news, he said, his visible eye crinkling into a smile. He looked at Naruto. Congratulations, Jonin. Naruto stared at him, confused. What? The Hokage and the council reviewed your performance, Kakashi explained. They've granted you a field promotion. You earned it. Naruto was silent for a long moment, the weight of the word, Jonin, settling on him. It wasn't about the vest or the rank. It was a symbol. A symbol that the village, his village, finally saw him. Sasuke looked at him, a complex expression on his face. He wasn't jealous. He was motivated. He clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. HN. About time, Dobi. Sakura beamed. That's amazing, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked out at the lights of Konoha, a genuine, peaceful smile on his face. He was a Jonin. He was a hero. He was home. The path ahead was fraught with danger, with Orochimaru, with the mysterious Akatsuki that Jiraiya had warned him about, with the political machinations of men like Danzo. But for the first time, he felt ready to face it all. He wasn't alone anymore. He had his team. He had his village. And he had a promise to keep, to a broken boy in a hospital bed, and to himself. The promise to get strong enough to protect them all. The next morning, Naruto stood in front of the mirror in his apartment. Draped over his chair was a brand new, standard-issue Konoha flak jacket. A Jonin vest. He ran his hand over the sturdy, green fabric. It felt heavier than he expected. For 12 years, he had worn a bright orange jumpsuit, a defiant beacon of his presence, a demand to be seen. This vest was the opposite. It was a symbol of quiet competence, of responsibility, of being a pillar of the village he had fought so hard to be accepted by. He slipped it on over his usual black shirt. It fit perfectly. He looked at his reflection. The bright, loud orange was gone, replaced by the somber, professional green. He still had the same blonde hair, the same blue eyes, but the person staring back at him was no longer just Naruto. He was Jonin Naruto Uzumaki. He felt a profound, quiet satisfaction that was deeper and more meaningful than any cheer from a crowd. His first stop was not a training ground, but the hospital. He found Rock Lee's room and knocked softly before entering. Guy was there, as he always was, patiently helping Lee through a series of excruciatingly slow physical therapy exercises. Naruto-kun, Guy said, his usual boisterousness softened by the sterile quiet of the hospital. It is youthful of you to visit. Naruto nodded to Guy, then turned his attention to Lee. How are you feeling? My flames of youth have been dampened, Lee admitted, his voice low. The doctors say the damage to my spine and chakra coils is extensive. I know, Naruto said. He pulled out a thick, heavily annotated scroll and handed it to Guy. This is everything my clones could find in the library on nerve regeneration, chakra network repair, and advanced physical rehabilitation techniques. There's even a section on medical puppetry used in Suna for delicate surgeries. I don't know if any of it will help, but... Guy took the scroll, his eyes wide as he scanned the detailed notes, the complex medical diagrams, the cross-reference theories. This wasn't the work of a Jonin. This was a comprehensive research dossier that would have taken a team of medical nin weeks to compile. Naruto-kun. This is... Guy was speechless. It's a starting point, Naruto said. You're the expert on Lee's body. I'm just good at gathering information. Work with the doctors. Find a new way. There's always a new way. He looked at Lee, a fire in his own eyes. Don't give up. I'm not giving up on you. He left the room, leaving a stunned Might Guy and a teary-eyed Rock Lee staring at the scroll that represented a new, unexpected flicker of hope. His next stop was the Hyuga compound. He was met at the gate by Hiashi, who led him to a private training ground where Hinata was practicing her katas. Her movements were still hesitant, but there was a new determination in her eyes. Naruto-san, she said, bowing deeply, a blush on her cheeks. Just Naruto is fine, he said with an easy smile. I came to see how you were doing. I am. Better, she said quietly. Your words to Neji Niazan. They changed things. The clan is talking. Good, Naruto said. He looked at her stance. Your form is good, but you're hesitant. You're afraid of your own power. He stepped forward. The gentle fist is about more than just blocking Tenketsu. It's about controlling the flow of chakra, both yours and your opponent's. But you can't control anything if you don't have confidence in your own strength. He held out his hand. Show me your strongest attack. Hinata hesitated, then nodded. She took a deep breath and charged, her hands glowing with blue chakra. Naruto didn't move. He simply met her attack with his own open palm, not with a wind blade, but with a perfectly controlled cushion of chakra that absorbed her strike completely. See? He said gently. You have the power. You just need to trust it. He spent the next hour with her, not teaching her new techniques, but helping her refine the ones she already knew, offering a perspective that was free from the rigid dogma of the Hyuga clan. He helped her see her own strength, not as a weapon to be feared, but as a tool to be mastered. When he left the Hyuga compound, he felt a sense of purpose that had nothing to do with fighting. He was a Jonin now. His responsibility wasn't just to get stronger, it was to make the village stronger. That evening, Team 7 met for the first time since the exams. The dynamic had officially shifted. So, Kakashi said, his eye crinkling in a smile as he looked at Naruto's new vest. Things are going to be a little different from now on. Officially, I'm still the leader of Team 7. But in practice, Naruto, you're a Jonin. You have the authority to accept and lead missions up to A rank. Your tactical abilities are undeniable. From now on, we operate less as a teacher and his students, and more as a four-man cell of specialists. He looked at each of them in turn. Sasuke, you are our close-range precision striker and visual reconnaissance expert. Sakura, you are our intelligence analyst, trap specialist, and combat medic. Naruto, you are our heavy assault, tactical commander, and large-scale reconnaissance asset. And I, he said with a lazy shrug, am the experienced oversight. My job is to keep you all from getting killed while you change the world. It was a declaration of a new era for their team. They were no longer just Kakashi's team. They were Team 7, a balanced unit of burgeoning legends. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Jiraiya. The Sannin looked uncharacteristically grim. Pack your bags, he said, his voice low. We've got a problem. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen laid out the situation. Our alliance with Suna is in tatters. And more pressingly, we've had a confirmed sighting. 2 individuals, wearing black cloaks with red clouds, were seen approaching the village. Jiraiya's face was grim. Akatsuki. They're after Naruto, Hiruzen stated. But they wouldn't make a move so openly unless there was a reason. They're testing our defenses, gathering information. He looked at Jiraiya. And there's more. My sources tell me that after Orochimaru's failure, the Akatsuki have become impatient. They're looking for a new member, and they have their eyes on a powerful, rogue medical nin. A gambler with a legendary temper and a crippling fear of blood. Tsunade, Jiraiya breathed, his expression hardening. My old teammate. She is the only one qualified to take the mantle of 5th Hokage, Hiruzen said. Konoha needs a leader. And Naruto needs a protector, someone who can heal the damage done by the 9 tails and perfect the seal. Your new mission, as Konoha's newest Jonin, he said, looking directly at Naruto, is to accompany Jiraiya, find Tsunade, and convince her to return to the village. It was an S-rank mission, a diplomatic and retrieval operation of the highest importance. Sasuke, Sakura, Hiruzen continued. You will remain in the village under Kakashi's command. Your priority is to assist in the reconstruction and defense of Konoha. Orochimaru may be gone, but his agents are still out there. Naruto looked at his teammates. A month ago, he would have protested, demanding they come with him. But now, he understood. This was how a Jonin operated. You trusted your team to do their jobs, while you did yours. We'll be waiting for you, Dobi, Sasuke said with a nod. Don't take too long. Stay safe, Naruto-kun, Sakura added, her voice filled with a quiet strength. Naruto grinned, a flash of the old, confident Naruto. Don't worry about me. I'll be traveling with the pervy sage. What could possibly go wrong? As Naruto and Jiraiya prepared to leave the village, two figures watched them from a nearby hilltop. One had the crimson, spinning eyes of the Sharingan. The other carried a massive, bandaged sword. So, the Jinchuriki is on the move, Kisame Hoshigaki chuckled, his voice a low rasp. Itachi Uchiha said nothing. He simply watched the blonde boy, the son of the man he had once admired, walk away from the village. Their orders were to capture the Nine Tails. But Itachi had his own agenda. And the hurricane of Konoha was heading straight into the eye of a much larger storm. The journey out of Konoha was different this time. There was no client to protect, no set path to follow. It was just Naruto and Jiraiya, two shinobi on a mission that was part retrieval, part chase, and part pilgrimage. Their destination was wherever Jiraiya's vast network of spies and informants pointed them, a breadcrumb trail of gambling debts and sake-fueled brawls that marked the path of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. The dynamic between them had shifted. Jiraiya no longer treated Naruto as a mere student. He saw the Jonin vest, the calm confidence, and the monstrous potential simmering just beneath the surface. He spoke to Naruto not as a child to be lectured, but as a junior colleague, a partner in this S-rank endeavor. Tsunade's not going to be easy to find, Jiraiya explained as they walked, his tone unusually serious. And even harder to convince. She lost everyone she ever loved in the last two wars, her little brother Nawaki, and her fiancé Dan. She sees the Hokage's necklace she wears as a curse, a symbol of death for anyone who dreams of leading this village. She's washed her hands of the shinobi world. People can change, Naruto said simply. Neji did. Jiraiya looked at him, a small smile playing on his lips. That they can, kid. That they can. But their journey was not just a manhunt. It was a mobile training camp. As they traveled, Naruto maintained his clone army back in Konoha. With Jiraiya's guidance, their tasks had become even more ambitious. 200 clones were now dedicated to Fuinjutsu, the art of sealing. They pored over Jiraiya's personal scrolls, learning the complex calligraphy and chakra theory behind the seals that held the village, and Naruto himself, together. The mental feedback was a dizzying torrent of abstract mathematics and ancient symbols, but slowly, Naruto began to understand the elegant, powerful language of his parents. The rest of his clones continued to refine his core abilities. The Rasen Shuriken was becoming more stable, the taijutsu more fluid. He was a one-man army of self-improvement, his progress measured in years per day. Their first stop was a small post town famous for its casinos and less than reputable establishments. If Tsunade's anywhere, she's here, Jiraiya declared, a familiar, pervy glint in his eye. She has the worst gambling luck in the world. They call her the legendary sucker. She'll have left a trail of debt a mile wide. As Jiraiya went off to do his research, Naruto began his own. He didn't need to search. He created 100 clones, transformed them into barmaids, croupiers, and street vendors, and let them listen. Within an hour, he had a clear picture. Tsunade had been there a week ago, along with her apprentice, Shizune. She had lost a fortune at the dice tables and had gotten into a violent disagreement with a local loan shark before leaving town in a hurry. Naruto found Jiraiya being chased out of a bathhouse by a group of angry women and handed him the report. She's heading north, towards Tanzaku quarters, Naruto said, his voice deadpan. Jiraiya stared at the detailed report, compiled from the chatter of 100 sources, and let out a hearty laugh. Kid, you take all the fun out of spy work. It was in Tanzaku quarters, a town known for its festivals and pleasure-seeking atmosphere, that they felt it. A shift in the air. A cold, oppressive chakra that felt chillingly familiar. They were in a crowded street when it happened. A beautiful woman with dark hair walked past Naruto, accidentally bumping into him. For a split second, his vision swam, the world twisting into a kaleidoscope of crows before snapping back to normal. Jiraiya grabbed his shoulder. Genjutsu. Naruto's mind raced. He hadn't even noticed the chakra buildup. He was still vulnerable. They ducked into a tea house, Jiraiya's face grim. They're here. Akatsuki. How did they find us? Naruto asked, his hand instinctively going to the pouch where he kept his failsafe scroll. My guess? The big one. Kisame, Jiraiya said. His sword, Seimata, can sense large chakra signatures. And you, kid, are a lighthouse in a dark sea. They didn't have to wait long. As they sat down, the door slid open, and the two figures in black cloaks adorned with red clouds stepped inside. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. The patrons of the tea house didn't seem to notice them, their minds caught in a subtle, powerful illusion. Jiraiya-sama, Itachi said, his voice a flat, emotionless monotone. It is an honor. We have no quarrel with you. Give us the boy, and you may leave. Now, Itachi, Jiraiya said, his tone light but his eyes hard as steel. That's no way to talk to your elders. Last I checked, Naruto here is a Jonin of the Leaf. He's not just some package to be handed over. Kisame grinned, his sharp, shark-like teeth gleaming. He's more than a Jonin. He's the Nine Tails. And Lord Pain wants him. He rested his hand on the hilt of the massive, bandaged Seimata. We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the fun way. I always prefer the fun way, Jiraiya said, his chakra flaring. The tea house exploded. Jiraiya used a powerful fire jutsu to blow out the back wall, grabbing Naruto and leaping into the street. Naruto. We run. We can't fight them both here. But Kisame was on them in an instant. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu. A massive shark made of compressed water shot towards them. Naruto reacted instantly. He didn't try to block it. He thrust his hand forward, a blade of wind chakra extending from his knuckles. He didn't aim for the shark, he aimed for the ground beneath it. The wind blade fist struck the street, and a geyser of stone and dirt erupted, intercepting the water shark and causing it to detonate prematurely. Kisame's eyes widened. Oh? He's got some tricks. You have no idea, Naruto said, creating 20 clones that immediately engaged Kisame, their fluid, unpredictable taijutsu forcing the massive man onto the defensive. But the real threat was Itachi. He appeared before Naruto in a flicker of movement, his Sharingan already spinning. Tsukiyomi. Naruto's world dissolved into a blood-red sky and a black sun. He was crucified on a cross, and Itachi stood before him. For 72 hours, Itachi's voice echoed, "You will feel the pain of 1,000 blades." The pain began, sharp and absolute. But just as his mind was about to shatter, a new voice, a deep and ancient rumble, echoed from within. A genjutsu? Pathetic. A wave of violent, red chakra erupted from Naruto's core, shattering the illusion like glass. Naruto gasped, falling to one knee in the real world, his mind reeling but intact. Itachi stared, his composure finally breaking with a flicker of genuine shock. The Jinchuriki had broken his Tsukiyomi. It should have been impossible. He's got the Mangekyo, Kit, the Nine Tails growled in his mind. His eyes can manipulate time and space. But my chakra can disrupt any illusion. I'll be damned if I let some Uchiha brat put me on a leash again. Now get up. Naruto staggered to his feet, his own blue eyes burning with a new fire. He looked at Itachi, not with fear, but with a cold, analytical fury. This was Sasuke's brother. The man who had destroyed his best friend's life. Your eyes won't work on me, Naruto said, his voice low. Before Itachi could react, Jiraiya slammed down between them, a massive toad summoned beneath him. Needle Jizo, he roared, his white hair extending and hardening into a protective dome of sharp spikes. Naruto, we're leaving. Now, Jiraiya yelled. Itachi and Kisame backed off. A direct confrontation with a full-powered Sannin was not their objective. They had tested the Jinchuriki's defenses, and the results were unexpected. We will meet again, Naruto Uzumaki, Itachi said, his voice once again a flat monotone. And with that, he and Kisame vanished in a swirl of crows. Jiraiya dispelled his jutsu, breathing heavily. He looked at Naruto, who was staring at the spot where Itachi had been, his fists clenched. That was too close, Jiraiya said. That Mangekyo Sharingan is no joke. And the fact that you broke out of his Tsukiyomi. He shook his head in disbelief. We need to find Tsunade. And we need to do it now. Your seal. It needs reinforcement. And you. You need a teacher who can prepare you for that. Naruto nodded, his expression grim. The game had changed. The Akatsuki were not just a distant threat anymore. They were here. And they were hunting him. The race to find Tsunade had just become a race for his life. The legendary sucker. The encounter with the Akatsuki left a heavy silence between Naruto and Jiraiya. The Sannin was deeply troubled. Itachi's presence was an ominous sign, and the fact that he had used the Mangekyo Sharingan on Naruto was a terrifying escalation. For his part, Naruto was processing the experience with a cold, hard focus. He had faced the man who had destroyed Sasuke's world, and he had survived. But it wasn't his own strength that had saved him from the Tsukuyomi, it was the fox. The realization was a humbling one. He was powerful, but he was still vulnerable. His partnership with his tenant was not one of equals, it was one of necessity, and the fox would only help when its own self-preservation was at stake. He's after Sasuke, too, isn't he? Naruto asked quietly as they made their way out of the ruined town. Jiraiya nodded grimly. Itachi left Sasuke alive for a reason. To be a benchmark, a rival, a goal to strive for. But what he'll do when they finally meet? I don't know. The Uchiha clan was never known for its stability. Then we need to get stronger, Naruto stated, his voice flat and determined. Both of us. Their search for Tsunade took on a new urgency. Naruto's clone network, now operating with a Jonin's level of stealth and efficiency, spread out across the land of fire. They were no longer just listening for gossip, they were actively tracking financial records, interviewing disgruntled debt collectors, and piecing together a psychological profile of their target. The trail led them to Tanzaku Castle, a city built around a massive, opulent fortress that served as a hub for gambling, trade, and all manner of vice. It was the perfect hunting ground for the legendary sucker. They entered the city and were immediately hit by a wall of sound and color. The streets were thronged with people, a chaotic mix of merchants, travelers, and gamblers. Jiraiya's eyes lit up with a familiar pervy gleam, but Naruto kept him focused. According to my clones, she's been hitting the high-stakes tables in the main castle, Naruto reported, handing Jiraiya a small, detailed map of the city. She's traveling with her apprentice, Shizune, and a pig named Tauntaun. She's lost a small fortune in the last 3 days and is currently in a deep hole to the casino's owner. A tag girl, Jiraiya chuckled. Never change, Heim. They found her in a private, smoke-filled room at the top of the castle. She was a beautiful woman who, despite looking to be in her late 20s, carried the weary, cynical air of someone much, much older. She was staring down at a losing hand of cards, a bottle of sake at her elbow, while Shizune wrung her hands nervously beside her. Jiraiya, Tsunade said without looking up, her voice a low, husky drawl. I should have known I'd smell your cheap cologne and desperation from a mile away. What do you want? Hello to you too, Tsunade, Jiraiya said, his tone light. Still throwing your money away, I see. It's my money to throw, she shot back, finally looking up. Her gaze swept past Jiraiya and settled on Naruto, her eyes narrowing in disdain. Don't tell me. You've finally scraped the bottom of the barrel and are training snot-nosed brats now? Before Naruto could react, Jiraiya stepped forward. This brat is Naruto Uzumaki, a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf. And we're here on official business. The village needs you. The council has offered you the position of 5th Hokage. Tsunade let out a sharp, bitter laugh that held no humor. Hokage? You're joking. That job is a fool's game. Everyone who takes that seat ends up dead. My grandfather, my granduncle, your sensei, your student. It's a cursed position, and I want no part of it. The village is in danger, Tsunade, Jiraiya pressed. Orochimaru. Orochimaru is your problem, she cut him off, her voice turning to ice. The Sannin are a relic of a bygone era. I'm done. I'm retired. So that's it? Naruto spoke up, his voice quiet but sharp, cutting through the tension. You're just going to sit here and drink while our home is threatened? Tsunade turned her full, venomous glare on him. You know nothing about it, kid. You know nothing of the pain, of the loss. That title, that village. They take everything from you. I know that the 3rd Hokage almost died protecting the village, Naruto said, his voice rising with a controlled anger. I know that my sensei's teacher, the 4th Hokage, died sealing the 9 tails to save everyone. People I care about have been hurt, have died, for that village. For that dream. And you, one of the legendary Sannin, are just going to sit here and spit on their memory because you're afraid to lose again? The room went silent. Shizune gasped. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a mixture of shock and pride. Tsunade stood up, her chair scraping against the floor. She walked over to Naruto until she was towering over him, her eyes blazing with a furious, drunken rage. You think you can lecture me, you little punk? I think being Hokage isn't about power or titles, Naruto said, meeting her gaze without flinching. It's about having the will to protect everyone who lives in the village. It's about being the pillar that supports them all. The third had that will. The fourth had it. You've just given up. Tsunade's hand shot out, grabbing him by the front of his new Jonin vest. One more word out of you, and You'll what? Naruto challenged. Hit me? Go ahead. But it won't change the fact that you're a coward. The word hung in the air, a stunning, unforgivable insult. Tsunade's face contorted with rage. She drew back her fist, her chakra flaring with enough power to level the entire castle. But she stopped. She looked into Naruto's eyes, and she didn't see a brat. She saw the same unwavering, indomitable will she had seen in her brother, Nawaki. The same foolish, hopeful fire she had seen in Dan. And for the first time in years, she felt something other than cynicism and grief. She felt a flicker of something else. She let him go, pushing him away. You've got a big mouth, kid, she said, her voice shaking slightly. You talk a big game about will and determination, but in the end, everything comes down to luck. A stray kunai, a bad matchup. That's all that separates a hero from a memory. She smirked, a cruel, challenging look on her face. Fine. You want to prove me wrong? Let's make a bet. Not with jutsu, but with pure, simple luck. She grabbed a cup and a single die from the table. One roll. High number wins. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Tsunade, that's not the stakes, Tsunade continued, her eyes locked on Naruto's, are this: if you lose, you give me that froggy wallet of yours and you admit that will is meaningless in the face of fate. But if you win. She took off the necklace she wore, the first Hokage's crystal, and held it out. I will acknowledge your foolish dream. And I will return to Konoha to take up the mantle of 5th Hokage. Jiraiya looked horrified. Tsunade's luck was so legendarily bad that she was almost guaranteed to lose any game of chance. By challenging Naruto, she was, in her own cynical way, trying to force herself to lose and be bound by her word. Naruto looked at the die, then at Tsunade's eyes. He saw the pain behind the challenge, the desperate hope for an excuse to believe again. He didn't need his clones to tell him the odds. You're on, Naruto said, a confident grin spreading across his face. But I'm not leaving this to luck. He took the cup and the die. He didn't shake it. He simply held it, closed his eyes for a second, and focused. He coated the die with a microscopic, perfectly controlled layer of chakra, just enough to influence its rotation. It was a subtle application of the same control he used for the Rasengan, a feat of manipulation so fine it was undetectable. He slammed the cup down on the table. Your roll first, Granny. Tsunade, stunned by his audacity, snatched the cup and rolled. The die tumbled across the table and landed on a 1. A collective groan went through the room. Shizune looked like she was about to faint. Tsunade just stared at it, a look of bitter resignation on her face. Of course. Naruto took the cup. He didn't even look as he rolled the die. It clattered across the table and settled on a 6. The silence was deafening. Tsunade stared at the die, then at Naruto, her mind refusing to process what had just happened. She had lost. The legendary sucker had lived up to her name, even when she was trying to win. Looks like my will is a little luckier than yours, Naruto said, his grin softening into a gentle smile. He picked up her necklace. I'll hold on to this for you. Until we get back to the village, 5th Hokage-sama. Tsunade stared at him, a storm of conflicting emotions on her face. Then, for the first time in years, she let out a genuine, booming laugh. It was rusty and full of pain, but it was real. Fine, kid. You've got guts, I'll give you that. You won the bet. As Naruto and Jiraiya left the castle, they were stopped in the street by Shizune. Please, she begged them. Don't do this. Lady Tsunade. She's not herself. And there's something else you should know. Orochimaru is here. He found us before you did. Jiraiya and Naruto froze. He offered her a deal, Shizune continued, her voice trembling. To use his jutsu to bring back her brother and Dan. In exchange for her healing his arms. He gave her 1 week to decide. The pieces clicked into place. This wasn't just a bet. It was a race. A race against Orochimaru for the soul of Tsunade, and for the future of the Hidden Leaf Village. The cost of a miracle. The revelation from Shizune landed in the tense quiet of the castle room with the force of a physical blow. Orochimaru was here. And he wasn't offering a simple alliance, he was offering a resurrection, a dark miracle tailored to exploit the deepest wounds in Tsunade's soul. Jiraiya's jovial facade evaporated, replaced by the grim, hard-edged mask of a man who had seen the depths of his former teammates' depravity. He knew what Orochimaru's gifts entailed. The Edo Tensei, the impure world reanimation, was not a miracle. It was a desecration, a violation of the natural order that enslaved the dead and mocked the living. Naruto's mind, however, bypassed the emotional and philosophical horror of the act and went straight to deconstruction. It was a problem to be analyzed. A jutsu to bring back the dead. Not a true resurrection, the dead don't just come back. Therefore, it's a summoning. A reanimation. It requires a living sacrifice for the vessel and a DNA sample from the deceased. The summoned soul is bound to the caster's will by a seal. It's not a gift. It's a transaction, and the cost is enslavement. The information, gleaned from a forbidden scroll one of his clones had read in the library under the heading Kinjutsu of the second Hokage, painted a grim, logical picture. Tsunade, caught in the crossfire of her own grief and the sudden, high-stakes battle for her allegiance, did the only thing she could. She fled. "I need a drink," she snarled, shoving past them and storming out of the room, Shizune trailing nervously in her wake. She didn't set a deadline, but her panicked retreat was a ticking clock. Orochimaru's offer was on the table, and her answer would come soon. "We have to prepare," Jiraiya said, his voice a low rumble. "Orochimaru won't wait forever. When he confronts her for her answer, we need to be ready." That night, in a small, secure room, Jiraiya produced a small vial. "Drink this," he ordered Naruto. "It's a mild sedative. Your chakra coils are strained from the fight with Itachi and the constant use of your clones. You need to rest. Properly." Naruto took the vial but hesitated. "I can't just." "You're a Jonin, not a machine," Jiraiya cut him off. "And I'm your commanding officer on this mission. That's an order. Rest. A tired commander makes fatal mistakes." Naruto conceded, drinking the sedative. But as he drifted off to sleep, he left a parting command for his network. New directive, 50 clones. Library division. Subject, Yakushi Kabuto. Cross-reference with Konoha's intelligence archives. I want everything. Academy records, mission history, psychological profile. Another 50 clones, tactical division. Develop counters to a close-range fighter utilizing chakra scalpels to sever muscle tissue. Go. Even in sleep, the genius of hard work was still on the clock. The next day, the confrontation came. They found Tsunade standing in a wide, grassy clearing just outside Tanzaku quarters, staring at the horizon. Before Jiraiya could even speak, two figures flickered into existence between them. Orochimaru, a predatory smile on his pale face, and his subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi, whose unassuming glasses did little to hide the cold intelligence in his eyes. "Tsunade," Orochimaru hissed, his voice like dry, rustling leaves. "Have you come to a decision? Your loved ones? Or your misplaced loyalty to a village that let them die? Don't listen to him, Tsunade." Jiraiya boomed, stepping forward to stand beside her. "Whatever he's offering, it's a lie." "A lie?" Orochimaru chuckled. "I offer a reunion. You offer a dusty hat and a lifetime of paperwork. Which sounds more appealing?" "It's not a reunion," Naruto's voice cut through the air, clear and steady. He walked forward to stand with his master, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru. "It's a puppet show. You'll summon their souls into the bodies of living sacrifices, bind them with a slave seal, and force them to do your bidding. They won't be her family. They'll be your weapons. You're not offering a miracle, Orochimaru. You're offering a desecration." Orochimaru's smile faltered, replaced by a flicker of genuine surprise. The boy's understanding of the jutsu was unexpectedly precise. "The brat is clever," Kabuto noted, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "But cleverness won't save him." The standoff shattered. With a surge of killing intent, Orochimaru lunged for Tsunade. Jiraiya met him head-on, the two Sannin erupting into a high-speed battle that tore up the earth around them. Kabuto moved with a surgeon's precision, his target not Tsunade, but Naruto. "Let's see what the hero of Konoha is made of," he said, his hands glowing with the pale blue light of chakra scalpels. Naruto didn't engage directly. He exploded into a dozen clones, implementing the counter-strategy they had developed overnight. They didn't try to overpower Kabuto, they swarmed him, a chaotic whirlwind of feints and distractions. It was a textbook application of tactical disruption, but Naruto was holding back, using the clones to probe, to test, to analyze Kabuto's movements in real time. Kabuto was faster than he looked, weaving through the assault with an infuriating calm. He would disable a clone with a single, precise touch, severing the chakra links that held it together. "Your numbers are meaningless against true skill," he taunted, his scalpel slicing through the arm of another clone. "Is this the power that defeated Gaara? How disappointing." "He's right," Naruto Prime analyzed, watching from a safe distance, his expression unreadable. A direct assault is inefficient. He heals any minor damage instantly and his technique is designed to disable, not destroy. This is a waste of energy. He had the data he needed. The experiment was over. He gave a silent command, and the clones' attack pattern shifted. They stopped trying to land hits and instead focused on forcing Kabuto into a specific location in the clearing. Kabuto, believing he was simply hurting the foolish clones, followed their lead, his arrogance blinding him to the subtle trap being laid. As Kabuto disabled the last of the clones, he found himself standing in the center of the kill zone. "Is that all?" he asked, a smug look on his face. "No," the real Naruto said. His voice was different. The warmth was gone, replaced by a chilling, flat finality. "The warm-up is over." He appeared behind Kabuto, having used the final clone's dispersal as a screen for his own movement. In his hand was a swirling, perfect sphere of chakra. Rasengan. Kabuto's eyes widened in shock. He spun, bringing his arm up to block, his chakra scalpel ready to dissipate the jutsu. But the Rasengan wasn't aimed at his arm. Naruto, with a burst of wind from his feet, dropped low, twisting his body and slamming the swirling sphere directly into Kabuto's stomach. The impact was a grinding, catastrophic vortex of power. Kabuto's own healing chakra was shredded, his internal organs subjected to thousands of high-speed impacts from every direction at once. He was launched backwards, a strangled cry escaping his lips as he crashed into a cluster of trees, his body broken and his chakra system in chaos. He lay in the dirt, coughing up blood, his glasses shattered. He tried to heal himself, but his chakra pathways were scrambled, the damage too severe. "Impossible," he gasped. Naruto walked calmly towards him, his face an emotionless mask. "You're a spy for Orochimaru. Your records show you've been feeding him Konoha's secrets for years. You are a traitor and an enemy combatant. There's no tactical or strategic value in leaving you alive." He raised his other hand, and two shadow clones appeared beside him. Together, they began to form a new jutsu. A shrieking, high-pitched sound filled the air as a perfect Rasengan formed, surrounded by a razor-thin, rotating blade of pure wind. What is that?" Kabuto stammered, his eyes wide with terror. "Wind style, Rasen Shuriken." Naruto didn't throw it. He took a step forward and pressed the completed jutsu against Kabuto's chest. There was no explosion. There was only a sound, a deafening, all-consuming shriek that seemed to tear the very air apart. A dome of white, chaotic energy enveloped Kabuto. On a microscopic level, countless nano blades of wind were slicing through him, severing his cells, his chakra coils, his very existence. When the light and sound faded, there was nothing left. Not a body, not a drop of blood. Just a shallow, perfectly smooth crater in the earth. Kabuto Yakashi had been deleted. The victory was absolute, and terrifyingly silent. A wave of bloodlust washed over the clearing as Orochimaru, having momentarily disengaged from Jiraiya, saw what had happened. His face, usually a mask of smug amusement, was twisted in a snarl of genuine rage. His most valuable subordinate, his most loyal piece, had been erased. "You brat!" he shrieked, his voice inhuman. "I'll kill you." He slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning jutsu. With a massive puff of smoke that blotted out the sun, a colossal purple serpent appeared, its yellow eyes burning with malevolence. Manda, the boss of the snake summons, coiled and hissed, its sheer size dwarfing the trees. "Manda," Orochimaru commanded. "Kill him. Devour him." Jiraiya landed beside Tsunade, his expression grim. "This is bad. Manda is the strongest of the snake summons. Even I have trouble with him." Tsunade stared, her mind reeling. She had just witnessed a Jonin, no, a Jonin, utterly and completely annihilate a shinobi of Kabuto's caliber with a jutsu she couldn't even comprehend. The boy she had dismissed as a loudmouthed brat was a monster of terrifying efficiency. "Jiraiya. What is he?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Jiraiya looked at his student, who was staring up at the colossal serpent without a trace of fear. "He's the one who's going to change everything," he said softly. Naruto looked from the enraged Sannin to the giant snake. He let out a long, slow breath, his shoulders slumping as if releasing a great weight. "Fine," he said, his voice quiet but carrying across the clearing. "I guess it's time to get serious." A visible aura of emerald green chakra exploded from him, so potent it kicked up a whirlwind of dust and leaves. The air grew heavy, charged with a power that felt fundamentally different from his usual reserves or the fox's hateful red energy. It was the power of life itself, pushed beyond its absolute limits. "That's," Tsunade gasped, her medical expertise allowing her to recognize the nature of the chakra. "That's impossible. No human body can handle that kind of output." He'll tear himself apart. Naruto's muscles coiled, his skin flushing red. The veins on his temples bulged. First gate, gate of opening, open. Second gate, gate of healing, open. Third gate, gate of life, open. With each gate he announced, the power radiating from him intensified, the pressure becoming a physical force. Fourth gate, gate of pain, open. A wave of agony and power washed over him, a sensation he had grown intimately familiar with. Fifth gate, gate of closing, open. The green aura around him solidified, a raging inferno of pure energy. He looked up at Manda, his blue eyes now burning with a fierce, emerald light. He was no longer a boy. He was a force of nature, a hurricane ready to be unleashed. And in his mind, another memory surfaced. Not one of his own, but one from a clone, a memory of sweat, pain, and the roaring passion of a man in a green jumpsuit. Flashback the philosophy of youth. The idea took root in the moments after the preliminary exams. Naruto stood on the balcony, watching the medics carry Rock Lee's broken body from the arena. He had seen Lee's incredible speed, the raw power that had shattered Gaara's sand defense. He had heard Might Guy scream the names of the techniques, the 8 inner gates. His analytical mind latched onto the concept. It wasn't a bloodline. It wasn't a Kekkei Genkai. It was a skill. A high-risk, high-reward kinjutsu that pushed the human body to its absolute peak. And if it was a skill, it could be learned. It could be deconstructed, analyzed, and replicated. That evening, while Naruto Prime was being introduced to Jiraiya, a single, dedicated shadow clone detached itself from the network. This clone was different. It suppressed the usual boisterousness, adopting a persona of quiet, intense seriousness. Its mission, to seek out Might Guy and learn the secrets of the 8 gates. The clone found Guy at the hospital, sitting vigil by Lee's bedside. It waited patiently until Guy stepped out into the hallway, his face a mask of grief. "Guy-sensei," the clone said, its voice respectful but firm. Guy looked up, his eyes red-rimmed. "Naruto-kun. If you are here to offer condolences." "I am," the clone said. "But I'm also here to make a request. I want you to teach me the 8 gates." Guy stared as if the clone had sprouted a second head. "Absolutely not," he said, his voice a low growl. "Do you see what that power did to my precious student? It is a double-edged sword that has all but destroyed him. I would never teach such a dangerous technique to a child." "Lee-san isn't destroyed," the clone countered calmly. "He's injured. There's a difference. His body failed, but his will, his spirit, did not. He proved that hard work can surpass a genius of birth. He inspired the entire arena. He inspired me." The clone looked Guy directly in the eye. "I am not Lee-san. My body is different. My chakra reserves are vast. My healing capabilities are also significant. The risks, while still great, are theoretically more manageable for me. But that's not why you should teach me." "Then why?" Guy asked, his curiosity piqued by the clone's unnervingly logical and mature demeanor. "Because I can help you save him," the clone stated. "I can create 1,000 clones. I can assign them to the Konoha archives, to every medical text, every scroll on anatomy and chakra theory. I can build a comprehensive database of every known method of nerve and chakra coil regeneration. I can provide you and the medical team with years of research in a matter of weeks. I will dedicate a portion of my hard work to finding a cure for Lee. In exchange, you will teach me the principles of the technique that defines his ninja way." It was an offer Guy couldn't refuse. It wasn't a student begging for power. It was a research partnership, a logical transaction aimed at a shared goal, honoring Rock Lee's sacrifice. Guy saw the same unbreakable will in this strange, serious version of Naruto that he saw in his own student. "Your flames of youth. They burn with a curious and powerful light," Guy said, a single tear rolling down his cheek. "Very well. The training will be hell. It may destroy this body of yours many times over. But if you are willing to walk that path, I will guide you." The training began the next day, in a secluded training ground far from the village. The clone, which Naruto Prime now mentally designated Lotus 1, met Guy at dawn. The 8 gates are the body's 8 specific tenketsu points, limiters on the flow of chakra, Guy explained, his tone all business. Forcing them open removes these internal safety measures, allowing the user to access power many times greater than their normal level. But the cost is immense, causing catastrophic damage to the user's own body. The first stage of training wasn't physical. It was mental. Guy had Lotus 1 meditate for 3 days straight, focusing inward, trying to feel the flow of its own chakra, to locate the gates not as a concept, but as a physical sensation. While Lotus 1 meditated, hundreds of clones in the library were absorbing anatomical charts, memorizing the entire chakra circulatory system, and feeding that knowledge back to Naruto Prime, who in turn relayed the feeling of it to the meditating clone. Lotus One wasn't just sensing the gates, it was mapping them with a surgeon's precision. Then came the physical conditioning. It was a level of hell that made Naruto's previous training look like a warm-up. Guy pushed the clone's body to the point of absolute failure, day after day. 1,000 push-ups. 5,000 sit-ups. A 20-mile run carrying a massive boulder. The clone would often disperse from the sheer strain, its memories of agonizing pain and screaming muscles slamming back into Naruto Prime, causing him to collapse, gasping, miles away. But a new Lotus One would always return the next day, its body fresh, its will unbroken, ready for the next level of punishment. Finally, the day came to attempt the first gate. The gate of opening, Guy said grimly, is located in the brain. It removes the restraints of the brain on the muscles, allowing you to use them to their full 100% potential instead of the usual 20%. To open it, you must focus your chakra and will, and force it open. Lotus One sat cross-legged, its eyes closed. It focused on the knowledge it had gained, picturing the precise location in its brain. It gathered its chakra, not with brute force, but with the fine control Jiraiya had been teaching him. It formed a needle of chakra and aimed it at the limiter. It pushed. The pain was blinding. It was a white-hot agony that started in its skull and exploded through every nerve in its body. The clone screamed, its body convulsing as every muscle fiber contracted at once. But it held on. It remembered Lee's defiant face, Guy's tearful hope, and its own promise. With a final, monumental effort of will, it forced the gate open. A wave of emerald green energy erupted from the clone. It felt a surge of power, a clarity and strength it had never known. It stood up, its body humming with energy. It threw a single punch at a nearby boulder, and the massive rock shattered into dust. Incredible, Guy breathed. To open it on the first try. The training continued, becoming exponentially more difficult with each gate. The gate of healing required the clone to push its body past its breaking point and then force it to regenerate with a surge of energy. The gate of life was a sheer test of stamina, requiring the clone to maintain the state for hours on end. The gate of pain was a mental battle, forcing the clone to endure unimaginable agony without losing focus. Each gate opened was a victory paid for in the currency of pain. Naruto Prime lived in a constant state of shared agony, his own training with Jiraiya punctuated by sudden, crippling waves of phantom torment from Lotus One's efforts. The day before the Sannin battle, Lotus One stood before Guy, its body radiating a steady, green aura. "I am ready for the fifth gate," the clone stated. Guy was hesitant. The gate of closing is a massive leap in power, and in risk. It could tear your body apart permanently. Lee-san opened the fifth gate, Lotus One said simply. "To honor him, I must understand the sacrifice he was willing to make. I must reach the same height he did." With a deep breath, the clone focused. It had opened the first 4 gates hundreds of times now, the process becoming faster, more controlled. It pushed past the familiar agony of the 4th gate and reached for the 5th, located in the abdomen. It focused all its will, all its knowledge, and all its respect for Rock Lee into a single point. With a silent roar of effort, the gate of closing burst open. The green aura around Lotus One exploded, becoming a raging inferno. The ground cracked beneath its feet. The power was immense, a tidal wave of energy that threatened to tear the clone's very existence apart. It held the state for 3 seconds before collapsing, its body dissolving into smoke just before it could be destroyed. Miles away, Naruto Prime, sitting with Jiraiya, gasped and clutched his stomach, the memory of that incredible, terrible power searing itself into his soul. He now knew the path. He understood the cost. Back in the present, the green inferno of the 5th gate raged around Naruto. He looked at the colossal form of Manda, at the terrified face of Orochimaru, and for the first time since the fight began, he smiled. It was a wild, predatory, and joyful smile. The warm-up was over. The real fight was about to begin. The ground itself seemed to groan under the pressure of Naruto's transformation. The air crackled, and small pebbles floated up from the earth, caught in the gravity of his power. To Tsunade, a master of the human body, it was a horrifying spectacle. She could see the strain on him, the way his muscles were stretched taut like bowstrings, the steam rising from his skin as his metabolism went into overdrive. It was a state of self-destruction, a candle burning at both ends with the intensity of a star. "Jiraiya, he's going to die," she yelled, her medical instinct screaming. "His cellular structure can't sustain this. He's shredding his own muscle fibers, boiling his own blood." "I know," Jiraiya said, his voice a mixture of awe and terror. He had seen the 8 gates used before, but never by someone like Naruto. "But he's different, Haim. His Uzumaki vitality, his tenet. They give him a resilience that defies medical science. He's not just burning the candle, he's rewriting the laws of what a candle can do. Orochimaru watched, his initial rage giving way to a hungry, scientific curiosity. The Jinchuriki was using a taijutsu kinjutsu that was supposed to be suicide, yet he seemed stable. The data was invaluable. But Manda, his proudest summon, felt only the insult of a lesser creature standing defiant. With a roar that shook the forest, the great serpent struck. It moved with the speed of a landslide, its massive head plunging towards Naruto, its fangs, each the size of a grown man, aimed to impale and devour. Naruto didn't retreat. He didn't even dodge. He vanished. One moment he was there, a beacon of green fire, the next, he was gone. Manda's fangs slammed into the earth, carving a new canyon in the clearing and sending a shockwave of dirt and rock into the air. Before the serpent could even register the miss, Naruto reappeared, not on the ground, but in the air, 50 feet above Manda's head. He was falling, his fist cocked back. Primary Lotus, he roared, the name and homage to the boy who had inspired this path. He descended like a meteor. His fist connected with the top of Manda's skull. There was no grand explosion of chakra, only a sound, a deep, resonant boom like the world's largest drum being struck. The impact didn't just rattle Manda, it fractured its colossal skull. A spider web of cracks spread from the point of impact, and the great snake let out a shriek of pure agony, its massive body thrashing violently. Naruto used the recoil from his own punch to launch himself backwards, landing lightly on a treetop 100 yards away, the branch barely swaying under his weight. He stood there, his green aura flaring, completely unharmed. He stopped Manda's charge with a single punch? Tsunade stammered, her mind refusing to accept what her eyes had just seen. Manda was a beast that could level a small village. It took the combined effort of her and Jiraiya to fight him to a standstill. This boy had just crippled it with one blow. That wasn't just a punch, Jiraiya breathed, his eyes wide. That was the fifth gate. The speed of the attack multiplied its mass. He didn't just hit Manda, he hit it with the force of a mountain. Orochimaru was furious. Insolent gnat. He shrieked. He formed a new set of seals. Hidden shadow snake hands. Dozens of snakes shot from his sleeves, racing across the ground and up the trees towards Naruto. Naruto watched them approach with a look of utter boredom. He leapt from the treetop, and as he fell, he spun, becoming a green vortex of destruction. It was a taijutsu move, but one infused with the principles of his wind training. He didn't just kick the snakes away, his movements created micro-bursts of razor wind. The attacking serpents were not repelled, they were shredded, reduced to a shower of bloody confetti before they could even get close. He landed in the center of the clearing, the green inferno around him untouched. He looked at Orochimaru, a taunting smirk on his face. Is that all you have, Snake Man? I was hoping for a challenge. This was the toying. It wasn't just about power, it was about contempt. Naruto was demonstrating, with brutal efficiency, that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, was no longer a threat to him. Not in this state. He was an obstacle, an annoyance, a dataset to be analyzed and discarded. You. Orochimaru was so enraged he was speechless. He performed another jutsu, his own body becoming soft and malleable as he slithered towards Naruto at an incredible speed, his mouth unhinging to reveal the Kusanagi blade. Naruto simply sighed. Predictable. He didn't move. He just raised one hand. As the Kusanagi blade shot towards his heart, he caught it. Not with a block, but with his bare hand. The legendary sword, a weapon capable of cutting through diamond, stopped dead, inches from his chest, its blade caught between his thumb and forefinger. The screech of metal against his chakra-infused skin was deafening. Orochimaru stared in disbelief. His ultimate weapon, his trump card, had been caught as easily as a child's toy. My turn, Naruto said, his voice dangerously quiet. He squeezed. The Kusanagi blade, a weapon of legend, groaned, bent, and then shattered into 1,000 pieces. With his other hand, Naruto delivered a simple, open palm tap to Orochimaru's chest. It looked like a gentle shove, but it carried the full, focused force of the fifth gate. Orochimaru's ribcage imploded. He was launched backwards, a missile of broken bones and ruptured organs, skipping across the clearing like a stone on water before crashing into the forest line. The clearing fell silent, save for the pained hissing of the wounded Manda and the low hum of Naruto's emerald aura. Tsunade couldn't speak. She could only stare, her entire understanding of power, of limits, of what was possible, being rewritten before her very eyes. She looked at Jiraiya, her eyes pleading for an explanation that could make sense of the impossible. He's always been like this, Jiraiya said, his voice filled with a profound, weary pride. Everyone saw a loudmouthed kid. A failure. But they never saw the work. They never saw the hours, the sweat, the sheer, stubborn refusal to accept his limits. He doesn't just break the rules, Heim. He deconstructs them, finds their flaws, and then builds something better in their place. He's not a genius of birth like Orochimaru or a master of a single path like you or me. He's something new. He's a genius of hard work. Naruto stood over the broken form of his enemy, the green aura beginning to flicker. He knew the fifth gate's time limit was approaching. He had proven his point. He had established dominance. Now, it was time to end it. He turned his gaze back to the wounded, thrashing Manda. It was time to take out the trash. The emerald inferno of the fifth gate roared around Naruto, a stark contrast to the chilling silence that had fallen over the clearing. Orochimaru lay in a broken heap, a discarded puppet whose strings had been violently severed. Manda, the great serpent boss, thrashed in agony, its fractured skull a testament to the sheer, brutal force it had just endured. Its pride, however, was more wounded than its body. With a furious hiss, it coiled, ignoring its master, and fixed its hateful yellow eyes on the small, burning figure who had dared to harm it. You. Insignificant. Mortal. Manda's voice was a sibilant earthquake, each word dripping with a venom older than the hidden villages. I will swallow you whole and grind your bones to dust. Naruto simply tilted his head, a gesture of casual curiosity. The time limit on the fifth gate was a rapidly draining hourglass, and the strain on his body was immense. He could feel his muscles tearing and healing in a constant, agonizing cycle, a process only his unique physiology could withstand. He had to end this. Now. You talk too much, Naruto stated, his voice resonating with the power of the gate. He didn't charge. He didn't form a jutsu. He simply began to walk towards the colossal serpent, each step cracking the very earth beneath his feet. Manda, enraged by the blatant disrespect, lunged. It was a desperate, furious strike, its massive body uncoiling like a whip, its mouth gaping wide to devour him. From their vantage point, Tsunade and Jiraiya watched in horror. He's not even trying to dodge, Tsunade yelled. What is he thinking? Jiraiya didn't answer. He was watching his student's chakra, a feat made possible only by his sage training. He saw that Naruto wasn't just walking, he was gathering the entirety of his gated power, compressing it, focusing it into a single point. As Manda's jaws were about to close around him, Naruto stopped walking. He looked up into the serpent's maw, a space large enough to swallow a house, and raised a single, open hand. Disperse, he commanded. He thrust his palm upward. There was no sound. There was no impact. There was only a release. A silent, focused shockwave of pure, kinetic force erupted from his hand. It was not a punch or a jutsu. It was the physical manifestation of the fifth gate's power, an unstoppable piston of force. The shockwave hit Manda's lower jaw. The ancient serpent's eyes widened in a final moment of shocked disbelief. Its colossal body, all several hundred tons of it, was lifted from the ground. It went airborne, launched into the sky as if swatted by an invisible god. It flew, end over the forest canopy before crashing down miles away with a sound like a falling mountain, a sound that was felt more than it was heard. The summoning contract, unable to sustain a being so catastrophically injured, broke. With a final, agonized hiss that echoed across the land, Manda vanished in a colossal puff of smoke. The clearing was silent once more. Naruto stood alone, his hand still raised, the green aura around him beginning to flicker violently. The backlash was coming. From the edge of the forest, Orochimaru, using a forbidden jutsu to hold his broken body together, watched with a single, terrified eye. The data was clear. The experiment was a catastrophic failure. The Jinchuriki was not a weapon to be captured, it was a force of nature to be fled. He had seen power before. He had stood before the first Hokage. He had fought Hiruzen in his prime. But this was different. This wasn't the calculated power of a shinobi. It was the absolute, uncompromising power of a god of war. With a final, desperate effort, Orochimaru sank into the earth, his body melting into the shadows to begin a long, painful retreat. He had not been defeated. He had been rendered irrelevant. And that, to a being like Orochimaru, was a fate far worse than death. As the last of Orochimaru's chakra signature vanished, the emerald green aura around Naruto extinguished, sputtering out like a dying flame. The sudden absence of power was as shocking as its presence. Naruto staggered, his face pale, his body trembling violently. He fell to one knee, then collapsed onto the ground, his breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. The silence was broken by the sickening sound of his own muscles spasming and tearing under the immense strain. "Naruto," Jiraiya yelled, appearing at his side in a flicker. But Tsunade was faster. She was already there, her hands glowing with the gentle, green light of medical ninjutsu. The fear and cynicism that had defined her for years were gone, replaced by the sharp, focused intensity of the world's greatest medic. "Don't move him," she commanded, her voice ringing with an authority that Jiraiya hadn't heard in decades. "His entire muscular structure is in tatters. His chakra coils are frayed to the point of disintegration. Any normal person would be dead 10 times over." Her hands moved over Naruto's body, not just healing, but analyzing. She could feel the damage, the catastrophic cost of the power he had wielded. But she could also feel something else. A second, deeper well of chakra, red, potent, and overwhelmingly vital, was already at work, slowly, methodically knitting his cells back together. It was the Nine Tails, not acting out of malice, but as a self-preservation mechanism, repairing its container. His Uzumaki life force. "And the fox's regeneration," Tsunade whispered in awe. "They're working in tandem. It's the only reason he's alive." She began her work, her own legendary healing jutsu augmenting the process. She didn't just heal the surface damage, she guided the fox's raw, chaotic energy, lending it a precision and efficiency it lacked on its own. She was not just a medic, she was a conductor, orchestrating a symphony of regeneration on a cellular level. "He'll live," she said finally, sitting back on her heels, sweat beading on her forehead. "He'll be in agony for days, but he'll live." She looked at Jiraiya, her eyes filled with a storm of emotions. "You knew. You knew he could do this." "I knew he had the potential," Jiraiya corrected her gently. "But this was all him. I just pointed him at the mountain. He's the one who decided to tear it down with his bare hands." Tsunade looked down at the unconscious boy, at the face that was so much like her brother's. She saw the cost of his strength, the terrible price he paid for the power to protect others. And in that moment, her decision, which had been wavering on the edge of a bet, solidified into an unbreakable conviction. This boy, this hurricane in human form, was the future. He was the embodiment of the will of fire she thought had died with her brother and Dan. And he needed her. The village needed her. She gently took the first Hokage's necklace from around Naruto's neck, where he had placed it after their bet. She held it in her hand, the crystal cool against her skin. For the first time in years, it didn't feel like a curse. It felt like a promise. She leaned down and placed a soft kiss on Naruto's forehead. A single, pure drop of her own chakra flowed from her lips into him, a seal of her own, a promise of protection. "Rest now, you reckless, foolish, wonderful brat," she whispered. "When you wake up, your Hokage will be here to welcome you home." She stood up, her back straight, her shoulders set. She was no longer Tsunade, the legendary sucker. She was Tsunade of the Sannin, the future 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. "Jiraiya," she said, her voice clear and strong. "Get him ready to move. We're going home." The journey back was a slow, careful affair. Naruto remained unconscious, his body locked in a state of intense, agonizing regeneration. Tsunade never left his side, constantly monitoring his condition, her hands glowing as she aided the healing process. She had taken it upon herself to personally ensure his survival, a silent penance for her years of cynical self-exile. During the journey, she fulfilled Naruto's promise. She took the scroll of research his clone had compiled for Might Guy and began her own analysis. Cross-referencing Naruto's data with her own unparalleled medical knowledge, she began to formulate a plan. A radical, high-risk surgical procedure that just might be able to repair the damage to Rock Lee's spine. It was a long shot, but with Naruto's research and her skill, it was a shot they could now take. When they finally arrived at the gates of Konoha, the news of their return, and of Tsunade's decision, spread like wildfire. The village, still healing from the invasion, felt a surge of hope. The last of the Sannin loyal to the Leaf had returned. Tsunade's first act was not to go to the council chamber, but to the hospital. She walked into Rock Lee's room, where a hopeful Might Guy stood waiting. She laid out the plan, the risks, the slim chance of success. Lee, his eyes shining with an indomitable fire that even his broken body could not extinguish, agreed without hesitation. The surgery lasted for 12 grueling hours. Tsunade, with Shizune and Konoha's best medical nin assisting, performed a miracle. Using techniques she had developed on the spot, guided by the foundation of Naruto's research, she painstakingly repaired the shattered nerves and crushed chakra coils. When it was over, she stood before a waiting Might Guy, exhausted but triumphant. "The surgery was a success," she announced. "His days as a shinobi are not over." Guy fell to his knees, tears of unrestrained joy streaming down his face. The flames of youth, it seemed, were impossible to extinguish. A week later, Naruto finally woke up. He was in a hospital bed, the afternoon sun streaming through the window. The first thing he saw was Tsunade, sitting in a chair by his bed, wearing the official Hokage robes. "Welcome back, Jonin," she said, a small, genuine smile on her face. Naruto sat up, his body aching but whole. "So you took the job, Granny Tsunade?" "Someone has to keep you brats in line," she retorted, but there was no heat in it. She held up the necklace. "This belongs to you. You won the bet." Naruto shook his head. "No. It belongs to the Hokage." He took the necklace and, with a reverence that surprised her, placed it around her neck. "It suits you," he said simply. Tsunade looked down at the crystal, then back at Naruto. For a moment, the legendary Sannin, the god Hokage, looked utterly speechless. A complex storm of emotions, gratitude, grief, and a newfound, unfamiliar sense of hope, passed across her face. "The third is alive," she said, her voice softer now. "Orochimaru's attack. It took its toll. He officially retired 2 days ago, passed the hat to me. He's serving on the Elder Council now, much to Homura and Koharu's annoyance. Says he's going to spend his retirement making sure Danzo doesn't get any bright ideas about misplacing my new Jonin." The news settled over Naruto, a wave of profound relief. The old man was safe. The village was stable. "And Lee?" Naruto asked, the question heavy with importance. A genuine, brilliant smile finally broke through Tsunade's stern facade. "The surgery was a success. Your clone's research gave me the foundation I needed to attempt a new procedure. It was risky, but it worked. He's already started his rehabilitation. He'll walk again. He'll fight again." Naruto sank back into his pillows, a wide, honest grin spreading across his face. It was the best news he could have possibly received. The cost had been worth it. That night, as he lay in the quiet of the hospital room, he sank into his own mind. He walked the familiar, flooded corridors of his mindscape and stood before the great cage. Kurama's colossal, slitted eye opened, regarding him with a familiar, cynical amusement. "So, the little jailer wakes. I must say, that was quite the spectacle. Pushing your fragile mortal body to its absolute limit for a bit of theatricality. It was moderately entertaining." "It got the job done," Naruto countered, sitting cross-legged before the bars. "It nearly got you killed," the fox snorted, a gust of hot air washing over him. "Do not mistake your unique resilience for invincibility, kid. The 8 gates are a fool's gambit, a suicidal technique for those with nothing left to lose. You survived because of my chakra and your Uzumaki blood. Rely on it too often, and one day, you will burn out so completely that even I won't be able to put you back together. That power is a shortcut, and shortcuts have a habit of leading off cliffs." "I know," Naruto admitted quietly. "It felt uncontrollable. Like holding a lightning strike." "Because it is," Kurama said, a hint of something like instruction in his rumbling voice. "It is not a tool to be wielded. It is a natural disaster to be aimed. There is a difference. True power comes not from releasing all your energy at once, but from perfect, absolute control over it. Remember that, before you decide to become a firework again." The fox closed its eye, the conversation over. Naruto sat in the silence, the words echoing in his mind. The fox was right. The gates were a last resort, a trump card to be played only when all other options were exhausted. His true path to power lay in the direction Jiraiya had set him on, mastery. A week later, Naruto was released from the hospital. His body was healed, but a deep, cellular exhaustion remained, a phantom ache that served as a constant reminder of the price of the 5th gate. His first stop was Training Ground 7. Sasuke and Sakura were already there, waiting for him. The reunion was quiet, the air thick with unspoken things. Sakura looked at him with a mixture of awe and professional concern, her medical knowledge giving her a terrifyingly clear picture of the damage he had done to himself. Sasuke was a coiled spring of intensity. His Tomoe Sharingan was active, not just watching Naruto, but dissecting him, analyzing his chakra levels, his posture, the very rhythm of his breathing. He saw the residual damage, but he also saw the new, terrifying depth of power that lay beneath it. "I heard about the fight," Sasuke said, his voice flat. "I heard what you did to Orochimaru." "I did what was necessary," Naruto replied simply. "Necessary?" Sasuke's voice was tight with a frustration he couldn't conceal. "You faced a Sannin, a legend, and you didn't just defeat him. You humiliated him. You treated him like an afterthought." He took a step forward, His fists clenched. I've been training with Kakashi every day. I've mastered the Chidori. I'm faster, stronger than I've ever been. But it's not enough. The gap between us. It's not closing. It's widening. This was the crux of it. The heart of the problem. Naruto's growth wasn't just inspiring his rival, it was breaking him. I want to see it, Sasuke demanded. I want to measure that gap myself. Spar with me, Naruto. No holding back. It wasn't a challenge born of anger, like their fight on the hospital roof in another life might have been. This was a cold, desperate need for data. A scientist demanding to test an impossible theory. Naruto looked at his friend, at the burning desperation in his eyes, and he knew he couldn't refuse. All right, Sasuke. They took their positions in the center of the clearing. Kakashi, who had appeared silently in a nearby tree, watched with a grim expression. He knew what this was. It was a reckoning. The spar began. Sasuke exploded into motion, his speed enhanced by Kakashi's training, his movements a blur of black and blue. He was faster than he'd been in the Chunin exams, his taijutsu more precise, his Sharingan tracking every flicker of muscle. But Naruto was simply better. He moved with the fluid, unpredictable grace of the hurricane kata. He didn't need the overwhelming speed of the gates. His base speed, honed by endless clone training, was more than a match for Sasuke's. He weaved around Sasuke's strikes, his movements economical and effortless. He wasn't just dodging, he was flowing, using Sasuke's own momentum against him, redirecting his strikes with open-palmed parries that carried a subtle, sharp bite of wind chakra. Is this it, Sasuke? Naruto asked, his voice calm as he easily sidestepped a fierce combination. You're faster, but you're still predictable. Your movements are all from the same textbook. Enraged, Sasuke leapt back, his hands flying through seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. He unleashed a volley of fireballs, each one guided by a hidden shuriken. Naruto didn't even try to dodge. He created a dozen clones in an instant. They moved as one, each one meeting a fireball with a small, controlled burst of wind from their hands, extinguishing the flames and deflecting the shuriken with contemptuous ease. Sasuke stared, his chest heaving. His best techniques were being neutralized without effort. The gap was not a gap, it was a chasm. Fine, he snarled, desperation giving way to a cold fury. He channeled all his chakra into his right hand. The air crackled, and the sound of 1,000 birds filled the training ground. Chidori. He charged, a bolt of pure lightning, the ground cracking beneath his feet. This was his strongest jutsu, the technique given to him by their sensei, the pinnacle of his power. Naruto watched him come. He didn't form a Rasengan. He didn't open a single gate. He simply stood his ground, raised his right hand, and coated it in a dense, shimmering layer of his own wind-natured chakra. As the Chidori was about to slam into his chest, Naruto met the attack with his open palm. Lightning met wind. There was a deafening screech of raw, competing energies. The Chidori, an S-rank assassination jutsu, ground to a halt against Naruto's hand. The lightning sputtered and died, unable to pierce the armor of wind. Naruto's feet had carved 2 deep furrows in the earth from the force of the impact, but he hadn't moved back an inch. He stood there, holding Sasuke's fist, the last vestiges of the Chidori dissipating into nothing. The silence that followed was absolute. It's over, Sasuke, Naruto said quietly, his voice devoid of triumph. He let go of Sasuke's hand. Sasuke stumbled back, staring at his own trembling fist, then at Naruto's calm, impassive face. He had thrown everything he had, his ultimate technique, and it had been stopped. Casually. Definitively. The data was in. The hypothesis was proven. In Konoha, following the path laid out for him, he would never catch up. He would never surpass Itachi. He would never be anything more than a ripple in the pond of Naruto's hurricane. He turned and walked away without another word, ignoring the calls from Sakura and Kakashi. He didn't go home. He walked to the Uchiha compound, the silent, empty district a monument to his own failure. He sat on the steps of the main house, the place where his life had been shattered, and stared into the twilight, the rage and inadequacy a cold, hard knot in his stomach. Kakashi found him there an hour later, a shadow detaching from the gloom. Sasuke. He began, but the words died in his throat. What could he say? You'll catch up? It would be a lie. Don't compare yourself to him? It was impossible. He, a Jonin, a former Anbu captain, had no solution for the problem that was Naruto Uzumaki. There is another path. The voice was deep and resonant, and it did not belong to Kakashi. Jiraiya stepped out from behind a crumbling wall, his expression uncharacteristically serious. He looked from the broken Uchiha to the conflicted Jonin. "Leave us, Kakashi," Jiraiya said. It was not a request. Kakashi hesitated, then vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving the Sannin alone with his student's rival. Jiraiya sat down on the steps, not next to Sasuke, but a respectful distance away. "He's a monster, isn't he?" the Sannin said, looking out at the empty street. "The kid's a once-in-a-generation prodigy of pure, unadulterated effort. Trying to keep up with him is like trying to outrun a tidal wave. It's impossible." Sasuke said nothing, his jaw tight. "You want to kill your brother," Jiraiya continued, his voice matter of fact. "To do that, you need power. The kind of power that Itachi wields. The kind of power that Naruto is rapidly developing. Staying here, in this village, training with Kakashi. You'll become a fine Jonin. But you will never reach that level. The gap will only grow. That is the logical truth." He finally turned to look at Sasuke. "Orochimaru wants you. He wants your eyes. He will send his agents, he will try to tempt you, and if that fails, he will come himself. Staying here makes you a target, and it makes this village a battlefield." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "But there is another option. A strategic alternative." Sasuke finally looked at him, his Sharingan blazing with a desperate, hungry light. "What is it?" "I'm taking Naruto on a training trip," Jiraiya stated. "For the next 2, maybe 3 years. We'll be constantly moving, hunting for information on the Akatsuki, and training. I'm going to turn that hurricane into a precision instrument. And I'm extending the offer to you." Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. "Don't misunderstand," Jiraiya said, raising a hand. "This isn't pity. It's pragmatism. You are Orochimaru's primary target. Keeping you under my direct protection is the most logical way to keep you safe and deny him his prize. But more than that," he leaned in, his voice dropping, "it is your only chance. You cannot surpass Naruto by training in his shadow. You can only do it by training in the same storm. I will teach you how to master your Sharingan in ways Kakashi can't. I will push your body to its absolute limits. I will give you the tools. The rest will be up to you and your rivalry with him." It wasn't an offer of easy power. It was an offer of harder work, of a more difficult path. It appealed to Sasuke's logic, his ambition, and his pride. It was a chance to turn his greatest obstacle into his greatest asset. Sasuke stood up, the fire of despair in his eyes being replaced by the cold, hard flame of renewed purpose. "When do we leave?" "Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.